Hey everybody, and welcome to 200 of the most incredible chess puzzles with full explanations. This video took months to create, so if this helps you improve your chess or you simply enjoy the interesting positions, liking, subscribing, or sharing would all very much help me out. Thanks for watching, leave any questions in the comments, and let's get to the very first puzzle. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the correct moves because black is about to push and promote. And first off, the only way that you could possibly stop them here is by using your bishop. However, if you actually try to reroute your bishop all the way around, you'll find out that you are one move too slow. Black promotes first. This is just losing. So instead here, you need to open up a different path for your bishop, and you really only have one way of doing that with pawn up to e6. Opening up all these important squares, and we reach a very critical position. Black here only really has three things to do. First off, if they just keep on pushing here, then we don't need to stop them directly. Instead, we can just push our own pawn, promote our own queen, and it doesn't even matter that they promote here because queen to g6 is actually just straight up checkmate, so that certainly does not work for them. They need to stop our pawn here immediately then. They can either take with their pawn or with their king, and if they try taking with their king, well, this still does not work because once again, we don't need to stop them directly. We can go king to g6. Their king is completely boxed in now, meaning we can go f4, and f5 is once again checkmate. However, we do have a very unfortunate loose end, that being pawn takes on e6. Now, the silver lining here is that we can play f4, and then bishop e5, and then bishop takes on d4 here, and we do stop them from promoting, but the issue is black is just going to start capturing literally all of our pawns. They take this one, they take that one, they take this one, they're going to trade off our last pawn, at which point we're only going to be one bishop up, and one bishop is not enough to get checkmate, so this is a draw. So what can we do instead? Well, with this idea in mind, we can play the incredibly subtle move, the really subtle move here, king down to h6, which looks insane, but let me show you. After black pushes up to a3 here, we can once again go pawn up to e6. If black still pushes here, then we're going to go e7, promote into a queen once again, and eventually here we're going to get some type of a queen trade, at which point we are just in a completely winning endgame. If they try taking the pawn with their king, well then once again we're going to go king to g6, we're going to play f4, and then pawn to f5. It's once again checkmate. The only thing that's really majorly different here is after pawn takes on e6, instead of going f4 and then bishop e5, we just go bishop e5 first, because if black pushes here, then bishop takes d4, they're stopped. This time, this position is winning, and if they capture, well then here, because our king is on h6, we go king g5, and then pawn up to f4, is checkmate. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the correct moves, and first off, what happens if you simply try pushing your pawn straight away? The issue of this is that black can take your other pawn with their rook, and if they ever get behind your pawn like this, it's just kind of over. You can never really make any progress or promote. Yes, you can defend for a little bit, but simply black will start pushing the pawn, you can't make any progress, and this is just a draw. So what can you do instead here? Well, you can't play any slow move, like any king move here just doesn't work, because then black can take on g2. We get that same terrible situation. This is not going so well, so we need to do something about our g-pawn straight away. A move like rook to g1 here does defend, but it's simply too slow. Black can play rook up to a6 attacking you. You are forced to push, and then rook g6 here, and yeah, you are not promoting. However, there is another very interesting variation here, that being pawn up to g3. Why is this interesting? Well, after black here goes rook up to a6 once again, instead of you pushing your pawn up, you can actually play rook to f4 check here, defended by your pawn. Black must move their king, and now rook to g4, and now we are the ones behind our own pawn, and it looks like we can push and promote, but not quite, because black can play rook to e6 here, and unfortunately, after you push, rook to e8 check, and they are just going to block our pawn, and unfortunately, we cannot win here. However, with this idea in mind, we can play the incredible sacrifice here, rook to f4 check first, which is just crazy. But first off here, what happens if they don't take the bait? What happens if they go somewhere else? Well, then here you play rook to g4. We get the same situation, but we are one move faster. So here, black can try rook to d2, but simply king c7, stopping them from getting in, and g7, g8 is unstoppable. They can give a check for a moment, but very soon they're going to run out of checks. They cannot stop you, and this is just winning. So that's good, but of course, what happens if they capture you? Well, then here, now we play g3, a second sacrifice. If black does not capture the pawn, then simply g7, g8, promotion unstoppable. If they do capture, well then their king blocks the g file, so g7, and they can't stop you. They can play a check for a moment, at which point don't capture their pawn, simply go king to a8, hide in the corner, g7 promotion is unstoppable, and this is winning. Can you stop these pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the correct moves, and first off, what happens if you simply play rook takes on g2? The issue with this, and basically every other move, is that you stop one pawn, but you don't stop the other. Black will just promote, and if you ever let black promote here, the queen is simply way too powerful, and you're going to be forced to give up your win here for a measly draw instead. So what can you do here instead of that? Well, to be honest, you don't have many options. You can play bishop to f2 check here, but black will simply back their king up, and yes, you can try rook to c1, which stops black from pushing the g pawn, but they can just push the h pawn instead, and yeah, this is not really much better. That does not work. However, there is an interesting variation here, that being rook to b2 check. Now, this doesn't work because black can simply move their king to c6, and yeah, we're not making any progress, but if instead of c6, black moves over to c7, well, here we're actually winning. Why? We can play bishop to g3 check, and at this point, black must move their king. We take on the h2, and here we have stopped both pawns, and this little maneuver here, bishop to g3 and then captures and stopping like this, is really the only way that we can feasibly stop both pawns. So with that idea in mind, somehow here we must force black to go onto this diagonal. That way we can play that, and there's only one way that we can force them, that being the incredible sacrifice here, rook up to c7, and black can try a few different things here, but it's going to get a little crazy, because yes, that is just a free rook. First off, if black just ignores us and promotes, well then bishop to a5 here is actually just straight up checkmate. So that certainly does not work. Now black can do two things instead. They can push up to a5, which defends for a little longer, or they can just capture here. If they capture, then we get bishop g3. We get that same maneuver. King moves, bishop takes, we stop both the pawns, and this is just winning. The last and best try for black here is pawn up to a5, which prevents us from moving our bishop to right here, or if we do play this, well then king to a6, and here we're actually not winning anymore, but instead you want to go bishop to f2 check. Now black only has two squares they can move to here. If they go to a6, then rook a7 is checkmate, so they are forced to capture, and at this point we get that same thing, bishop g3, captures on h2, and this is winning. Which piece do you move here? White is winning, but you must pick the correct piece, and first off, the big problem you have in this puzzle is that black has this pawn they are about to promote, and very simply, you cannot stop them in any situation, so the only way that you can win here is to get a checkmate and get it very fast. With that in mind, let's take a look at the queen. You only have one safe square for it, that being over to h5, and it just isn't doing anything here. Black promotes. This situation just kind of sucks for you, so moving the queen is not the right option. Let's take a look at the king. You only have four squares here. These three don't do much. Up to e7 does attack the rook, but black can just slide over, and this little maneuver has not really helped you at all. Black is simply going to promote. They can even play some checks with the rook now, and this is not going so well. But on the bright side, it does narrow your options down to the bishop only, and you only have 2 squares you can move it to. Over to e8, once again, doesn't do much. Black promotes, this is kind of useless for you. However, over to g8 is not useless for you. Why? Well, black can do 2 things here. They can either capture or they can promote. Promoting is quite bad, because queen to h7 is straight up checkmate with the queen and the bishop right in the corner, so that does not work for them. Instead, they must capture, at which point you're probably thinking, okay, what was the point of this? We have to move our queen away, right? No. Don't move your queen away. This is losing. However, you have a better move here that wins. King over to f7, which is just fantastic. Sacrificing your queen, you are threatening queen takes g8 checkmate. And of course, if black captures here, then you take with the pawn, bringing the final piece into play. And after promote, g7 check, king 7, g8 promotion is checkmate. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the correct moves. And first off, the issue you're dealing with right away is that black has this annoying rook. They are attacking your pawn, and how in the world can you actually defend your pawn here? You can't defend with your rook. You definitely can't defend with your king. You can't really defend with your bishop either, because they could just capture that. However, there is another thing that you can do here, and that is the insane move bishop over to a4. Already here we are getting pretty crazy, because what in the world is this? Well, the idea here is we are severing the connection between black's rook and our pawn. However, can't they just capture this? Well, first off, if they take the rook, which looks the most natural here, well, this is actually terrible for them, because now we play rook to h4 check. King has to move, we trade rooks, and at this point we have a runaway pawn. We simply push promote, and we are completely winning there. However, if black sees that, if they're smart, instead they're going to take with the king, which gets quite a bit more complicated. Now, the good thing about this is that black's rook is still disconnected from seeing our pawn. The bad thing is that we still can't push right away, because black can simply move their king and they still catch it. However, with this idea in mind, we can play a move here, rook over to h3, and sacrifice our other piece. Why? Well, if black captures here, then simply push. They cannot catch our pawn, very simply, because if they move back, they are still blocked here. So no matter what they do, promote, and we are completely winning here. However, if black is smart, once again, they're going to see that and just try to back the rook up and stay on the a file, at which point you have a really nice maneuver here. You play rook to h1, offering that same sacrifice. It still works, so they're going to try and move back up. And now rook b1 here. You force their king to basically stay on the left here. They cannot move out of the way. That way, the rook is completely trapped here. The only hope they have is to try and go up and around like this, but we have a very nice pawn to a7. They give this check, we capture this pawn, and here, yes, we lose our golden pawn here, but it doesn't matter, because rook to a1, they get skewered, and this endgame is completely winning. Can you stop these pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the correct moves, and first off, to win this, we must think very strategically. What do I mean? Well, whenever you capture one of black's pawns, they're going to always promote their second pawn. So the real question here is, how do we win a position like this? Well, the only way to actually win this would be to align their king and queen in such a way that we can move our rook to skewer them and win their queen like so. Now, how do we actually force that situation? Well, it's going to start with pestering black's king, which is actually quite vulnerable here. What we want to start with is rook over to h5 and immediately threaten rook a6 checkmate. Black's only way of stopping it is to move over to c6, at which point you go to c8, once again threatening checkmate, at which point we move over once again, king at d6, king at d8, and now between left and right, black here actually wants to go left, because if they go right for a third time, then after rook a6 check here, and king f7, we're going to force black all the way over to the h file, at which point we don't even care that we can't stop the pawns, because rook a3, and we're going straight for the lawnmower checkmate, which is actually completely unstoppable. So black does not want to do that. Black wants to go left, at which point here we want to play rook to c8 check, and they have 3 options. If black tries going to d6, then here after rook c5 here, threatening rook c6 checkmate, we're going to get essentially the same checkmate we had a second ago. King f7, rook f5, all the same ideas apply. This is completely winning. However, between b6 and b7, things are now going to look like they did how we originally planned. If they go to b6 here, then we play rook takes on a2, black promotes, and here rook b8, they get skewered just like we planned. Black moves, we capture, we are completely winning here. However, if black sees that, if they're smart, they can go to b7 and prevent us from playing the skewer, but at this point we win with rook to b5 check here, king over to a7, and now king c7 here, threatening this checkmate on a5, and after black promotes to stop it, here we play rook b7 check, king a6, and rook to a8 here is checkmate. Can you take this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, with your two rooks here, you clearly don't have a way of immediately or directly capturing black's queen, so instead of focusing on it, let's try focusing on black's king instead, because it might not look like it, but it's actually in a very dangerous spot. What do I mean? Well, our own king controls these squares, our rook on the 4th rank controls all these squares, so the move here, rook up to h3, is almost checkmate. The issue is black can still capture our rook on f4 here, so it's not quite checkmate, but what we can do is try moving our rook to b4, at which point up to h3 here is checkmate, and it's actually very hard to stop, except for the move here, queen to a1 check, which is really bad for us, and now we are the ones that are actually getting checkmated. So how can we solve both of these problems at once? How can we move our rook away so that black cannot capture us and stop black from going to a1 in one turn? Well, we have one surprisingly simple move to do it, that being rook over to a4, which severs black from seeing a1, and yes, that is just a free rook. Now, black here can do 3 different things. Of course, they can capture, they can try moving away to some other square, or they can move to c8. Now, if they capture here, then we have rook up to h3 check. We don't get the checkmate, but black is forced to move up here, and now rook to h4, and they are getting skewered here. King c5, we capture. That is just completely winning. If black tries moving somewhere else, like queen d5 here, well, now we go rook up to h3, and we are checkmating them. It's either checkmate, or in this case, they're going to be forced to block the queen, at which point we capture and are once again just winning. Probably their best try here is queen over to c8, which looks like kind of a random square, but what it does here is it controls h3, so it prevents us from playing rook to h3 check. However, in reality, it actually doesn't prevent us from playing it. We simply go h3 anyways, a second sacrifice, because after black captures, well, here, now they're lined up. Rook to a3 here, we skewer them and win the game. Can you stop these pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the correct moves, and first off, what you need to understand about this position is that you cannot stop black directly. What do I mean? Well, if you ever try moving your piece to stop them, the issue is here, you will always capture one pawn, but black will always promote the other. This goes for the rook, like if you try moving your rook down and around to stop them, black will push, you go down, but they're going to connect the pawns, and at the end of the day here, you stop one pawn, but you're not going to be able to stop both. It also goes for the king, like for example, king d4 here. Yes, you attack both, but black still pushes, promotes, the story does not change. So then how in the world are we supposed to win here? Well, what we need to do is we need to play a move that, one, does attack black's pawns so that we can capture them both, but also it must make a secondary threat. And there is only one way that we can do that, and that is with the move king d6, which actually moves further away from black's pawns. Now you're probably thinking, what are we doing here? Well, first, if black goes king to b6, which is actually their best move here, then we're going to capture one pawn, and we're going to be able to capture the second as well, so this is just winning. But, of course, what if black pushes? What if they try to promote? Well, then here, you actually want to completely ignore the pawns and go king c7. And we actually have forced checkmate after black promotes, and now rook to a6, a sacrifice, because black captures, and now b6, king goes up, b7, king goes back, and we promote and win. Can you stop these pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, what you should probably realize here is that our king is not going to be very helpful, because using a rook, you can very easily here stop one of black's pawns after they promote and you capture. The issue is their second pawn, and your king is simply way too far to be any help. So what can we do instead? Well, it seems like you can actually stop both black's pawns here pretty easily by going up to g7, black pushes, you capture, they promote, and you capture that. And yes, here you do take both black's pawns, but this endgame is actually still losing because black is going to run their king in, and they are going to get the opposition here, meaning our king is going to be forced backwards. They're going to start taking all of our pawns, and this is still losing. So what else can we do here? Because we don't really have many options with our rook. Well, the winning move here is going to combine two ideas. The first one is that you don't actually need to be on the B file here for you to stop the pawn. What do I mean? Well, let's look at this example situation. Here, yes, we're not on the B file, but we can play rook to a5 check. Black must move their king, and now we skewer them and win their queen nonetheless. Of course, here it is still losing, but that is an idea that is going to matter. The other idea here is more the realization that the rook alone is not going to be enough to stop both the pawns and get a winning endgame. We're going to need to bring one of our pawns into play. Now, if you combine all of these ideas and do a lot of searching, you can find the incredible move here, rook up to g5, which black can capture, and they can still push here, but this is winning. First off, if they push up to b2, then we capture on f5, and now we get that idea here. Black promotes, and we play rook to a5 check. They go here, rook b5 check. We skewer them, win the queen, and in this case, now we have a free pawn. We're simply going to push, promote, and this is completely winning. So that's all good here, but of course, what happens if black just takes our free rook? Well, here, it's the other thing coming into play, our pawn, and we can now push and promote ourselves. Our promotion comes with a check here. Black can be nice and they can give us a free queen trade, or they can try to run their king away, at which point you have queen to a8 check. They move their king, we take on b7, we skewer them, force the trade, and at this point we can very easily take on g5, push and promote our pawn. Just make sure to stop them here, and this is completely winning. Can you take this bishop? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, let's take a step back for a moment. A rook versus a bishop is a drawn endgame. However, the difference maker here is you have this pawn, which you can use as leverage to capture black's bishop. But in terms of an actual move here, what should we play? Well, our pawn is under attack, so what if we try defending it with rook up to h7 here? The problem is we just don't make a threat. Black can very easily move their bishop in, capture our pawn, and this is just a draw. We don't really have anything here. But a keen eye will spot that we don't actually need to defend our pawn. We can play a move here like rook up to h8 and threaten a promotion, and black cannot capture because rook back to h7, and now black gets skewered and we win their bishop. The problem is, an even keener eye will spot this actually does not work, because here black has the extremely annoying move here, bishop to a6 check. Getting out of the way, we move our king, and now they take on f7. We have no threat, and this is once again a draw. But let's stay on the path of trying to promote our pawn here. A very good looking move is rook to f6, because we're of course threatening a promotion here, and black cannot take our rook because then we get a queen. The issue is that after black parks their king on f8, we are simply not removing it. We can play a tricky move here, rook d6, because if black can capture an f7, then we fork their king and their bishop and we win. The issue is they can just keep their king there, start moving their bishop around, and go around to try and capture our pawn. We cannot stop them here. This is once again a draw. However, by combining all of these ideas, we can find the incredible winning move here, rook into d6, which is just insane. And let's take a look at all the moves that black can do with their king and their bishop. First off, if they capture, then we promote. This is just winning. If they take the pawn, this is also winning because rook d7, they get forked. If they try going up to f8 here, then we play rook d8 check first. They capture, and now d7, same story. We are once again winning. So all of their king moves actually just lose for them. What about their bishop moves? Well, they can't go up to a8 or c8 here because if they do it, well, we're simply going to promote. Black must capture, and now rook up to d8. In both cases, they are getting forked, and we are once again winning. In terms of other squares, they cannot go here, 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 or here. We control all the squares. If they try going to e4 here, then rook e6 check. Black, if they take the rook, we promote. And if they instead take our pawn, then we take the bishop. We are completely winning there. Similar story for f3. We go rook to f6 here. Black must back up to f8. We capture the bishop. This is completely winning. The only thing they can really do here to try and survive is go all the way to h1, at which point, very simply, king g1. We attack them. They're forced to back up, and now rook d7 here. Black either has to go to f8. Can you take this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, I'm sure you're wondering, why can you not just take this queen immediately here? Well, the issue is, if you take that with either piece, take a look at black for a second. They cannot push either of their pawns, and they cannot play any moves with their king, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw, and that happens if you take the rook, but same story if you take the queen. Black has no legal moves here. This is once again a stalemate. So what can you do instead here? Well, to be honest, despite the fact that you have a wide open board, you don't have that many options. But here's one idea. You do have an extra rook here, so it's probably a good idea to try and defend it. However, if you actually do try and defend it, black always has a way out. Here, black has the move queen d8, forking you and sacrificing their queen. You're forced to capture here, at which point black is once again stalemated. If you try avoiding that by playing like queen all the way down to d1, well then black is going to move their queen in to attack your king, and they're simply going to check you forever. If you ever try stopping the checks by moving your queen in, well then they're going to get a fork at some point and then win your rook. So that does not work either. What about moving your rook to defend your queen? Well, this certainly doesn't work because black will capture, you take back. Once again here, this is stalemate. So let's take stock for a second. I think we need to accept here that you cannot capture the queen and you cannot defend both of your pieces. So let's shift our thinking. Instead of trying to save our pieces, what is the best way of sacrificing one? And if you keep thinking about that, you'll find the solution pretty quickly, because there is one more idea in this position, and that is rook over to h1. Now, this is not checkmate because black unfortunately can capture that across the entire board, but it is almost checkmate. And with that almost, you can find the incredible winning move here, which is queen into g8. And black can take that with the king or with the queen. If they take the queen, well then their king is blocked and their queen does not see h1 anymore. So now rook h1 actually is checkmate. Black must avoid that by taking with their king instead, but at this point, that's just a free queen. We can capture it, and now black is forced to move their king. Last thing here, don't accidentally stalemate one more time. Move your rook up, at which point this is just completely winning. Which pieces do you sacrifice here? White is winning, but you must find the best moves, and first off, let's take a look at your knight here. Your knight is completely trapped. However, it seems you can evacuate it to either g7 or f6 because you can move your king up and around like so. You can even keep going through the king up to f7 and g8 and attack black's bishop in the very corner here because it is also trapped. So it seems like you have a pretty straightforward plan here. First you start with king to g4, but now what does black do here? Well, they must go and attack your knight immediately. If they play anything else here, it's simply going to be too slow. If they try going to a6 and attacking your c-pawn, then you take on c7 and evacuate your knight. So they might try going to c8 here, but this little maneuver wastes the move. You now go to g6, and when they attack your knight here, then you take an f6, at which point this endgame is just completely winning. So that does not work. Black must attack your knight with c8 first, at which point it looks like you are simply too slow after king to h5 here and king d8, because what do you do with your knight? If you try moving your king in, well, black will simply capture and block you, so that does not work. So really here you only have one option, which is to sacrifice it. It seems like it's a good idea to take on c7 here, take the free pawn, black must capture, and then go up to g6 and attack black's bishop. However, this is not actually good for you. Why? Well, the thing is, when you go and do this plan, black here is just going to follow your king all the way there, at which point they trap you actually. You cannot move your king anywhere, and you cannot push any of your pawns, meaning you have no legal moves, and this is a stalemate. Stalemate is a draw. So, that does not work. What else can you do instead? Well, you actually have one way to win here, and that is with the move knight g7. Of course here, black is going to capture, and now stuff gets crazy. The most natural move here by far, king g6, does not work because of the same idea. Black goes in the corner, and then they're simply going to follow your king there, and you get stalemated. This is once again a draw. The only winning move here is the insane second sacrifice, promotes anyways, which is just crazy, but the idea is their bishop is trapped, and we're going to get much the same situation here, but the difference is now our pawn is gone, so there is no stalemate, and we're actually going to force black away from their pawns, and you can very easily capture them here, at which point you're going to capture the rest of black's pawns, and this is just a winning endgame. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not just move your king immediately here? Well, the issue is black is going to push their pawn down, attack your rook, and what do you really do here? Because if you move it away, well then black will simply promote. You're pretty much forced to sacrifice here. Black takes back, and at the end of the day, you have one bishop up in endgame, and one bishop is not enough to get any sort of a checkmate here, so this is just a draw. What else can you try? Well, maybe rook up to c2. You do pin the pawn, but black will simply move their king out of the way, and you can still get a draw here by moving your rook up. Black promotes, and you get a skewer here, but of course, you don't want to draw, you want a win, and, well, this is a draw. So, what can you do then? Well, it's probably not going to be a king move. It's probably not going to be a bishop move either here, because you don't have anywhere useful to move it, so let's take a look at your rook. The issue is here, what do you do once again? Because if you move it to the right anywhere, well then black just push up the b2 and they're going to promote. You can get that same pin, but same story. Black moves their king out the way. They're going to promote here. You cannot stop them. You can also try moving up, because after b2 you can start checking them a lot, but black will simply revolve around their pawn here. You cannot make any progress. Once again here, this is just going to be a draw. So what can we really do? Well, take a look at this position here. After you move the rook, and black has moved their pawn down to b2 here. And let's think about your bishop. Do you actually need your bishop here? The answer is no. If you can sacrifice your bishop for black's pawn here, you are going to be one full rook up in endgame, which is completely winning. And with that in mind, you can play the move here, bishop down to c1. Now, this sacrifice doesn't completely work here, but take a look at the ideas. Black cannot capture because, well, you simply take back. It doesn't matter that you lose the bishop because this endgame is winning. And if black waits for one move here, well then you're going to sacrifice the bishop. Black takes back. Once again, this is winning. The issue here is that black can simply push up and promote the queen, at which point you are not going to be getting a win here. However, by taking that idea, you can find the winning move here, rook up to c3, because after black pushes and you go bishop c1, of course, if they capture, you take back and it's winning, but if they promote here, well then rook a3 is checkmate. Can you checkmate black? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you have this discovered check and a free pawn you can capture, so the most natural move here is definitely king takes on b3. The issue for you, though, is that after black moves over, what do you actually do? Queen to f1 here is not checkmate because black can capture that, but if you try going the other way, down to a2, and then king to c1. Queen c2 here is also not checkmate, once again because of black's queen. And in other moves here, you can start playing a bunch of checks if you're queen, but black is simply going to run away here, and this is just a drawn position. So what else can you do then? Well, back here, a good thing for you is that black does not actually have any check they can play with their queen here, so that can allow you to play a slower move with your queen, and you have one standout move here, that being queen to e2, threatening queen b2 checkmate. What does black do here? Well, they only have two moves to stop you, those being queen to c2 and queen to b1. These have the exact same winning pattern, but this is more challenging, so I'll take a look at queen c2 here. Now, you have three checks, queen to e5, queen to e1, and queen to f1 here. Only one of these checks win. First off, the weakest one by far is queen e5 check, because black can simply play b2 here, and we have no checkmate. But that comes up with a harder question for you. Between f1 and e1, what in the world is the difference between these two moves? Remember, only one of these wins. Well, let's take a look at queen to f1 first. You play this check. Black's only way of stopping that and not losing is queen b1. You can now play queen up to f6 check. Black cannot block the queen because we'll simply take with checkmate, so they must play pawn up to b2 here, and now through this maneuver you can play the very nice queen to e6 here, and we almost get a forced checkmate in a2 because black is forced to move their queen away here, and you can very simply get that checkmate. The issue is they have one singular check, that being queen to d3, which completely stops your plans. You force to move away here, and this is simply losing for you. So what do you do instead? Well, all the way back here, instead of playing f1, if you play queen to e1 and then go through all of those exact same moves here, instead of playing queen to f6 to e6, you go from e5 to d5 and simultaneously prevent black from going to d3 here. They have one last check to prevent that forced checkmate, that being queen d3 anyways, because after captures, they can try promoting here, but very simply go queen to c3 check. They must block, and queen takes is checkmate. Can you promote your pawns? White is winning here, but you must find a way to promote at least one of your pawns. And first off, why can you not just push your f pawn immediately? Well, the issue is here, when you push, take a look at black for a second. They cannot go here because of your d pawn, they can't go here because of your king, and now they cannot go here because of your f pawn, meaning they have no legal moves, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. So what do you do instead then? Well, if it's not a pawn move, it must be a king move here, and king d6 looks kind of natural, but it's going to run into a similar issue. Black is once again stalemated here, and we do not want this. That does mean we only have these 5 options for a king, so we're going to be forced to give up our d pawn here, which is pretty annoying, but it's just what we have to do. So we must pick, out of these 5 moves, what is the best one? Well, out of these 4, we're going to have the exact same problem, which is black is going to take our d pawn, and then after we slide over here, we're simply never ever going to be able to force black away from the promotion square of our pawn here, meaning this is once again a draw. That only leaves us with king to d5 here. But how is this any different? Well, in this case, instead of going king to e5, you actually want to push to f6 first. Why? Well, let me show you. Here, black is going to want to, of course, move closer to your pawn, but if they are smart here, they're going to play a very tricky king back to d8. Now, if you go king to e6 here, this is a draw once again because black is going to move in front of your pawn, and you're forced to either move back here and give it up, or move into f6, but we have that same stalemate that we had a second ago. Instead, what you want to do is back here, move up to d6, that way you get the opposition against black, and we're going to get a similar position. The difference is though, black is going to be forced to move out the way of the pawn, and you can very easily promote here, and you are completely winning. Can you take black's rooks? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to take the rooks, you need to find a way to separate them because they are defending each other here, and very simply, with your own 2 rooks and your king, you have no way of doing that directly, so instead of focusing on the rooks first, let's actually focus on their king, because that's the only place where we can really make any progress. Now, what do we do against our king? Well, Well, we can play rook up to d8 check here, but black will simply move away, and we can keep checking them like this, but they're just going to keep running. We're not making any progress whatsoever here. This is just a draw. However, where we can make progress is by going the other way. Rook to e3 check here and rook to e1 both look very promising, so I'll give you a hint. One of these moves here is still a draw, but the other is going to give you the win. Which one is it and why? Well, let me show you. Let's take a look at rook to e3 check first. We're attacking their king, so they're going to run it away. We're now going to play another rook check. They're going to keep running, and we're eventually going to corner them on the side of the board here. Now, this is almost a ladder checkmate, but not quite, because black can block. And now what are we going to do? Well, if we simply trade here, black just takes back and we have really nothing. This is just a dead draw. However, we can play a very interesting move here, rook over to h3 check. Now, what is going on here? Well, first off, if black ignores us, if they move their king, then we're simply going to take an h2 here. We're simply going to win a rook. Of course, this is completely winning. So what will black do instead? Well, they can try capturing us, at which point you take back. And now look. You are both attacking their king and now attacking their undefended rook. And if black just moves over here, we can take this and we're winning. The issue is, if they're smart, they're simply going to go king g4, attack our rook, and at the end of the day here, captures. This is just a dead draw. So this does not work. But what is different about the move rook to e1 check first? Well, take a look at this. First off, if black blocks at any other time here, then we're simply going to get that same maneuver, rook to e3 check, captures with the check, and then we'll take their undefended rook. So that does not work at all. But if we keep going here, like in the other line, the difference is if we go all the way to the side of the board, in this time, this actually is just straight up checkmate because black cannot block. That means they must block on this move, and because their king is one square farther, when we go through that exact same sequence after captures, their king is simply too far. They move, we capture, and we're completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the only reason you cannot promote right now is of course because of black's knight, so it seems pretty obvious here we need to use our king to attack black's knight. Now, two moves here immediately are going to stand out, those being king to e5 and king to d4, because those are the most direct. However, let's actually take a look at those. First, king d4 here immediately fails because knight b5, and we get forked, which is a trick that is going to come up multiple times here. Of course, we lose a pawn, and this is just a draw. But if instead we try going up to e5, it's not as good as it looks too, because after black moves their king, we cannot play the very direct king d6 because of that same fork. Knight to b5 here, we're going to lose the pawn. Once again, this is a draw. Instead, we're forced to take the more indirect path of going king to f6 and then around like so, which still works, but there is another issue here. When we actually go all the way around, chase black's knight all the way into a8, and actually go ahead and capture it, the issue is black has actually ran their king all the way over, so by the time we capture, they can play king to c7 and now take a look at us. We cannot move our king anywhere, and we cannot push our pawn, and we have no legal moves here, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is once again a draw. So then what do we play here? Well, we are going to take the other most direct path, but instead of playing king d4 here and getting forked, we're very simply going to play king to d3 instead, and we're going to run our king up to c4 and c5 and c6, and this time we are not going to get forked at all. Black is once again going to have to move their knight into the corner, but this time we are too fast. Black cannot stalemate us, and we're very simply going to push our pawn, promote, and this is winning. Can you checkmate black? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the big issue you're facing in this position is that black has these two pawns they are about to push and promote, and very simply here, you cannot stop them. For example, you can take the h pawn, which also comes with a check, but the issue is black will push their pawn, block you, and counter check you, so by the time you move your king, black will push, promote, and this is just losing. You have no checkmate. You can also try going the other way. like rook to g5 here to stop them, but then black will play h3 to defend, and yes, you can attack them, but they're simply going to keep pushing. You capture, once again they promote, and this is still losing. So then what else can you do? Well, let's exhaust our options here. We have 4 king moves, all of them are trash, they don't do anything. We can try pawn b3, which actually does look good, because after black moves, you can take on b5 here, and rook takes an a5 would be checkmate. The issue is black can simply run away. King to a2 here, you capture, they run to b1, and they are actually surprisingly safe here. Once again, they're going to promote, and you cannot stop them. So then what can we do? Well, somehow here, to get a checkmate, because that's the only way we can win, we need to use our 3 pieces to somehow corner black into the side of the board. How can we do that? Well, let me show you. First off, you want to play rook to g5 here. Why? Well, after black pushes and defends, you want to actually go rook to g4 check and induce black playing b4. Why? Well, after you go king to c4 here, look how trapped black is on the side of the board. They can't go anywhere, and pawn to b3 here, for example, after h2, pawn to b3 is almost checkmate. The issue is black can run to a3. So how can we stop that? Well, we have a very nice maneuver here, that being rook down to g3. Of course, black is simply going to promote. I'm sure you're thinking, what are we doing here? Well, we now have the very nice rook to a3 check, sacrificing the rook. Black captures, and b3 now is checkmate. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, black is attacking your pawn right away, so the most natural move here is simply to push up the g7 and immediately threaten to promote. Now, black here can play bishop to h7 and stop you from promoting, but it doesn't seem like that large of an issue because bishop to e6 here, defending the promotion square, and black cannot stop you from making a queen on the next move. The issue for you now, though, is that black can simply ignore you. What I mean? They can just go king to b3 here. Yes, you promote, but black is simply going to sacrifice their bishop. You capture back, and now king to c2 here, and black is going for your only pawn left, and after you try pawn to d4 here, trying to run away, black is simply going to chase after it. You capture, they capture, and in this position now, you only have your king and your bishop left. That is not enough to force any type of checkmate, and also black has 2 extra pawns, so this is not going very well. So then what do we do instead? Well, let's go back to a very important position, that being right here. I showed black going king to b3 to c2 to try and capture your pawn, but I did not show to king to d3 to capture pawn, even though this is a lot more direct. Why? Well, here, this move actually loses instantly for black because of the very nice bishop to f5, forking black's king and their bishop. If they simply ignore you here, well then you'll simply capture and promote on the next move, but if they capture, well then they don't control the promotion square, you make a queen, and after some cleanup here, this is a completely winning position. So, with this idea in mind, we know what we must do. We need to force black onto d3, and there is only one very obvious move to do it, that being pawn to d3 here, forking black's king and their bishop. Now, what does black do here? Well, first off, if they just move, you're simply going to take the bishop, push, promote. This is just winning. Of course, they're going to take that either with the bishop or with the king. If they take with the bishop here, then you don't actually want to push right away, because then bishop back to h7, you are certainly not stopping them here. Instead, with their king and their bishop aligned, you can play bishop to a6, going the other way, skewering them, and after black moves here and the bishops are off the board, simply g7, promotion is unstoppable. Lastly, of course, black can take that instead with the king, at which point we get that pattern we saw a second ago. You push, black goes bishop to h7, and now bishop to f5, getting that fork. Black must capture, and you promote here, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push your pawn straight away? Well, the issue is here, black can stop you in 2 ways. First, they can play bishop to h6 here, and yes, you can attack their bishop, but they're simply going to sacrifice because they don't actually need their bishop. bishop. At the end of the day here, you only have one single knight, and that is not enough to force a checkmate, so this is just a draw. Black can also do the same thing by going the other way, bishop to d4, at which point it's the same result. You move your king, they're going to sacrifice, and this is still a draw. So the question here is, how can you stop both of these defenses? Well, a bishop to h6 here isn't too bad to stop because king to h7 pretty easily takes care of that. The real issue is, how do you stop bishop to d4 here? Because you cannot control d4 directly. But what you can play is the very nice knight to e5 check first, attacking black's king and blocking that diagonal. Now, if black moves their king to any of these 6 squares, you have a pretty easy win. They can also play king to h5, which I'll take a look at in a moment. If they play any of these 6 squares here, then very simply, you'll play king to h7 and stop black from going bishop to h6. They can still play bishop d4 here and attack your knight, but very simply here, just ignore it. They can capture, but you make a queen, and this is just winning. However, what if black does go king to h5 here? The issue is, after you play king to h7, black can play bishop to h6 anyways, because now their king defends the bishop, and they can simply wait you out because they can move their bishop from f8 to h6 repeatedly, and their king from g5 to h5 repeatedly. So how do you actually stop them here? Well, you can control both of these squares and stop both of their waiting moves by playing your knight to e6. So there's a couple ways to do that. The quickest is probably knight to f7 and attack their bishop, at which point they move it, and then you are very easily going to get your knight to e6 here. They cannot wait any more moves. They're forced to move their bishop away, at which point you can very easily push and promote your pawn, and this is completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has their pawn, and they are also about to promote, and they do it first and comes with a check. They're simply going to stop your pawn, and this is just losing. So first, we need to stop their pawn here, and seeing that it is aligned on this diagonal, we have a pretty obvious move here, that being bishop to g7, pinning that pawn, and we're going to capture on the next move. Now, it seems like from here, we actually have a pretty straightforward win. Black can try to attack our pawn with their knight, but we're simply going to take their pawn with a check. Black must move, and now we're going to push. Black can attack our pawn again, but once again here, we're just going to push and promote, right? Well, hold on. Take a look at this position. What can black actually do here? Their king is completely trapped. They cannot move it anywhere. Their pawn is blocked. So they cannot push it. And their knight can't actually move anywhere either because our queen now pins it to their king. So this is actually a stalemate here, and stalemate is a draw. The only winning move from this position is then instead not to promote into a queen, but instead to promote into a rook, at which point you are immediately threatening a checkmate on the a file. Black can stop you for a second, but you'll simply go the other way here, and rook to a1 is a very nice checkmate. Can you take this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you clearly cannot capture black's rook immediately here, so you're going to need a plan in the meantime, and there's really only one thing that you can try to do, and that is to push and promote your pawn. If you simply trade here, black is going to capture back, and this position is just a dead draw. There's nothing going on here, and because you are being attacked twice, you really only have one move, and that is to push up to h7, at which point black is going to pressure your pawn with rook to h6. Now, what would you like to do here? Well, what you would like to do is move your rook away so you can push and promote, but of course you can't do that immediately because black will simply take. However, imagine for a second if this move, rook to a8, came with a check on black's king, so like our own king is somewhere else on the board. Well, in that case, black would be forced to move their king first, and then we could immediately push, promote, and that would be completely winning. So the move you want to play here is the simple king to b5, making that a reality and getting one move closer to black's rook. Black's only way of not allowing that check or allowing you to promote otherwise is to keep that blocking by playing king to b3 and keeping that cover, at which point you're simply going to keep moving. King to c5 here, black still needs to prevent that check, so king to c3 getting the cover. And we just keep on going. King d5, king d3 here, and we're going to go all the way to king f5 here. Now, at this point, you don't want to go all the way to g5 because then black is going to go to g3 here, and at the end of the day, we don't actually have any winning tactic. Instead, in this position, while their king on f3 here is still vulnerable, you can play rook to f8, setting up a discovered check because after black is forced to capture, you have the very nice king to g6, attacking the rook and attacking their king. They must move, you capture, and this is completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, if you push, black is going to move their bishop down to d1 and then around to h5 to cover the promotion square of your pawn, at which point their bishop is pretty much impossible to remove. And here you can try playing bishop to d5 check, king moves over, and then bishop c6 to cover the promotion square. But the issue is here is that black is more than happy to sacrifice their bishop. If you promote, they're simply going to capture, takes back. At the end of the day, we only have one single bishop, and that is not enough to force a checkmate. So how do we promote here? Well, we need to somehow stop black's bishop from doing that rotation. So what about bishop to b3 here? Well, now comes up another issue, because with this, yes, you force a trade of the bishops, but after captures and captures, we also must be very quick. If we waste even one move here by capturing, then black is going to run their king, and they're actually going to end up capturing our pawn. However, good for us, there is a way that we can solve both of these issues with the very nice bishop to f7 here. What this does is it controls this diagonal and controls the promotion square, so if black starts running their king here, it's not going to matter because at the end of the day, you're simply going to promote. However, black still has a few more tricks up their sleeve. Here, they're going to play bishop to d1 once again. We push up to e6, and now instead of bishop h5, bishop to g4. Black is threatening to sacrifice our pawn. Remember, they're more than happy to sacrifice, so we must push again, and now they play bishop to d7 here, and it looks like we have another troublesome situation because black is now controlling the promotion square. But the good part here is that this diagonal is a lot weaker for them, and we can very simply play king to c5 and king to d6 and go ahead and attack their bishop. Now, black here can do two things. They can move their king, or they can try pushing up to b4. If they move their king, then very simply, king d6, attacking their bishop. They must back it up to c6, and now that they are aligned on this diagonal, we can play the nice bishop d5, pinning them and forcing trade, at which point we can promote on the next move, and we are winning. Lastly, black can still try pawn up to b4 here, because after king d6, they open up more squares for their bishop, but we can do a similar thing by playing bishop to c6 check. Black must move, and bishop to c6, severing them and forcing a trade, at which point they must trade here, and we promote into a queen, and we are completely winning. Can you take this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to capture the rook, you clearly cannot do it immediately, so you're going to need some leverage here or a plan in the meantime, and it looks like there's only one thing to really do, that being trying to push and promote your g-pawn. If you play anything else here, like taking this free pawn on c7, well, black is simply going to move their king, attack our pawn, and they're pretty quickly going to just start taking all of our pieces. We're not making any progress, and we're not going to be able to capture their rook. So, g7 here, threatening to promote, and this is actually very tricky for black to stop, because what can they actually do? If they try going up to b8 to stop the pawn, well then now we take on c7, fork their rook and their king, at which point we're just completely winning. And if they try going the other way, to g3 to stop the pawn, well, a similar situation, we take on c7, this time they're getting skewered, and once again here, we are completely winning. The only way that black can try to stop our pawn is then playing rook down to b1 check to try and move the rook over to g1 and stop the pawn like so. What you do not want to do here, when you need to move your king now is play king over to c2, because yes, you attack the rook, but after rook goes to g1 here, you're not really making any progress and black is kind of let off the hook. Instead, you actually want to go to e2, and after rook to g1 here, you want to play king to f2 and attack black's rook. Yes, they can capture pawn, but it doesn't matter here because once again, it's all of the diagonals. You can play bishop to c3 and skewer them the other way. Once again, we win the rook and we are completely winning. All that black can really try here is then rook to g6, but at this point you have a very nice maneuver here, that being pawn over to h5. Black must play rook to g5 here, and now bishop to d2. And we control every single square on the G file. Black is forced to either play rook to f5, at which point you can move your king over and very easily promote on the next move, you are completely winning, or they're forced to sacrifice the rook by taking on g7, at which point bishop c3 check, you win the rook and you are completely winning. Can you win this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to take the rook, you need to do two things. First, you need to separate black's king from the rook, because of course right now they are protecting it, and secondly, if you want to be in an actual winning position after you do capture, you need to make sure here that black cannot push and promote, or if they do promote, you can capture the queen. Now, where do we actually start? Well, let's start with trying to rule out some moves. You have 8 king moves here. All of them don't really do much, so those aren't useful. You have a rook check, rook b8, but of course black can simply move their king up here, and if you trade, well, this position is just a dead draw. There's not much going on here. However, you do have some interesting moves with your bishop, those being bishop to a3 check and bishop to h6 check. Why? Well, let's take a look at bishop to a3 check first. Black here must slide over, and now what it looks like you can do is play king to e6. With this, you are threatening rook to b8 here, checkmate, and it seems like black's only way of stopping that is to run to d8, at which point you play the check, black moves, and you can capture the rook over here, and you are completely winning. The issue is black has the very annoying move here, rook to g6 check, attacking your king, and yes, you can attack them back, but once black gets control over the 6th rank like this, you're not going to be making any more progress here, and this is just a draw. So, bishop to a3 does not work, but what about bishop to a6? Well, here, after black moves over, you have a very nice move here, not king to e6 yet because of the same move here, rook to g6. However, you want to play bishop to g7, defended by the rook, and this move has one single purpose, and that is to prevent rook to g6, at which point king to e6 is now a very real threat, and black cannot really stop you. The only thing they can do is try to push and promote your pawn. Now, you're going to run to e6, once again threatening checkmate. Black's only way of stopping that here is king to d8, at which point you play rook to b8 check, skewering them. Black moves their king here, and you have one last critical move here. You do not want to capture just yet, because yes, you win the rook, but black will push, promote, make a queen, and you cannot take it here, so this is just a draw. Instead, you want to play bishop to e5 check first, attacking their king, forcing them to c6, that way after you capture, and black promotes, their king and their queen are aligned, which allows you to get a second skewer with rook to c8, at which point they move, you capture, and you are completely winning. Can you checkmate black? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, black has these two pawns. They are about to push and promote, and very simply here, you cannot stop both of them. You can stop one, but not both, so we're going to need to get this checkmate very quick. Now, we clearly need to push and promote our pawn to get the checkmate, but we of course cannot do it immediately because black is controlling g6. So the big question for us is, what is the best way for us to control g6? The first move that comes to mind is probably king to f7 here, but let's go through this line. Black is going to push. We push ourselves, it comes with a check, black moves their king to h6, we push, and the issue for us, the really big issue, is that black promotes first. Why is the problem? Well, when we promote, black will always be able to get some sort of a skewer, force a trade of the queens, at which point they're simply going to push and promote their other pawn, and this is a completely losing position. So I'll give you a big hint here. The winning move is not promoting to a queen, it's actually promoting to a knight for the sole reason that it comes with a check, and there is potential to get a checkmate with the 3 knights and our king. In this case, black can simply run their king away, out, and we are certainly not getting a checkmate. However, let's keep this idea in mind. Now, king to f7 to control g6 was not the right move, but we still can control g6 using our knights, with those moves being knight to e5, knight to f4, and knight to f4 with the other knight. Let's take a look at knight to e5 here. The other moves are largely the same. Black pushes, we push, they move their king, we push, they promote, and we promote, in this case to a knight, at which point though, once again, black is going to move their king, run away, and we don't have a checkmate. Same story. If black moves their knight like this to f4, then after push, we get the same moves we saw a second ago, and we make a knight. In this case, black can run their king away to g5. However, let's take a look at knight d to f4, and before we push our pawn, let's actually just take a look at this for a second. Look at how our knights form a barrier here. That way, black's king cannot escape. When we go through the same line, once again, we push, black promotes, and we promote into a knight. Black literally cannot run away. They're forced to go up into h7 into the corner, where we can force a checkmate, and being careful not to lose any of our knights on this diagonal, we can play knight to g5 check, king must go to h8, knight to f7 check, king to h7, and now knight to f6. And with our 3 knights and the king on the f file, we have a just completely insane checkmate. Can you promote your pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there's only 4 things that you can play in this position. You can, of course, promote immediately, but black will simply take this, and of course you are not going to be winning from this position, so that only leaves you with 3 king moves, of which by far the most natural are either king to b7 or king to b8, because you can now push and promote your a pawn and also your c pawn as well. The issue for you though is that black has the very pesky rook to b2 check, and the question is, where do you move your king? If you go into the corner into a8, well then black will simply take on c7, at which point you cannot move your king anywhere, you are blocking your own pawn, and because you don't have any legal moves here, this is actually a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. If you try going up to a6 here, well then, very simply, black takes on c7 again. Yes, you can promote still, but black then gets a skewer, you move your king, they capture, here you are actually straight up losing. Lastly, you can, of course, go back to c8, but now black has the very annoying rotation that is over to h2 and then up to h8 check, and a good rule of thumb here is that if black ever gets control of that h8 check, it is not going to be winning, because black will always have some sort of skewer. Here, they're going to be able to sacrifice a rook. Yes, you recapture, but they take on c7, at which point this is just a dead draw. So king b7 here does not work, and for the same reasons, king to b8 does not work, rook to b2 check once again. So that only leaves you with one move, that being king over to d8, but that now runs into that annoying rotation, rook to h2 and up to h8 check here, and seemingly you cannot do anything. If you try promoting either pawn, then this is actually straight up checkmate, so that is really bad. If you try going to c8 here, well then black gets control over the 8th rank, and you are not going to be winning this position. And if you try running over to e8, well then, same story, black can take on c7, and yes, you can promote, but you are always going to be getting skewered here. So then what in the world are we going to do? Well then here we have the very nice move, that being promote, but not to a queen, instead to a knight. And this does 2 things. First off, you're attacking black's king and they are forced to move away here, and no matter where they move, you will always get some escape score for your king. That way, rook to h8 is not a checkmate. And secondly, because of this, you can now promote into a queen anyways, because your knight also blocks the rook's vision. That way, when you move your king, they cannot capture queen, at which point this is simply a completely winning position. Can you take this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there's some very interesting things to notice in this position. Taking a look at black's king here, they're actually in a pretty perilous position, and our pieces make it so that black cannot run away. Now, why would this be useful for us? Well, there is potential for a fork on black's queen, that being knight to c7, attacking black's queen, and if we can somehow force black's king onto either b5 or a6 here, that would simply win black's queen. So that is our goal. How can we force black's king onto b5 or onto a6? Well, you don't want to play a move here like pawn b3 because then black can get out. Similarly, you don't want to play rook to a7 check because once again, black will be able to run away. However, what you can play here is the nice rook to b4 check, attacking black's king and forcing them up to a5, at which point you have a very nice sacrifice here, that being rook to b5 check, which is a completely free rook two ways, but it is winning. Why? Well, let's take a look. First off, what can black do? They can take either way, or they can go up to a6 or down to a4. If they go to a4 here, then knight to c3 is actually just straight up checkmate, so that works out very well. If they go up to a6, well, now we get our plan. Knight to c7 check is a complete fork here. We're winning their queen, and this is just a completely winning position. If black takes our rook with their king, then once again here, knight to c7 check, they get forked. We are once again winning. However, their best try here is probably queen takes on b5 because we don't have an immediately obvious fork here, but we do have the move pawn up to b4 check. And once again, black is stuck. If they go up to a6, then knight to c7 check once again is a fork, winning their queen. And if they go down to a4, then we have knight to c3 check, yet another fork. Black can take the pawn, but after captures here, you'll simply play king to e5, win all of black's pawns, at which point you will promote and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push your pawn immediately? If you try pushing your pawn first, the problem is this is just a free bishop. Black can capture that, forking your king and pawn, at which point you can move away and try attacking them, but if they're smart, they're just going to sacrifice. You take back, and now they can push and promote their f-pawn. You cannot stop them, and of course this position is just completely losing. But now the question is, what do we do about our bishop? It may seem logical to try and defend it, but this doesn't work either because it's just too slow. Black can capture that, and after you recapture, black will simply plop their king right in front of our pawn, at which point you can never force them out of the way, meaning you can never ever promote your e-pawn. Meanwhile, black will still push and promote their other pawns, and you are once again losing here. So you cannot defend it, meaning the only option is to move your bishop away somewhere, but of course the question is now, where do we move it to? Let's try looking at a pretty inoffensive move first, that being bishop back to b2. The problem with a lot of these bishop moves is that black can simply move their knight the other way to f4 and still take control of the e6. You can even try attacking them, but they're once again going to plop their knight right in front of the pawn, and you can never move them. You can try attacking them, but black will just defend the knight, and because all of their pieces are in light squares and we have a dark square bishop, we just cannot make any progress, and this is going to be a draw. So how do we prevent this? Well, we have a nice move here, that being bishop over to e3 to very simply just control f4, d5, and prevent their knight from getting in, at which point black now has a very difficult position to play, because how do they prevent us from playing e6, e7, and promoting? The only thing they can really try to do here is play pawn to f4 to try and induce us to move our bishop away, but don't fall for the bait, just push. Black can capture your bishop, you don't care, just keep on pushing. Black can attack your pawn, but once again, you don't care. King d7, promotion is completely unstoppable, at which point you're going to capture all of black's pieces, and you are just completely winning. Can you win this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you need to understand that you cannot lose either of your bishops. If you lose even one of your bishops, even if you get black's rook in the process, you cannot force a checkmate, and so it is always going to be a draw. With this in mind, the first move here is not too hard to find, that being bishop to d8, skewering black, and they have two options of where to move it, those being to g4 and over to h5. h5 is the worst of the two options. I'll take a look at king to g4 in a second. With this move, now you do not want to trade immediately. Why? Well, we get that situation. You capture, black takes back. At the end of the day here, you only have one bishop. That is not enough to force a checkmate. Instead, what you need to do is need to force black's king away from the defense of the rook. That way, you can win black's full rook here. How do you do that? Well, you want to play the move bishop to e2, attacking black's king. Black does not want to move it away, which would allow you to capture black's rook, at which point you have two bishops and you can perform a two bishop checkmate, which of course I'm sure you know how to do. Instead, black here is going to try and block that with a rook to g4 check, at which point don't capture once again, simply run your king away. Black's rook is now pinned and they cannot move their king closer, meaning they are forced to move away. You capture, at which point you are in a completely winning position. Now, going back here, king h5 does not work, but what about king to g4? This is a little bit more challenging, but a lot of the ideas are going to be the exact same. Here, you once again want to play bishop to e2 check. Black wants to run down to g3 to keep the defense of the rook, and now you can play, not capturing, but bishop to c7 check. Black's only legal move here is to block that with the rook, at which point we get a similar situation once again. Black is pinned here with the rook, and their king is mostly cut off, meaning we want to play a waiting move here, but we need to be careful. If we play a waiting move like king over to h1, then what black can do here is play king to f2, simultaneously attacking your bishop and getting out of the pin. That way, you capture, they capture. Once again here, you have one bishop, and this is a draw. Same reason you don't want to move bishop to h5 here as another waiting move, because then king to h4 with a very similar result, and this is once again a draw. Instead, here you want to play the only winning move, bishop down to d1, a very inoffensive waiting move that forces black to move their king away, or they can play check first, but here, just move your king, block it. Now they're forced to move their king away. You capture like this, at which point you win black's pawns, and you now perform a two bishop checkmate. Can you take this bishop? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, let's just take stock of this position for a second. A rook versus a bishop is usually a drawn endgame, but not in this case, because black's king is in a very poor spot. We are cornering it into the side of the board, meaning a move like rook to a4 and up to a8 is going to be checkmate in a lot of situations. We can't play this immediately, because black can just run their king away to safety. However, it is an important idea to keep in mind. Now, in terms of capturing the bishop, one move here is immediately going to stand out, that being rook over to b4, and now black can try a lot of different things. If they play a move here, like a bishop to f2, anywhere on this diagonal, then rook to b8 actually just is an immediate checkmate. We get that idea. If black tries to instead to drop their bishop back to d8 to block that check, we can just play rook to b8 anyways. We pin that bishop and black is forced to move away, at which point you capture and you can perform a rook checkmate. You are of course winning here. Same reason why bishop to a5 here to try to attack your rook does not work, because you play rook to b8 check, black is forced to block, and now just play a waiting move. Black moves away, you capture the bishop. Once again, you are winning here. So the big problem for black is that you keep playing rook to b8 check, so black is probably going to try and prevent it with either bishop to a7 or bishop to c7. If they play bishop to a7, this isn't very good. Just rook b7 here, attacking them. You're either going to win the bishop or of course get a checkmate, so this does not work. However, bishop to c7 here is very tricky. The very natural move here that everybody plays is bishop rook up to b7, attacking them, but this does not work. Black can now play king to d8, defending it, at which point they're actually going to run all the way to safety. At this point, you do not have a win. Instead, you need to play the subtle rook to a4 in this position, and rook to a8 check is unstoppable. It does seem like black can get out of it by playing either king to d8 or king to f8, like in the other line, but this does not work. If they go to d8, then rook to a8 check, forcing them to block the bishop. Of course, you capture, you are winning here. And if they go the other way to f8, then you have the nice rook to a8 check, king to b7, and rook down to a7, pinning that bishop. Of course, you win it, and at this point, you are completely winning. Can you promote your pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you very clearly have two big options in this position, those being pushing your f-pawn and pushing your h-pawn. Let's take a look at pushing the f-pawn first, which I think is the more natural option, because after black takes and you take back, it seems like you have a very easy win here. You're going to run your king, capture black's pawn, and then promote your own pawn. The issue is black is going to use your king to trap your own king in the side of the board. What I mean? Well, when you run and capture the pawn, black is simply going to follow you, and then they're going to make it so you cannot move your king out. If you go down, they're going to follow you. You go back up, they're going to follow you once again. You cannot move your king out of the way of your own pawn. The only thing you can try here is to push your pawn, forcing black's king to move, and then running away to g6, but now black is going to run in front of the pawn, and at this point, you can't do anything. You have the classic situation. You either move away and lose the pawn or defend it. However, now black is stalemated. They have no legal moves, and this is just a draw. So what do we do instead? Well, it seems like we only have one option, that being pawn up to h6. However, this doesn't look like it works at all, because after black takes and you take back, black can just take the pawn. You take here, and of course this is a draw. Instead, here, you do not want to actually take back on h6. Instead, you want to run to f6 to keep your pawn defended. The issue now is that it seems like black is going to push and promote, which yes they are, but you don't actually care. Why? Well, after you push and they push and you push and they push and you promote and they promote, at the end of the day, look at how their king and queen are aligned. They are on the same diagonal. That should be ringing alarm bells, because now you can play queen over to a8, skewering them. They are forced to move your king, you capture, and of course you are now completely winning. Can you checkmate black? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, this is just a free bishop that you can capture, so why would you not simply take it? The problem with taking it is that take a look at what black can play here. These two pawns are blocked, they can't push them, their g-pawn is pinned, they can't push it either, and their king is blocked from moving away, meaning they have no legal moves here, so this is actually a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. It's the same reason why you cannot take this free pawn on g2 either, because after black takes and you take back with your knight here, once again, black has no legal moves, so this is still a draw. So then the question is, what do we do about this bishop situation? Because if we can't capture them, well then black is certainly going to capture us. And if you try moving away somewhere to safety, like bishop a4 for example, well don't forget that black is also about to promote here, and it comes with a check, so you are completely losing here. Instead, let's actually not think about our bishop for a second, let's just think about black's king and how we could checkmate them. Well, because we know that black's king is stuck in the very corner, all it would take would be one check to get a checkmate, and that is exactly what we can do with our knight. Imagine for a second if we can move our knight onto g3 and check them. That would straight up be an immediate checkmate, and that is exactly what we can go for with the move knight takes on g2, completely sacrificing our bishop. Of course, black here is going to capture, but we still need to be very careful. If you try playing the move knight to f4 here with the idea of playing knight to e2 and then knight to g3 of checkmate, black has a really nice defense here, that being bishop into f3. e3. They are now controlling e2, preventing you from moving your knight, and if you try moving your knight anywhere now, they're always going to be able to follow you and stop you from getting to g3, and of course, if you capture, well then black moves their king away, threatening to now promote their h-pawn, and you can never stop them here, or, I mean, you can keep them in, perpetual check, but it's not going to end up being a win for you. This is a draw. Instead, the move you want to play here is knight not to f4, but to e3, because it retains two options for getting to g3. Black can stop one of them, but they cannot stop both, and a checkmate on g3 is completely unstoppable. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to promote your pawn, you of course need to get rid of black's pawn, so the first move here isn't too hard to find, that being king to c6, trying to run up and capture it, and now black here actually needs to be very careful. If they run to e8, trying to block your king, it completely fails, because you can simply force them away, and black is going to be forced to give up their pawn, at which point you can easily promote, and you are of course winning here. However, if black is smart, they can instead try to mirror you by playing king to g7, at which point you are the one that needs to be very careful here. If you try playing king to d7, immediately attacking black's pawn, this does not work, because black can now play king to f6. With this move, black defends their pawn and attacks your pawn, and it is your turn to move. You are forced to move away here, black can capture, and now they are the ones that are going to try and promote. However, let's actually think about this position for a second, because this is very important. You are losing here because it is your turn to move, you must move away. However, if you had this exact position, but it was black's turn to move, then they would be the ones forced to move away, and then you could capture them, and then you would be the one that is winning. So how can you force that situation? Well, here you want to essentially keep waiting. You want to play king up to c7. If black now tries playing king to f6, attacking you, then you play king d7, and you get that exact situation, the same position, but black must move away, you capture, and you can now promote. However, if black is smart, once again, they're going to continue mirroring you by playing king to g6, but at this point, it is all over for them by playing king to d8. You are attacking their pawn, black must defend it by playing king to f6, but now king to d7, and you have forced that situation. Once again here, black must move away, you capture, and now you can very easily push your pawn, promote, and you are completely winning here. Can you promote your pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the big problem for you in this position is that black has this extra rook, which is really powerful. It's the reason that you cannot push immediately, because after takes and takes back, black can very easily stop your pawn using their rook, and of course here, this is just a losing position. So then the question is, how do we stop black's rook? Well, we clearly do not have a way of stopping them directly by capturing them, but what we can do is render their rook useless. How? Well, we have the nice move here, pawn up to g4, which cuts off all of these very valuable squares for black, and the rook is now essentially stuck in this little area. However, black can still be very tricky here by taking on g5, opening up this square for the rook, at which point you need to be very careful. If you try pushing up with your pawn now, and after captures, black can still stop you by going up to h6, you push, and once again here, black gets onto the b file, you can promote, but they simply take, and this is just losing. Instead, back here, after you push, you do not want to capture back. Instead, you want to sneak your pawn up into a6 here, and use black's own pawn as a cover that stops them from attacking you, and at this point you can very easily push, promote, and you are winning here. Where do you move this bishop? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, to get an idea of the ideas of this position, let's start by looking at a very inoffensive bishop move, that being bishop down to d2, and let's just take a look for a second. What does this actually do? Well, mainly, it does two big things. First, it opens up the e-file, so our rook sees black's rook and vice versa. However, However, it is a much larger issue for them than for us because, well, the rook is undefended, but even more importantly, this is not a normal capture. That would actually be straight up checkmate. So black must do something about that immediately, and the second result of this bishop move is that our queen now sees black's other rook, so we're actually attacking both of black's undefended rooks here, and the question is, what can they do in response? Certainly here, they do not want to take our queen, then we'll take on e8, checkmate them. Of course, that does not work. However, they also do not want to take on e1, because then you can take back either rook here, but the best thing to do is play queen to b8 check, and once again here, black is getting back rank checkmated. It cannot be stopped, and so it is unstoppable for them. However, they do have a response, that being in this position, the only move not to lose is rook back to c8, getting this rook out of danger and defending their other rook, at which point you just don't have a threat. You can take on e8, black will take back. This is an even position. You really don't have much here. However, on the bright side, back in the original position, now that we have identified black's only defense, the winning move here is actually not too hard to spot, that being a bishop to c5 with the idea of blocking that. And once again here, black is in a tough spot. However, we still have to be very careful. If black takes either our queen or our bishop, will simply take on e8 and checkmate them. That does not work. And once again, black cannot take on e1 because then queen to b8 and they're getting checkmated. However, they do have the very tricky move, bishop to e4, at which point do not take the free rook on c3. I know it looks enticing, but if you capture, then g2 is checkmate for black now. Yes, you do not want this. Instead, you have the nice rook takes on e4, getting rid of the bishop, still threatening rook takes on e8 checkmate, so black must capture back here, at which point now you take on c3, and at the very end of the day, you are up a bishop and a pawn, and you are winning. Can you take this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the big leverage we have in this position is that we are covering the g7 square, and we have the potential to move our rook up and play a check, which would be a back rank checkmate. Now, of course here it isn't, because black is covering that square. However, the idea still stands. The question is now, how can we somehow play a check with our rook on that 8th rank? At first, it may seem like you can play rook over to a3 and just go up on the other way, but the issue is black can move their queen back and cover that square, at which point you just can't make any progress. The only thing you can really try to do is maybe queen to e4 to cover a8 and defend it, but the issue is now, as soon as you move your queen away, well, you're not covering g7 anymore, black can move their king down, and of course here you don't have any threat. Same story goes if you try going the other way to e3 here with the same idea. Black can once again play queen d8, cover that square. You cannot make any progress. So if we cannot move our rook to the side here, then it seems the only way we can play a check is to defend b8. And there's only one queen move that we can play that will defend that, and that is the sneaky queen down to b2, which defends b8 and keeps the hold on g7 across the entire board. And very simply here, no matter what black does, they cannot stop us from playing a check, and in some way we are going to always win their queen, at which point you are up a queen versus a rook and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push your pawn immediately? Well, the problem with pushing first is the same problem that you're going to see in basically every position, and that is black is going to move their bishop onto this diagonal and cover the promotion square, at which point their bishop is really difficult to get rid of. You can attack them for one move, but they will simply move away, keep the control, and this is just a draw. So then, if you can't push first, what else can you do here? Well, a move that stands out is definitely knight e5, for the simple reason that it comes with a check, but let's take a deeper look at this move. After black moves their king here, you can take the free pawn d7, but it doesn't do much. Black can play bishop d5 in the same way, cover the promotion square. Once again, you cannot make progress. This is a draw. However, there is a very interesting move here, that being knight to c6, which at first looks really stupid and it's not the winning move, but the ideas from it are very, very valuable. So what is going on here? First, why can't black just capture? Well, the key idea of this is that black cannot take because now we do push, and their pawn is getting in the way of their bishop. That way, bishop d5 here, they need one more move to push their pawns. They see a8, but they don't have the time. We promote first, at which point you are winning. This specific scenario here doesn't quite work because black can still play bishop d5 here instead of taking the knight first, at which point you just don't quite have enough time. However, that idea of moving the knight that in a way that black can capture with the pawn is going to come back when we go here to the main variation once again. What else can we play that has that same idea? Well, we have the very nice move here, knight to e7, with the idea of controlling d5 and c6, meaning black is forced to move their bishop to either c2 or d1 to try and get on the diagonal, and we're going to have a different response for each move. First, if black goes bishop to c2 here, then you want to play knight to d5. Why d5 specifically? Well, once again here, black cannot capture because then we push and promote. But if black now tries bishop to e4, instead of capturing like in the other line, well then here, their bishop and their king are aligned, and we can play knight to f6 and get a fork, force the trade, at which point now we can very easily push, promote, and black cannot stop us. If black then goes to the other square, that being bishop to d1 back here, then instead of going to d5, you actually want to go to c6 here. Why? Well, still, black cannot capture, but if they play bishop to f3 here, well, now we have a different fork, knight to e5 now, and at this point, once again, we get that bishop trade, at which point we can now push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you checkmate black? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, clearly, the best move here is to push your pawn, attack black's knight, and threaten to promote, of which black cannot stop you. However, they can play the very tricky move here, knight to b7, at which point you do not want to blindly push, because if you push and make a queen, which I know for a fact a lot of people would do, well then here, what does black play? They can't move their king anywhere, their pawn is blocked, they can't push it, and their knight is now pinned. So this is actually a stalemate because they have no legal moves, and stalemate is a draw. So if you can't make a queen, then what else can you make instead? Well, you don't want to make a bishop because this is actually still a stalemate. You don't want to make a knight because it's just too weak. Black can take your pawn. You don't have much here, but what you can make is a rook. This avoids a stalemate, and it is still powerful enough of which you can beat black here. And there's really only two moves they have, those being knight to d6 and knight takes on a5, the only two safe squares for their knight. If they play d6 here, well then rook c6 and they get forked, you win the knight, at which point you are in a completely winning position. And if instead they try taking the pawn, well then you have the nice rook to c5 attacking them, of which black is either forced to give up their knight or back up to b7, at which point you back up to c6, and this is checkmate. Can you stop this pawn? White is about to push and promote, but black is winning here if you can find the correct moves. And first off, the most natural thing to do here is likely sliding your rook over one square to attack white's pawn. However, this quickly runs into the issue of them pushing down to g7, and now the question is, how can you stop them from moving their king and then promoting on the very next move? Simply here, you can't. No matter what you do, white is always going to do that, and then promote their pawn. Of course here, you're going to be forced to capture, white will take back, and at the end of the day, we have two kings, which is simply a draw, and because of that, moving the rook here is always going to be draw. It is not going to get you the win. You can try going the other way, rook to h6 to attack them, but after g7 here, white will do much the same thing, king to f7, promote, and you cannot stop them once again. So, if the winning move here is not a rook move, then we know it must be a king move, and there's two standout moves from there, those being king to g5 and king to f5, both of which attack white's pawn. But what is the difference between them? Because they of course look very, very similar. Let's take a look at king to f5 first. If you play this, then here, white can play king to f7 first in this case to protect their pawn, but not too much else changes. Once again, they're going to push, promote, you cannot stop them, and this is a draw. So So then what is different about king to g5 here? Well, after king to f7, once again, by the way, if they play king g7 here, then we have a very easy win, rook to h6, and we capture their pawn. After white plays king to f7, what you do not want to do in this case is actually now play rook to h6 and attack them. Instead, you want to run your king all the way in to h6, which really pressures white's pawn and takes away some very valuable squares. After white pushes again, you can now play the key check, rook to f5 here. Attacking white's king, the only way they can try to keep the defense of their pawn, other than king to e6, which quickly fails to rook g5 and you easily win it, is king to g8 hiding in the corner, at which point you still need to be very careful. In this case, do not play rook to g5 to attack their pawn, because then white has the annoying king to h8 threatening to promote, and if you capture their pawn, well then white has no legal moves and they're not in check, so this is actually a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. Instead, you want to play the precise king to g6. That way, white moves their king over. You play this check. They move their king, rook to h7 here. They move their king once again, and finally, you capture the pawn, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, yes, you can push immediately, but also, this is a completely free knight, so why can you not simply capture first? Well, the problem with taking the knight is that black has their own pawn, they're also pushing and promoting, and they're going very quick here, a lot faster than you can. They promote, and they're going to capture your pawn, at which point here, you are just completely losing, so the first move is pushing first. However, black now has two big options here, those being knight to e6 and pushing their pawn immediately. Pushing the pawn here now does not work for them, because after push, they do promote first, but you promote and it comes with a check and a skewer, so black must move, you capture, and now you are the one that is completely winning. However, black has another move here, knight to e6, which is a lot stronger. Why is this so strong? Well, the problem is, if you try pushing again, black will play knight to c7 now and catch your pawn before you can promote. You can try attacking them with bishop over to d8, but they go all the way into the corner, at which point you cannot get their knight out of here, so you are not promoting your pawn. However, black here still is, at which point you just cannot stop them from making queen, and you are completely losing. So, the key here is we need to somehow stop black's knight from getting to c7. How do we do it? Well, it seems the only possible way could be with our bishop, but how do we control c7? We can't go to g3 because black can capture, and we seemingly cannot go to d8 because once again, black can take. However, if we look at bishop d8 here, when black takes on d8, now we have misdirected their knight, so they can no longer go to c7 and control a8. At this point, even though we sacrifice the bishop, we can easily push, promote, at which point you are going to be able to run your king closer. Eventually, you are going to win black's pawn, at which point you are going to be completely winning. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, time is of the essence in this puzzle, because if you play even one move that is not a check, well then black is going to play a check themselves, defend their undefended queen, at which point you are never going to have a threat, and this is always going to be a draw at the very least. So instead, you are the one that wants to play a lot of checks here, so let's start by looking at some of the obvious moves. Rook to c2 here looks pretty good, but the problem is black is going to go in the corner, and you just don't have a good follow-up. You can play another check here, queen to h1, black goes even further into the corner, you just don't have any threat here, this is a draw. Same story for queen c1, black is going to run into the corner, you don't have a threat, and queen to h1 first here, once again it's a slightly different path this time, but when you still don't have a threat, this is just a draw. So all the typical checks here don't look very good. However, there is one more check that does work, and that is the crazy looking rook to e6, which at first looks like a really stupid sacrifice, but it is actually genius. Why? Well, clearly here, this is a free rook, black is going to capture, and the point of this move is that you've now opened up these squares for your queen, and using them, you can force black's king on to the 7th rank in such a way that their king and queen are aligned, which would allow you to play a skewer force black's king out of the way, and then win black's queen. What does that look like in practice? Well, first, you need to be careful about which square you pick. If you play queen to b5 check, after black goes to c7 here, well, their king and queen are aligned, but you have no actual queen move to skewer them, and as a result, black is the one that is winning here. Same story for queen c4 check. Black goes to d7, they are aligned, but you have no actual skewer. That is why you want to play the only move here, queen to a6, because black now has 3 moves that they can play. If they go up to c7 or d7 here, then very easily queen to a7, you're going to skewer them, at which point you have a queen versus a rook, which is a winning endgame. And if instead they try going down to d5, then here, now you want to play queen to c4 check, and black has 2 options. If they go up to d6, then you have queen c5, king backs up, and then once again you get that skewer and you are winning. And lastly, if black instead tries to go over to e5, well then here you cannot, you cannot force them on to the 7th rank, but what you can play is queen to c3, because now they are lined on this diagonal. Once again, you win their queen and you are winning. Can you win this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you can attack them immediately by playing king up to f3 here. So let's take a look. What are all of their escape squares? Well, they can't go to any of these 4 because of our king, and they can't go here or here because of our rook, but this still leaves 5 undefended squares that somehow we need to control. So then what is the best way of trying to do that? Well, seemingly here, we have a lot of leverage because we have this pawn that is about to promote. However, there is the issue that black is also about to capture it, and we only have one way to defend it, that then being rook sliding over to b1, which seems pretty natural and has the added trick that black cannot take our free knight, because if they do, well then we promote, and of course we are completely winning. Yet this move, rook over to b1, has a problem, that being it is just not forcing enough. It is too slow, and black has the time to slide the rook back over to e6, and we just cannot make progress with any of our pieces. The best thing for us to try to do is just move our king and go ahead and take this free pawn, but with this time, black is going to use the rook to eventually put themselves into a position where they can go ahead and capture our prized pawn, and at the end of the day here, we just don't have anything. If we trade everything down, we'll eventually reach a position where we have 1 extra knight, which is not enough to force a checkmate, so this is a draw, and of course here we never won black's rook. So then what are we supposed to do instead? Well, shifting our thinking a little bit, if we don't actually care about trying to keep our pawn, then what is the best way of sacrificing it? Well, there is one clear winner here, that being knight over to c6 check, at which point after black takes the pawn in this position with their king here and our knight here, now we play king over to f3, and let's take another look at all their escape squares. Still here, they cannot go to any of these 6, but now of those 5 previously, they can't go here, here, or here. That still leaves 2 undefended squares, but let's see if they actually try going there. If they go to c4, then we have a fork with knight to a5. Of course, we win the rook, at which point we are winning. And if they try going the other way, down to e6, well then we have a different fork with knight to d8, and once again, we win the rook. So no matter what black tries to do here, we are always going to end up winning it, at which point you are completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you play even one move here that is too slow, like taking this completely free pawn, then black is immediately going to promote, at which point you have a rook and a knight versus a queen endgame, which is just a draw. So instead here, you want to play very quick moves, which probably means you are going to be playing a lot of checks, and you have 2 good ones to start out, those being knight to d8 and knight to d6. Knight to d6 at first probably seems more natural because it's a lot closer to black's pawn, but the issue is here is that it cuts off your rook. Why is that an issue? Well, black can go up to b8, at which point you no longer have any more checks, and your rook cannot go to a6 to actually go ahead and capture black's pawn, and you have no way to catch them here, meaning no matter what you do, they're going to promote, and as we know, this endgame is a draw, not a win. So instead, you want to play knight to d8 check to keep this pathway open, at which point black has 5 options on where to move their king. But the good news is that these 4 give you a very easy win because of rook to a6. You go ahead, stop their pawn. This is of course completely winning for you. Yet if black is resilient, they can still try king to a7 to control a6, at which point here the plan is just going to pretty much be the same. You're going to play knight to c6, another check, and once again black has some options. If they go up to, or maybe down to a6 or b6 here, then you have a nice win. You now have this discovered check, so you can play knight to b4, attacking their king and attacking their pawn at the same time. No matter what they do, you're going to capture, and this is of course completely winning. If black then tries instead king to b7, well, you have a different check, now knight to a5. That way after they move, you play knight to b3 and control the promotion square. Black does still have one more tricky option, that being king into a8, at which point you don't have an obvious check here, but what you can still play is knight to a5 anyways. Why? Well, you're still threatening knight to b3 to control the promotion square, so black must promote immediately here, but now using your own knight as cover, you can play rook to a6 check, black must slide over, and now knight to c6, and we get a different discovered check, at which point black is going to move their king, you capture their queen, and you have a very easy win here by capturing the pawn, and you are completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, let's just get the basics down. If you try running your king to stop their pawn, it is not going to work. You were one move too slow. They promote first. This is of course losing for you, which means if you can't use your king to stop their pawn, the only thing you could possibly do is to promote one of your own pawns into a queen and then use your queen to stop them. Then what is the best way of trying to promote? Well, the most obvious move by far is to push your a pawn, because you have the fastest possible path and black has 0 way to stop you. But if you actually go through this line after black pushes and you push, when you promote a queen, even though you do promote first, black also promotes and their promotion comes with a check, and black is going to be able to keep checking you. They'll eventually start winning all of your pawns and you are actually completely losing here. So then what in the world are you supposed to do, because this is the fastest possible path to promotion? Well, there is one thing we could do to make it faster, and that would be if our promotion could come with a check on black's king, which would give us just enough time to then stop them. Well, then how is their king susceptible to a check? Well, if you take a look at this diagonal, the answer is pretty clear. You want to try and promote your d pawn. That way when you make a queen, that comes with a check. Then what is the best way of trying to promote your d pawn? Well, the only thing stopping you is of course black c7's pawn, and that is why instead of pawn to a6, you want to play pawn takes on b6 here to attack them. Black can now try 2 different things, that is to capture back and to just completely ignore you and push down to c3. You have a different response for each. First, if they take on b6, well, now they no longer stop you on d6, and you can very easily push and make a queen, and this comes with a check. That way after black moves, you play queen down, catch their pawn, and you are completely winning here. And if instead black just tries to ignore you and then push down to c3, well, you can't promote your d pawn now, but you don't care because now you take on c7 and you are on the exact same file as black. That way when you promote here, you are controlling them. Yes, they promote, but you can capture them. Once again here, you are completely winning. Which pawn do you push? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and at first glance, the pawn that looks best to push is probably going to be the h pawn, because it is the only one where the promotion square is not being controlled by black. However, the big issue is that black can immediately use their king to then control it and stop your g pawn at the same time, at which point this is just not going very well. You can try pushing your e pawn, maybe try and promote, but black can then use their rook to stop it. You simply cannot make any more progress. Black is going to first capture e pawn, then they'll start capturing all the rest, and this is a completely losing position. So pushing the h pawn here does not work, but what about pushing the g pawn? It looks a bit better because you do attack black's king, but after they slide over, it seems much the same story here. They're now stopping your pawns from pushing. You can try pushing your e pawn here, and you do have one trick, that being after rook to e3 to stop you. If you play king g6 here and black is not careful, they can take your free pawn, which would actually give you a checkmate after pawn to h7 here. But if black is smart and they see that, they'll instead play this check first, forcing your king backwards, at which point now they capture, and we have much the same story. Black is going to start capturing all of your pawns, and you are completely losing here. So that only leaves one option, that being pawn up to e7 check, which at first glance doesn't look so good because it is just a free pawn, but the key here is after black captures, now we have lured their king away from our two pawns, and black cannot use just the rook to stop us because we can push our h pawn. Black must slide the rook over, and now we push our g pawn, and very simply, black cannot stop both of your pawns. They can capture one, but they cannot stop the other, at which point you have a queen versus a rook in two pawns, which, to be fair, isn't the easiest endgame to convert, but you are winning here. Can you promote this pawn? Black is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply move your king up, attack the rook, force them to move away, and then promote immediately? Well, the big issue for you here is that white has this pawn that they are about to promote, and their king is actually quite close to it. Why does this matter? Well, here, white does not have to move the rook away. Instead, they can actually just sacrifice it, because after you take back here, well, white is going to move their king closer to their pawn, and they are just in time to defend it here, at which point your own rook is not a good enough defender. White is going to be able to force their pawn through, promote, and at the end of the day, we're going to get a big trade, and a king versus a king is just a drawn endgame. So then what are we supposed to do instead if we cannot promote immediately? Well, here, white is not really threatening too much because we are defending it. The real thing we want to focus on in this position is getting rid of white's pawn here, which is why you want to play rook over to g8 first. Now, you still need to be very careful because after white now slides a rook over to defend, you once again do not want to move your king up and try to promote immediately. In this case, white has a different response. They can play a check, and eventually here, white is going to have an extra move, which they can spend moving their king one space closer to their pawn. That way, after you promote and we get the trade, once again, white reaches that position. They defend the pawn, they are going to promote, and we'll get that same draw we had a second ago. Instead here, you want to take advantage of the fact that white's rook is now overloaded because they're both defending our pawn from promoting and defending their own pawn from our rook, which means we can actually just take on g7 because after white takes back, well, now they're not defending the promotion square. We can promote and we have a queen versus a rook endgame, which is winning. Subscribe and check out tomorrow's daily puzzle. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote your pawn immediately? Well, the problem with this is that black can also attack your knight here, and they can actually capture, because even though you do promote your pawn to a queen and it comes with a check, black can block that check with their rook and simultaneously defend their pawn, meaning promoting for them is now unstoppable. You can try playing a check for a move, but they will just move their king. You can keep playing checks, but eventually they're going to reach a spot where you can no longer check them anymore. And once again, promotion unstoppable. At the end of the day, you have an endgame where you were down a full rook and you are completely losing. So pushing first does not work, but you do still want to push your pawn very quick here. The main issue is you need to get your knight out of this attack first, probably with a check, and you have two checks here, those being knight to a3 and knight to d4. Knight to a3 here does not work because black can stop your pawn in two ways after they move their king and you push, those being king to d7 and rook over to e6 here, both of which they capture pawn, at which point you have a completely losing endgame once again. So instead here, you want to play knight to d4, which stops both of those problems. One, black can no longer play king to c6 and take the most direct path to stop your pawn, and now rook to e6 cannot happen either because you are controlling e6. And black has two options on where to move their king, those being over to c5 and up to b6. Up to b6 is the trickier option. If they play king to c5 here, which is probably more natural because they attack your free knight, then just push. Black cannot stop your pawn using their king, and their rook also does not work. They can probably take your knight here, but you promote to a queen. At the end of the day, you have a queen versus a rook endgame, which is winning. But they do still have a very tricky option, that being king up to b6, because after you push, they can play king to c7. Now, I'm sure a lot of you are wondering, well, why don't you just promote here? Well, the issue is now black can play rook over to a6, and this is actually checkmate on you. So you need to avoid this checkmate, of course, but simultaneously, you also need to avoid black playing king d7 and stopping your pawn with their king. Now, how do you stop both of these at once? Well, you only have one move to do it, that being promoting, but not to a queen, to a knight. That way you get this fork. At the end of the day, you're going to be able to capture the rook, and you have two knights that you'll be able to use to capture their pawns and then promote your last pawn into a queen, and you are completely winning. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the big issue you have in this position is that your king is in an extremely dangerous spot. If you play even one move here that is not a check, like promoting your pawn into a second queen, then black is very quickly going to checkmate you, which means you need to play very quick here, so every move you play should be a check. So what are some of the checks you have here? Well, you can try playing queen d5 check, but black can easily block that with the pawn, at which point you don't have good follow-up. Same goes for queen down to a2 check. Black can block, you don't have a follow-up here. However, you do have a very, very interesting check, that being promoting your pawn, but not to a queen, to a knight. Now, this move here does not work, but the ideas from it are going to be very important, and we should look at exactly why this doesn't work. It's because black has two escape squares. First, they can go up to e8, at which point, even though you do have this discovered check, it doesn't really matter, because wherever you move your knight, black can always just run back to f7, and you're not going to be making any progress. Black also has a different escape square with king down to f6, at which point you almost have a checkmate here, because you can play knight to d5 check, but then black runs over to g5, and if you instead try playing knight to e4 check, which both attacks their king and covers their only escape square, g5, unfortunately, black controls that with their knight, and they can capture. So, is there a way that you can solve these two issues by controlling both of these squares first, or at least making it so you win against each? The answer is yes, and that is with the move queen to e8 check, and black can do three things. They can run their king to f6, to e6, or they can capture. Let's look at the king moves first. If they go to f6, then queen to g6 here is a very quick checkmate. That does not work. If they run over to e6, then you have a nice promoting to a knight check, forcing them back to f6, at which point queen g6 is now checkmate. And lastly, if black takes the queen, well, now their knight does not control e4 anymore, which means you can promote to a knight, and after king to f6, knight to e4 is checkmate. Can you win this? Black's king is in a very dangerous spot, but white is winning here if you can find the correct moves. And first off, what you would like to play here would be queen to g3, because pawn to h4 would be a checkmate, but the issue is black can make an escape square by playing pawn to h5, at which point h4 does not work because they will just run away. So then what else can you do here? Well, you need to act very quick. So what you want to do is you want to swap the move order. You want to play pawn to h4 check first, sacrificing pawn, and then play queen to g3. However, I'm sure you're wondering, after black goes back to g5, how do we continue the attack with our h-pawn gone? Well, what you can play here is king to h3 and threaten queen to h4 check, and the question now is, what does black do in response? If they try that same move, pawn to h5, then you take on h5 with a discovered check, and no matter where black goes here, you are always going to have some sort of checkmate. This does not work for them. So what if instead they try playing a different move? What about just a random queen to e2? Well, then you have a nice queen to h4 check, but not right now, because black will run away to f4. Instead, you want to play pawn to f4 check first, forcing them to capture. That way they cannot run there, and now queen to h4 check is checkmate. So then how can black defend against this? Well, they only have one good move, that being pawn to f5, which makes another escape square on f6, so f4 now does not work, and black still can run to f4 here if you play queen to h4. However, that is exactly what you want to do, because after queen to h4, and king to f4, you can now play pawn up to g5. This is another discovered check because after black goes to f3, at the very end of the day, you're going to take an h6 and, very simply, pushing and promoting is completely unstoppable because black cannot move their queen back. You control that square perfectly. Black's only real try here would maybe be queen to c1, which both threatens a checkmate, and now black can actually try and stop your pawn, but you have a nice check, and then queen to e3 check, forcing a trade of the queens. You're now going to push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the first move here isn't too hard to find. It's simply pushing the pawn, getting one step closer to promoting, and the question now is how does black respond? They can try going all the way up to control the promotion square, but this quickly fails because you have rook over check. Black must move their king, and now rook to g3, skewering them and forcing a trade of the rooks, at which point you can very easily push, promote, and you are completely winning. So that does not work for black. What else can they try? They can also try playing rook to g6 to attack your pawn, because after you push, they now get behind it. However, this also does not work because you play rook up to f8 check, attacking their king and defending the promotion square. That way, after they move, you push and promote, and once again, this is a completely winning position. Yet, black still has one more try here, and this is probably their trickiest one, that being rook back to g7 to control the d7 square. Now, at first glance, this might look pretty easy to beat because you can play rook up to f8, attacking their king, and after the move, you move your own rook in front of the pawn, and then you can push on the very next move. However, this does not work because after black gets a rook behind your pawn in this variation, because your rook is right in front of it, it does not work because if you ever move your rook anywhere, they're always going to capture, and because of that, this is actually a drawn position. Then how do you win this? Well, instead here, you actually have the exact same sequence you had a second ago, that being rook to h3 check, black moves their king, and now rook to g3 here. This is a sacrifice because you are pinning them. If black doesn't do anything, you're going to trade and then win, and if they capture you here, well then, you just push. And black has zero way of stopping you from promoting, at which point you once again have a completely winning position. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push the pawn immediately? The problem with trying to do this first is that if black ever gets the rook onto the a3 square, they're going to control your pawn like this, and it is never going to work out for you because black will always be able to either capture your pawn, at which point you'll end up with a bishop and a knight endgame versus a rook, which is just a draw, or instead, if you try to defend your pawn with, let's say, your bishop, then black is always going to have some other plan. In this case, they're going to be able to run their king to attack your bishop and your knight, and then start pushing and promoting their own pawn, at which point you once again have a draw at best. So then what are you supposed to do instead? Well, somehow, you need to prevent black from getting the rook onto the a3 square, so then how can you control a3? Well, you only have one move to do it, that being a bishop captures on b4, which is just a full sacrifice, but it also prevents black from going to a3. Now, after the capture here, you once again need to be very careful. If you try pushing now, it looks very good because if black takes your knight, well then you make a queen and you're going to quickly win the rook with a fork. This is of course a completely winning position, and if black instead tries to move the rook on to the a file to then stop your pawn, you have knight to c3, a check, and a fork. You're going to end up capturing the rook and then promoting once again. Of course, this is winning here. The issue is black has one more thing they can do, that being rook to b5 check, and after you move your king, then they move onto the a file. The difference being that because they're one square up, you have no fork, and they're going to end up stopping your pawn, and this is once again a draw. So then what do you want to do here? Well, you want to swap the move order. In this case, you want to play knight to c3 check first to attack their king and control both a4 and b5. That way, after they move their king down to a1, now you can push. Now, black here cannot stop your pawn from promoting, but they do still have one last trick, that being rook all the way up to b8. Now, of course here, you want to capture, but a lot of people would snap capture and promote to a queen. However, if we take a look at black's king now, they cannot go here or here because of your knight, and they can't go here because of your queen, meaning they have no legal moves, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. Then the question is, what piece do you want to promote to still be winning but promote or avoid a stalemate? Well, you don't want to do a rook because, once again, this is stalemate. You don't want to promote to a knight because, if you didn't know, 2 knights versus a king is actually not enough to force a checkmate, so this is a draw. However, the winning move here, promoting to a bishop, can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why do you even need your pawn at all? Why can't you simply play knight to d6 check, forking their king and rook? That way, after they capture pawn, you take the rook. Well, the issue for you here is that even though you are up 2 knights at the end of the day, this is still a draw for you because you cannot use them to force a checkmate against black. Black will always have some trick to get out, and because of that, this is always going to be a drawn position. It is not a win. The only way to win here is to keep your pawn so you can promote it into a queen later, and it currently is undefended. So what are all the ways that you can defend it? Well, you only have 5 of them. 3 of those are using your king, and the other 2 are with your knight, and the winning move is one of these 5, so let's go through them. First, you can try your king going straight up to e6, but this is easily the worst. Black can very quickly play rook to e4 check, you move, and they capture. Of course, this is not winning. You can also try the similar king to d6, at which point you are defending them, but black has the same response, rook to e4. It's slightly better because you can play check, but black doesn't really care here. They're very quickly going to sacrifice a rook, you capture, and we know that 2 knights up is a drawn position, so this does not work either. You can also try moving your king to f6 to defend the pawn, but black can then use a rook to check you, and after you move back to e5, they're just going to move their rook back to c4, and this is a repetition of the original position. You are not making any progress whatsoever. So all of the king moves here do not work. Let's start looking at the knight moves. Knight to c6 defends the pawn, but just isn't very helpful. Black can capture, it doesn't do much. However, the last move here, knight to c8 to defend, is helpful. Why? Well, yes, black can still capture, but the difference is now you can play king up to e6. Why is this good in this position but not before? Well, now black cannot play rook to e4 check, and you are threatening knight to d6, which would actually be checkmate. The only way that black can stop that is by playing rook to c6 check, and then after you play knight to d6 to block, they're forced to capture, but here you have a very easy win. Their king must move away, you move your king up, you promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply move your rook to the side and then promote on the very next move? Well, there's 2 big issues you're going to be facing in this position. The first being that black can take your pawn in a lot of cases if you ever move your rook away, and secondly, and more dangerously, black is also threatening rook a8 checkmate in a lot of cases, which is very, very difficult to stop. So first order business, we need to prevent this checkmate. So how do we actually do it? First, we can try moving your king to the side like king to f8, but this move quickly fails because then black can take your free rook on f5, at which point you just don't have a way of promoting your pawn. If you try moving your own rook to the side to try and push, then black can just take your pawn, and of course this is not winning. You can also try moving your king the other way to d8, which is trickier because if black takes your free rook on f5 now, then you are actually winning because you have rook to f8 check, black moves their king, and then you promote your pawn, at which point you are up a queen, and black does not have a checkmate here, so you are completely winning. Yet, if black is smart, they can also try playing instead rook to a8 first as a skewer. You move your king, they capture here, at which point they take a rook, and they are stopping your pawn, so you are not winning here either. So that does not work. Back to the original position. If we can't move our king, what else can we do? Well, in basically every case here, we're going to be losing at least one of our rooks. So let's start to shift our thinking. What is the best way of sacrificing a rook? We can try rook to e5 check here, but black can just take. It doesn't help us that much, but we can also play rook to f6 check, which does help us. Why? Well, after black captures our rook, we can now move our other rook to play a check. Why is this important? Well, now our pawn is free to promote, and if black goes straight back to e6 here, while you don't want to promote just yet, because if you do, then rook to a8 is still a checkmate here. What you can play instead is rook to f6 check for a second time, because black can do two things here. They can take your rook, or they can go down to e5. If they capture, well, now you promote to a queen, and it comes with a check, and at the end of the day, you have a queen versus a rook endgame, which is completely winning for you. However, if black instead steps down to e5, you still need to be careful, because if you promote to a queen now, then black is going to be able to skewer you and end up winning your queen, at which point you still have a drawn endgame. So instead, just play rook h6, defend your pawn, and you're now about to push and promote it. Black can start playing some checks on your king, but eventually they're going to run out, at which point you can push, promote. Black is forced. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you have this discover check against black if you move your king anywhere. So let's start by looking at the king moves. What can black do in response? Well, black has one really annoying defense here that they're basically going to do in every line. That is going to run their king to c8 and then over to b7. Here you can play a check with your queen, but as soon as black gets their king to b7, you don't have any good follow-ups here, and as a result, this is just a draw because you cannot make any progress. And this path is very annoying because it is difficult to stop. If you move your king to any other square, like to c5, black is going to do the exact same thing over to e5. Once again, king c8, you're not making any progress in those lines either. You can also try playing queen to g5 check. Once again, black will go to c8 and then over to b7. You are not making any progress. The only check you have here that prevents black from going to c8 is queen to g8 check. So this is the first correct move, but after black blocks that with queen to e8 here, what do you do from this point? You can't really make another check because you only have two checks here. One of them is trading, which of course is not winning, and the other one is queen down to g5, at which point, once again, black is going to run to c8 and then to b7. They are safe here. That does not work either. So the winning move here is not going to be a check. So let's start thinking, what do we actually have to prevent black from doing with this next move? One, we need to stop them from playing king to c8 because we know, of course, that skip square is not going to be good for us. We also need to prevent black from playing any good checks against us. That way they cannot simply check us forever. And it seems they have three good checks in this position, those being queen d7 check, queen to e7 check, and queen to f8 here. Now, how do we prevent all of this with one move? Well, you have the very nice queen down to g7. A subtle move, but it controls everything. Black cannot play any of those checks now, and if they run to c8, then you have queen to c7, checkmate. Black from this point really cannot do anything except give up their queen, at which point you are going to have a very quick checkmate, and of course, you have completely won. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you try pushing your pawn right away, this is not going to work because black can just capture, and you have a bishop and a knight versus a rook endgame, which is just a draw. However, if you instead see at the beginning that your knight is under attack to black's rook, and you try moving your knight away, well then your pawn is no longer defended, and black can just capture, and you have that same bishop and a knight versus a rook endgame, which we know is a draw. So you don't want to push your pawn first, you don't want to move your knight anywhere. However, moving your king is also not going to be very useful, so the only way you can really make progress is by moving your bishop. And what you would like to do here is to prevent black's king from seeing e7 or e6, that way you can safely push your pawn. And the only way that you can do that and simultaneously move fast enough that way black cannot capture your knight is by playing a check with your bishop, and you only have two of them, those being a bishop to c7 and a bishop to c5. Bishop to c7 looks good at first, because after black captures here, well, now you can push to e7, defending your knight, and black cannot move their king closer because your knight and your pawn form a wall. Promotion is almost unstoppable, but not quite, because black has the nice sacrifice, rook to e6 check, attacking your king and attacking your pawn, and after you capture, well, now your knight does not control d7, and they can move in, and there is no way that you can prevent them from capturing your pawn, so this does not work. Instead, if you try playing bishop to c5 check, well, you're going to get a very similar situation. However, there is one key difference here, that being after you push and black plays rook to e6 check and you capture, black cannot move their king close to capture pawn right away, but they can still be very tricky after king d6, because here they're attacking your pawn. Of course you want to promote, but a lot of people here would snap promote to a queen. Yet, let's take a look. Where can black actually move their king? They can't go here because of your own king. They can't go to these 4 squares because of your queen. And the last 2 squares are covered by your knight, meaning they have no legal moves. So this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. Instead, the only winning move here is promoting, but not to a queen, to a rook instead, defending your knight, at which point you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push your pawn immediately? Well, the issue with this is that black also has their own pawns that they are about to promote, and here they can just make a queen. You make your own queen, but black is now going to move their queen up, capture your bishop, at which point you are actually down 2 pawns and losing in this endgame. So first, before you promote, you need to make sure that they cannot, and you only have one move to stop them, that being a bishop to c4 check, attacking their king and controlling the promotion square. Black is going to move their king up, and now you can just push, but it is still going to get a little more complex because black can now start pushing their c-pawn. Black here doesn't actually want to push it right away though, because if they do, after you promote to a queen and they make a queen here, well, you have the nice queen b8 checkmate, so that does not quite work for them. But what they can play is the smart promoting their f-pawn anyways. Why? Well, after you capture, now they can push their c-pawn, and if you simply make a queen, the issue is they promote, and this time it comes with a check, meaning you cannot play queen b8 checkmate. You were forced to move your king away, at which point they can take your bishop, and here you are once again going to be down 1 pawn, or if you capture, then this is just a dead even position. You are not winning here. Well, then how, from this position, are you supposed to win? Well, you only have one move, that being promoting, but not to a queen, to a knight, because after black promotes using the knight's movement, you can play knight to c6 check, attacking black's king, forcing them into the corner, and now bishop to a6, threatening bishop b7 checkmate, and black's only way of stopping that mate is to now sacrifice their queen on c6, at which point you capture back. You'll now be able to take the rest of black's pawns, promote your own pawn, and you are completely winning. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you clearly cannot capture the queen immediately, but where it seems you can make some progress is on black's king, because it is in a very dangerous spot on the side of the board. So let's start by looking at some queen checks. First, queen d3 check here looks good because black is forced down to a5. However, you'll quickly see that you don't have a good follow-up move. You might try playing pawn c4 here, which does threaten queen to a3 checkmate, but the issue is black has the annoying queen all the way down to c1 check, attacking your king and controlling the a3 square, at which point you move your king, they can capture a pawn, and at the end of the day here, you are down a full bishop and a pawn, and you are just losing here. So queen d3 check does not work. However, you do have another much more promising check, that being queen down to f1 check. Why is this better? Well, after black now goes down to a5, you can play the follow-up check, queen to a1 here, and after black steps aside to b5, you can play queen to b2 check, which actually skewers them and forces the winning of their bishop. And while this is better for you, it is still not winning, because black is still going to be able to move their queen in, and then after giving you some checks, they'll be able to start capturing all of your pawns here. And because you are still down material, and black has this very deadly combo with their queen and their pawn, you are still losing here, even though this is better. So this does not work either. Then what are you supposed to do? Well, back in the original position, the main issue with these checks is that at the end of the sequence, black is always able to move their queen in and play an annoying check against you. So why don't you try preventing that with pawn up to g5 here, attacking their queen. And this move actually has a second secret purpose that is the reason it wins. What is that? Well, black's queen only has two safe squares, those being g7 and h8, which are on the exact same diagonal. Why does diagonal matter? Well, now you can do that same sequence. Queen to f1 check, black goes down to a5, queen to a1 check, black goes over to b5, but now, instead of trying to play queen to b2 and winning their bishop with a skewer, you have the nice pawn to c4 check, attacking their king and revealing the attack on their queen across the entire board. And no matter if they're on g7 or h8, either way, no matter where black moves, you're going to be able to capture their queen, and you are now completely winning. Can you win a bishop? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, because you have a rook and a pawn versus two bishops, you are winning, but you must capture at least one. That way, you can safely push and promote your pawn into a queen, at which point you will then be completely winning. So, what are some ways you can attack them? First, you can try using your rook with a rook up to e6 here, attacking this bishop, but black will quickly move their king down, defend, and you don't have a good follow-up. You can also try going the other way with rook to e3, but black has a similar move with bishop d4, and then move their bishop back to safety, at which point you once again don't have a good follow-up here, so this does not win. Those are actually the only two safe ways of attacking their bishops with your rook. The last way is using your king with king to b3 here. Now, we're going to get into some complications because black has 6 safe squares with their bishop, and you're going to have a different response to every single one. First, bishop to f6 here, you can play rook to e6, forking them. This quickly fails. They move. No matter what happens, you'll be able to capture at least one, and this is winning. Black can also try bishop g7, at which point you have rook to e8 check first, forcing their king down, and now rook to e7, forking them, winning the bishop. This is still winning for you. Black can also go all the way into the corner, into h8, but now you have an easy fork, rook to e8 here, winning the bishop. This is still winning. Black can also try going the other way with their bishop all the way down to a1, but now you have a different fork with rook to a4 on this way, and once again, no matter where they move, you'll be able to capture at least one, and this is winning. Black can also try bishop to a5, at which point you have the same move, but this time it is a skewer. However, it still wins. You'll capture at least one, and this is going great for you. However, black still has one response left, this being the trickiest one, bishop to d2, and you want to attack them again with your king to c2 here. All the same ideas apply, but black can also play the tricky bishop over here to either g5 or h6. h6 doesn't work that well because rook to e6 here, you have the same fork we saw in a couple situations. You win their bishop, this is winning. But if they play bishop to g5, then here you want to play the nice rook to e5, attacking them. If they go to f6 or h6 here, then you're once again going to have that same fork, winning one of their bishops. This still wins for you. And lastly, if they go all the way down to d8, then you have rook to e8 check here. Sorry, not a check, a pin. No matter where they go, you'll be able to capture, then push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to promote this pawn, clearly you're going to need to get rid of black's pawns, and there's only one way to do it, that being to run your king in and start capturing. So why can you not simply do that immediately? Well, the problem with trying to do this first is that black can also try to make their own queen by playing pawn to f4, readying the pawn to e3 pawn push, and then they're going to try and promote their own queen, and you're simply too slow. After you capture and they play e3, you simply cannot stop them here. If you capture, they will just take back, and at the end of the day, they're going to make a queen, and you're going to be way too slow to stop them. They're then going to start checking you, capturing your pawns, and this is completely losing. So you don't want to run right away. First, you want to stop this g3 push and then run your king, and there's only one way to do it, that being the simple g3. Black is going to run their king one square closer, and now, do you want to run your king closer and try to capture? Still, you don't, because in this case, black will play pawn to g5, readying f4, readying e3, and still, black is going to get their pawn through and end up promoting. In this case, it is closer, but the same ideas apply. After f4, you capture, they take back. You can try pushing your pawn, but e3, we're going to go through that same line. At the end of the day, black promotes first. They're then going to use their queen to stop you from ever promoting, and you are completely lost here. That is why the winning move is instead to play pawn to h4, in this case stopping g5, at which point black can't really do much except trying to move their king closer, and now is the right time to run in, start capturing all of their pawns, and at the very end of the day, black is going to be one move too slow. You can push, promote, and you are completely winning here. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push immediately? The problem with trying to push first is that black can use their rook to stop your pawn and attack you, at which point you can defend with rook to b7, but at this point black will start pushing their own pawn, making their own queen, and you really have no way of making progress, and at best this is going to be a draw for you in this pawn down endgame, so that does not work. What else can you try then? Well, you can take this free pawn on g6, but we're going to get in a similar situation after rook to h3, putting pressure on your pawn. Once again, black is going to start pushing their own pawn. You can't really make any good progress here, and this is still going to be a draw. This is not winning for you. What else can you try then? Well, if you can't immediately try to push your pawn, what you can do is try to make some progress on black's king, because they're actually in a very dangerous spot after king to c4 here, threatening rook to a6 checkmate. How does black stop that? Well, they only have two good moves, those being king up to a5 and king down to a3, and you're going to have a very different response to each of those moves. First, if they go down to a3, well, now their king and the rook are on the third rank together. Why does this matter? Well, here, now you can push your pawn with h7. Why? Well, after rook to h3 here, black's rook is overloaded, defending both of these axes, and you play rook to b3 check, attacking their king and the rook, forcing them to capture, and now, because the rook no longer sees a pawn, you can very easily promote. You'll now use your queen to capture their pawns and eventually checkmate them. It will take some time here, but you are completely winning. So, king to a3 here does not work for black. What about king up to a5 though? Black is now not on the same rank as the rook, so you need a different response, and that is going to come with rook to b5 check. Black is forced up to a6, and now you have another great move, that being rook to h5, which is just crazy. You are threatening to push and promote, but of course here black is going to capture your rook. What do they do now? Well, their own pawn now works as a cover, and you just push. Rook to h3 does not work because they're blocked, and you're going to make queen. You have that same winning position, queen versus two pawns and a rook, and you are completely winning. Can you win this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you only have two good ways of directly attacking them, those being knight to d5 and knight to d7, so let's take a look at those moves. First, knight to d5 here, after black plays rook up to f7, very simply, you just don't have a good follow-up, you can't attack them again or really make progress anywhere else, so this does not work. But what is better about knight to d7? Well, after black goes rook up to f7 here, what you would like to play would now be knight to e5 check, forking their king and the rook, but seemingly you cannot play that because black can capture with their pawn. However, if you see that your rook and their king are aligned on the d file, you'll see then that you can actually play knight e5 check anyways. Why? Well, you are still forking their king and the rook, but black cannot take you with their pawn because your own rook now pins the pawn to their king, so they cannot capture. Black's best thing to do here is to just capture this pawn, at which point you take the rook and you are now winning. So rook up to f7 does not work. Black does have two other responses though. First, rook to e6 here. Now you can't play knight to e5 check and fork them, but you can play knight to c5 check and fork them with all the same ideas, just a different fork. Black will take the pawn, you capture, you are still completely winning here. Lastly, black can try rook down to f4, at which point you don't have an immediate fork, but you can play a very simple pawn g3, attacking them, and no matter if black goes down to f3 or captures you on g4, you'll have the same knight to e5 fork. Once again, no matter what black does, you capture, you are up a rook and completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has this bishop, and they can play bishop g2 because across the entire board, their bishop now covers the promotion square, preventing you from making a queen, at which point, because you can never force a bishop off from seeing that square, you are never going to be able to safely promote, and as a result, the best you're going to get here is going to be a draw. You are not winning from this position. So now the question is, how can you stop black from using that bishop to cover the a8 square? Because you of course can't stop them from literally playing bishop to g2. Well, you do have one way, and that is to block the diagonal with the nice move here, pawn up to c6. The point being, after black captures your free pawn, well, now the diagonal is blocked, and if black goes bishop g2, well, they're not actually going to be seeing the a8 square. However, you still don't want to push quite yet because black here has pawn c5 check, getting their own pawn out of the way, and then they still go bishop g2 and cover your pawn's promotion square. So instead here, you want to go king to c5, freezing that pawn in place and threatening to push and promote. However, black here, now with a different diagonal, can still try to stop you with bishop c8 attacking your pawn. You push, and then bishop b7. You now have a new goal, attack this bishop with your king and get it out of here. However, the most direct way of attacking their bishop, that being king b6 here, isn't so good. Why? Well, after black goes bishop a8 and you run all the way around trying to attack them, the thing is here, you're just not fast enough. Black can push their pawn, and by the time you actually do attack them, they just move away. Still, they control the promotion square, and they're now going to start pushing and promoting their own pawn, so black here is actually winning. This is completely losing for you. How do you prevent this? Well, you actually want to go the other way to d6. Why? Well, you have a different threat now. If black plays a random waiting move, bishop a8, then here you can play king e7, and now you're going to push and promote your f-pawn. You are actually now completely winning here. Black must stop this by playing king to f7, stopping your king from getting in, but now you are too fast. King c7, forcing their bishop back, and now king to b8. And if we actually go through this entire line now, you capture, they push, you move your king, and by the time you make a queen, black is one move too slow, you stop their pawn, and you are now completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, black is about to promote here, so you know you must play very quick, which means you probably want to be playing a lot of checks. So the first move here isn't actually too hard to find, that being knight to e4, probably the only good check in the position, attacking their king and attacking their pawn at the same time. Black here has 3 squares they can go with their king. However, if they go to either of these two, then you have a pretty easy win because you'll capture on d2, sacrificing your knight. Black takes back, now you take on a d4, at which point you'll take their last pawn, you are up a rook here, and you are actually completely winning. However, if black instead goes up to c4, attacking your rook, it's going to get a lot more complicated, because here you cannot take the free pawn on d2, because yes, you stop them, but after they take your rook here, how are you actually going to win? Black is then going to run their king over, capture your last pawn, at which point, when you're left with only one single knight, there is no way to force a checkmate, so this is still a draw. Then instead, what do? How can you simultaneously defend your rook and stop black's pawn at the same time? Well, here, there unfortunately isn't a way to do it immediately, so you know you must save your rook and back it up to d8 here. After black promotes their queen, though, you still have tricks here that will allow you to capture them. What are those? Well, here, you want to play rook to c8 check, and black once again has 3 squares to go with their king. If they go to d3 here, then you have an easy knight to f2, forking their king and queen, they move, you capture, you are completely winning here. If black instead runs to b5, well then you have a knight to d6 check, forcing them on to the a file, at which point their king is actually very secluded, and rook to a8 is a nice checkmate, so that does not work either. And lastly, if black goes to d5 here, then seeing their king and queen are on the d file together, you have the nice knight to c3 check, a fork of their king and their queen, they capture, and now rook to d8, skewering them, their pawn has moved out the way, they move, you capture, you are up a rook against 2 pawns, and you are completely winning here. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the reason you cannot push immediately is because your own rook is in the way, but if you try to move it away, well then, black can simply take your pawn, and of course this is not winning. However, imagine for a second if black's king, instead of being on e5, was over here on d5. Well then, that same rook move would come with a check, meaning black would be forced to move their king away first, and then you could immediately promote on the very next move. So now we know our goal. We need to force black's king onto a square where we can check them, and we'll start with pawn to d4 check. Now, if black goes to either of these 2 squares, let's say to d5, then we have rook to d8 check. Black must move their king first, and now we promote to a queen, and we are completely winning. Similarly, if black goes the other way to f6, well then we have rook to f8 check. Black must move their king away once again, and we still promote, we are still completely winning. Yet, if black is smart here and they see that, they'll try backing up to e6, keeping the cover of their pawn, meaning we cannot play a check, but we'll still try to push forward here with pawn to d5. Black now has 6 squares that can go with their king, but if they go to any of these 5, they immediately lose to that exact same idea. They capture, rook to d8 check, we promote, we are still completely winning. Even if they go up to d7 here, rook to d8 completely sacrifices a rook here, but still we promote to a queen. A queen versus a rook is a winning endgame, and this is still winning for you. However, once again, if black is smart, they can try going now down to e5, keeping that cover, but here we're going to break through with pawn up to d6. Black can capture that pawn in 2 different ways, but really they can't, because if they take with the king, then still rook to d8 check, we promote, we're winning, and if they take with the pawn, well then they have lost their cover on the e-file, now rook to e8 check, and still we promote, and we are completely winning. So they cannot capture the pawn, but the rook here is under attack, so their last try is probably rook over to d7, at which point you don't want to take on e7 just yet, because if you do, They take back, and the problem is black still has a pressure on our pawn, but now the rook is the defender, meaning we are not going to be able to get any sort of check. So instead here, you want to play the nice rook to e8 now, threatening to promote to a queen. Black must capture, and now rook captures on e7, forking their king and rook. They take, and we capture back, and now our pawn is completely unstoppable, and you are completely winning here. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, black is about to push and promote and make a queen, but if you try to directly stop them using the rook, well, it's not going to go so well. For example, if you move down here, play a check, black moves their king, and then rook to c1, directly stopping them. Well, here, they're simply going to start pushing their second pawn. They are going to bulldoze their way through, and you cannot stop them. This is a completely losing position. However, if you cannot stop them directly using a rook, then the only way that you possibly could stop them is going to be pushing and promoting your own pawn to a queen, and then using that queen to stop them. How then can we actually try to make that happen? Well, you want to push your pawn, but of course not immediately, because you would blunder your rook. So first here, you want to trade, black recaptures, and then you push. But when we actually go through this line, after you push and they push, yes, we make a queen, but we are one move too slow here, because black also makes their own queen, and they are up a pawn. So this is going to be a drawn endgame, or potentially even a loss. Either way, this is certainly not what you want. How then can we be one move faster here with our pushing and promoting? Well, the best way is going to be trying to promote with a check. For example, if our pawn here was not on g5, but was instead on h5, well then our pawn and their king would be aligned, so when we promote, it would come with a check, black must move their king, and that would give us just enough time to stop black's pawn. Then, how can we make this a reality? Well, we have the nice move here, rook not captures, but over to h6 check. And black can do two things here. They can run over to the g file, or they can immediately capture us. First, if they just capture our rook, well then after we take back here, we have that situation. Their king and our pawn are aligned on the h file. That way, after they push and they push, we promote, and it comes they check. Black must move their king, and then queen c3. We stop their pawn, and this is completely winning. If instead, black then tries to move their king onto the g file after this check, well, our g pawn and their king are already aligned, so here we can trade and then go for that same push and promotion. This time we get another check, black must move their king, and then we once again stop their pawn, and this is completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply capture and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, after you take this pawn, black has the devastating combo in this position of promoting this pawn to a queen and capturing on c5. For example, here, black can promote immediately, you must capture back, and then because our king is now exposed on the diagonal, they can take on c5, forking our king and pawn, we must move, they capture, and this is just a dead draw. You are certainly not winning here. However, because this combo of going to c5 and promoting is so devastating, the only other way we could possibly win here is going to be pushing up to b7 and trying to promote immediately this way. However, this also doesn't work because this same idea. Black promotes, we capture, and then bishop takes on c5, although slightly differently here, because now black cannot take your pawn immediately. After you move your king, the only way black can stop you is going bishop d6 to cover the promotion square. Now, that is a little bit more awkward for them, because if there is some way that we can cover that d6 square, well then black could not go there. And there is only one way here that potentially we could try to do that, and that would be after this check, maybe the move here, knight to e3. Now, this doesn't quite work in this position, but the ideas from it are going to be very important, and here black can do two things. They can capture the knight immediately, or they can go to d6. If they go to d6 here, well then you can play knight to c4 and cover the d6 square. Unfortunately here, it's one move too slow. Black covers your pawn, and this is going to be a draw at best. Black can also instead just capture your knight, you move your king, and then they play bishop to f4 to cover your pawn the same way, and this still does not work. However, both of these problems can be solved with the very nice move here, pawn to e5 check first. Why does this move solve the problems? Well, after black captures here, the thing is their king in the middle does two things. One, it blocks diagonal, and secondly, because their king's in center, it makes it susceptible to a fork, and now let's go through the same line. You push up to b7, black promotes, you capture, black takes on c5 check here, and now you have knight to e3. And once again, let's look at those same two options. First here, if they capture the knight, well, after you move your king, their own king blocks that diagonal, so bishop to f4 here does not work. You can just promote, make a queen, you are completely winning, and black has nothing else they can do, so this always wins for you. If black instead tries to go to d6 to cover the pawn, well then that same move, knight to c4, but now it can you promote this pawn. White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply move your king up and go ahead and immediately capture black's only pawn? Well, the issue is here, black is going to run their king to your pawn, and they are too fast because by the time they catch you, you cannot defend your pawn fast enough. You can push, they capture, but this is just a dead draw, and you can't really stop this in any way. If, for example, here, instead of capturing, you try pushing your pawn first, black is still going to put pressure on it, and no matter what you do, some way, somehow, they're always going to end up capturing it, and you will always get a draw, not a win. So, that does not work, but on the bright side, we know that black's only way of trying to get a draw here is running their king in to try and catch your pawn, which means you really only have two good moves here, those being king d4 and king to d5. King d4 here is probably most natural because you directly stop black from getting any closer, and there is some merit to this. For example, if black goes down to f3, then here you can take this extra time to push your pawn up to c5 and then run your king to go ahead and capture black's only pawn here, and this is completely winning. However, if black instead runs their king up to f5, you're going to have some issues because black is threatening to run to e6 and d7 and defend their pawn. You must stop them by running up to d5 here. However, now they're going to go to f6. Make basically the same threat, but you cannot run your king up to d6 and stop them because of black's pawn, meaning the only thing you can really try to do here is maybe run to c6 and go to capture them, but now black can go to a different direction, e5, and then running to your pawn, d4, still they're capturing you, and this is not a win once again. However, with this in mind, you can find the winning move here, which is not king d4, but instead king to d5. Why? Well, still here, if black tries to run their king down, for example, like to e3, this does not work. You can try pushing your pawn all the way up to c6, then run your king around, capture them, push, promote. This is completely winning. But if black instead goes up to f5, like in the other case, well, now they're not actually threatening to go to e6 because your king is already covering it, and you can use this extra move to push your pawn up to c5. And this gives you just enough time to run over, capture their pawn, and when they threaten you, well, you just push up to c6, defend it. You'll now very easily be able to push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you are in check and you can capture this knight immediately, but of course, why can you not do this? Well, the issue is here, black is immediately going to run their king closer, attacking you. The only way you can defend is king up, but now they're going to run their king in front of your pawn, and at this point, you are in a bad situation no matter what you do. If you run to any of these 5 squares, well, then you're simply going to lose your pawn. This is, of course, just a draw, but if you instead try to defend with king to e6, well, then black has no legal moves with their king, but they are not in check here, meaning they are in a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw, so that does not work either. Then what can you do here if you're not going to capture? Well, of course, you need to move your king somewhere. King to e6 here looks pretty natural. You attack black's knight, you make it so black's king cannot get in closer, but the issue is here, black's knight can jump to g6, and if they ever get to g6, controlling the promotion square for your pawn, it's not going to go very well, because no matter what you do from here, black will always have some way to keep control. If you go down to f5, then they can just alternate between these two squares forever, If you instead try going to f7, then black can drop their knight down to f4, and because they always have 2 access points, no matter what you do, they're always going to have a way in. This is still a draw. So how do you prevent this? Well, simply, you need to stop knight to g6, and you only have one move to do it, that being king to g5. At this point, the puzzle is pretty easy. Black can move their king away, but here, don't take the knight, just push up to f7, very easily, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, black is attacking you immediately, so you must make a decision right away here. Do you want to capture them with your pawn? Do you want to capture them with your rook? Or do you want to sneak through and push up to h6? First, the worst of these three is probably capturing with your rook, because black can very easily take on b5 and attacking your pawn as well. You push up, but now very easy, rook b8, controlling the promotion square, and you are certainly not winning here. Similarly, if you take that with your pawn instead, well then black can basically do the same thing. They're going to take on b5 here, and they're always going to be able to control the promotion square. Like if you push, just rook b8, and you are once again not promoting. The only winning move here is then pawn to h6, but I'm sure you're wondering how. Well, here, after black takes on b5, you can prevent them from going to b8 with rook to c8 here, which is a good move, but seemingly it doesn't really stop much because black will just go to h5 instead. Well, the difference here is when black controls a pawn like this and our pawn is on h6, their king is 2 squares away. Why does this matter? Well, in this case, you are winning here because of pawn to h7 anyways. You are threatening to push and promote to make a queen black must capture, but now their king and their rook are too far apart, and you have rook to c7 here, skewering them. They move their king, you capture, and you are now completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, because you only have 4 pieces, let's just go through each and every one, starting with your own pawn. What if you try pushing and making your own queen here? Well, the issue is you are 1 move too slow. Black promotes first and covers your own pawn on the c-file. That way, when you promote, they just capture, and this is of course just a losing position. You have not stopped them. Similarly, your knight could stop their pawn here with knight d3, but you were 1 move too slow. They promote first, and this is once again just losing. And lastly, your king here is just way too far to even try to stop them. Your king is not helpful, which only leaves your rook. And here you do have the nice move rook down to h4 check, which may give you just enough time to play rook to c4 and stop their pawn. However, after king b3 here, black does control c4, and you're kind of at a standstill. What do you really do from here? Well, you have a very nice sacrifice to get a winning position, that being rook to c4 anyways, which black can capture, but they still also have an additional trap. So let's go through this. First off, if black just takes your rook here, then you're actually going to have a pretty easy win because you can just push up. Black does promote first still, but the issue is their king is now on the c-file, so you promote and it comes with a check and a skewer because black is forced to move away. You capture their queen, you are now just completely winning. However, black does have a just devious trap here, that being, instead of capturing your rook first, black can try playing pawn down to f2. Now, it doesn't look like it does that much because you can take that back with your knight. However, let's now go through the same line. Black captures your rook, you push, black promote, you promote as well. However, black now can play the move here, king to d4, and after you take their queen, the issue is where can black go? They can't go here because of your knight now on f2. They can't go to e3 or any of these squares because of your queen, and they can't go to the last 2 because of your king, meaning they have no legal moves, so this is actually a stalemate. The only way to avoid this is to, instead of promoting to a queen, promoting to a rook instead, still getting skewer, and after they go to d4 and you capture, in this case, now they can run to e3, and you're up a rook and a knight and completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the reason you cannot promote immediately is of course because your own rook is blocking your pawn, but if you try moving anywhere, well then black can just capture, and of course you are not going to be promoting here. But there is something interesting that I want to look at, and that is moving your rook specifically to the f8 square. Now, why overdo f8? Well, after black captures your pawn, you can play rook down to f4 check, which is almost checkmate. Unfortunately, just barely, black can run away by going to g5. You can play pawn to h4 check, and they scurry away to h6. However, this does give a very interesting idea, that being, if you can somehow get your pawn to h4 first, covering g5, well then rook to f8 and rook to f4 would actually be checkmate. Now, unfortunately, you can't play h4 right away, because then black can play rook to b2 check, forcing your king down, and then they can take on g3. This is not going very well. However, you can do this by playing pawn to h3 check first. Why? Well, black moved their king only to these two squares, and if they go to f5, well, this doesn't work because now we have rook to f8 check. Black must move their king first, and now we can immediately promote. Black must capture, you capture back. At the end of the day, you are up a rook and completely winning here, meaning the only thing that black can do instead is going up to g5. With this idea, we can now play pawn to h4 check, and now black has 4 options, but 3 of them don't work. If they go to f6 or f5, well then the same idea, we have rook to f8 check, we'll promote on the next move, and if they go instead to h6, well then rook to h8 check, and once again, we're going to promote on the next move, and we are completely winning here. Now, instead, black must go back down to g4, and now that we are covering the g5 square, we can play rook to f8. Black cannot capture our pawn on b7 because then rook to f4 would be checkmate, but black still can put up a fight here by playing rook to b2 check. You're going to want to block that with your own rook, and now instead of capturing on b7, because still rook to f4 would be checkmate here, they can trade. You capture back, and now black is going to promote as well. At the end of the day here, you still need to be careful, because if you play a sloppy move like queen to f4 check in this position, black can run to h3, and somehow they're completely safe here. Black will start getting their own queen to play, and this is actually a drawn position. So instead here, you can play the nice queen to c8, check and mate. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the first move here is actually pretty easy to find. It's simply pushing up, immediately threatening to make a queen, and the only way that black can try to stop you is to use their rook. But if they play a normal move, like rook up to g8, trying to directly stop you, this is quickly going to fail, because you can now start pushing your f-pawn. They stop you for a moment, but you push up again, defending, and pretty soon, you'll be able to push again, and you have this nice little formation. Black can capture e-pawn, but you now promote, and queen versus rook is a winning endgame. However, if black is smart, they can set up a trap instead by playing the move here, rook over to e2. Now, this doesn't look like that much of a threat, because yes, they're attacking the e3 pawn, but you can simply promote and defend, right? Well, the issue is, black now has the nice move, rook takes on e3 anyways. They're forking your king and your queen, so you must capture them. However, now, where can black move their king? They can't go to any of these 4 squares because of your queen, and they can't go to here because of your king, meaning they have no legal moves, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. That's why the only winning move here is promoting not to a queen, but to a rook instead. That way, your pawn is still defended, and now you can easily push, promote your other pawns, and you are completely winning here. Which piece do you move here? White is winning, but you must pick the correct piece to move, and first off, the only way to win this is going to be to promote at least one of your pawns into a queen, so why don't you start with the most straightforward move, that being pushing your a pawn up. Well, the issue here is that after black captures, no matter what you do with your b pawn now, whether you take back or you try pushing straight up, black is going to be able to use their bishop, drop it down to f3, and cover squares in front of your pawn, meaning you are never going to be able to push, promote, and as a result, you cannot make any progress here. Same goes for pushing your b pawn first instead. Black can drop their bishop back and cover all the important squares. That way, you can never really make any progress. However, this does bring up the move here because black keeps playing bishop down to f3 to cover the squares, king down to e4 to completely stop black from playing that. And this almost works. The issue is they can instead go to e2, attack your pawn like this, and still here you are not going to be promoting. But the why is very important. In this case, you can still try pushing your a pawn up, and here black's best way of trying to stop you is to just take on b5 anyways. And the reason that pushing here, for example, does not work to try and promote is that black has bishop c6 check, and after you move your king, then they can push their pawn and cover a8. Same goes for if you instead try capturing them, black can play this check. In this case, it's also fork, move your king, they capture, this is not winning. However, what is important to see here is that the reason black can defend here is because this bishop move comes with a check. What we'd like to play then would be a king move that covers the f3 square, but also is somewhere not on this diagonal. That way you can never get checked. And the only way to get that is to play the move here, pawn up to f5, freeing the f4 square for your king. Now black here can capture this pawn in two ways. First, if they take the bishop here, then you get that idea. You can push a6 here, and after captures, do be careful, don't take back, because then black can move their bishop down, and still they're going to end up controlling the promotion square. Instead here, you want to push b6, and black cannot move fast enough. You are going to promote, and you are completely winning. If black instead tries to take that pawn with their own pawn, we'll hear a similar idea, but now king to f4, controlling f3. If they back up here, once again, keep chasing after them, and after bishop to f1, getting on that same diagonal, we can now go through essentially the same ideas before, but this time bishop to c6 does not come with a check, so once again you promote and you are completely winning. Can you stop these pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, black is about to push and promote, so by far the most natural move here is bishop to c3, immediately covering the promotion square and stopping them. But black here can move their king down and attack your bishop, and you really don't have a good home for it. Maybe a1 is best because you now block their pawn, but it doesn't really matter because no matter where you move it, black will now start pushing their c pawn, and you very simply cannot stop them. It is too much. They're going to push, promote. This is now, of course, completely losing. So bishop over does not work immediately, but there are some things in this position to notice. First is that black needs two moves to actually push and promote, so that does give you a little bit of extra time. And the only way to really stop both pawns here using your bishop is going to get your bishop on c3 and keep it there. That way the a pawn is stopped and the c pawn is blocked. The only way to do that is going to be to protect it, and the only piece you can use to protect it is your king, and so you want to play king to e5 and king d4 to exactly get that done, and that is why king to e5 is the winning move. Now black here can try two different things. They can push still, or they can play king to b3 preemptively. First, if they push, then we have bishop c3 now, stopping them, and if they try to kick us out, well then king d4, defending them. Both of their pawns are stopped, and this is winning. If black instead plays king b3 first, preemptively trying to defend c3, well then king d4 now, still getting that c3 square under control. If they try pushing, then now bishop c3 still. Black can still try maybe king c2 to try and run around and promote, but at this point you can capture their c pawn, and by the time they actually do promote, it doesn't matter because you can simply trade, they capture back, and now you can play pawn up to f4. You'll now push and promote your o pawn, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to promote, of course you're going to need to get rid of black's pawn. It is in the way, but if you try capturing immediately, this is not going to work. Why? Well, we have a very classic endgame, one in which we have a pawn on the side of the board and a bishop that is a different color than the promotion square. You see, we have a light square bishop and a dark square promotion, which means black can run their king straight into the corner in front of our pawn, and then they're simply going to alternate between these two squares forever. You cannot stop them. You cannot force them out of those two 2 squares, and as a result, you can never make any progress. You'll likely end with a stalemate because black has no legal moves here, and as a result, this is just a draw. So, capturing immediately does not work, but we should look at why exactly it didn't work. It's not capturing the pawn, because of course we do need to capture, it's the very direct path that black had straight into that corner. And here at the beginning, we have this opposition, so we already are stopping them from moving to these 3 squares. If we can then stop them from going to e6, well then black must take a very indirect path in front of our pawn, which may give us just enough time to stop them. So how do we cover e6? Well, we must use our bishop, but we don't want to go bishop to d7 here, because then they play king d6 and simultaneously attack our bishop. We move, and then still they're going to be way too fast here. So instead, you want to play bishop down to b3. Covering e6, black must run to d6 here and go for this long path, but this gives us enough time. We can capture, and after king e7 here, you can play king g5, which forces them to keep running away. After king to f8, you then have king to g6. Once again, black cannot get any closer. Here, they must go away, and you can now push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, black is going to slide the rook over 1 square to f2, controlling your pawn so you cannot promote, and here you just really can't make any progress. You of course can't push your pawn, you can't really move your rook anywhere because you need to keep the defense, and if you try sliding your king over to maybe attack the rook, well then here black will simply slide it somewhere else on the f-file, and as a result you cannot make any progress. This is always going to be a draw. So pushing the f-pawn first does not work. What about moving your rook somewhere? Well, you do have a very tricky move here, either rook up to h8 or rook to f7, which have the same result. After rook to f2 attacking your pawn, you play rook over to f8. Now here, you do set up a trap, because if black plays some random move like pushing their pawn here, well then you can play pawn up to f7, and it is completely impossible for black to stop you from playing a check with your rook, at which point they must move their king, you promote, and here you are of course completely winning. But if black is instead smart and they see that, they can move their king up first, and as a result, when they get it to a7, now you have no check, and here you are not promoting. Once again, this is just going to be a draw. So, what is going on at the end of the day? Well, here, rook to f2 is unstoppable. We cannot stop them from playing that and attacking our pawn, but what we maybe can do is block this file. That way, that move is not as powerful, and if you really think about that, you can find the sequence here. Rook to h5 check, black must move their king, and now rook to f5 here. A complete sacrifice of your rook, but it works because after black captures, well now, pawn up to f7. The f-file is blocked, and black cannot move the rook up to e8 because that is also controlled, and they can try giving you some checks, but you can just run your king. Eventually they're going to run out of checks, and you can now promote. Queen versus rook is a winning endgame. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you are only 1 square away from promotion, so why don't you just make a queen immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has this rook, and they can play rook to h1 check, attacking your king and forcing it onto the g-file, but now, because your king and your queen are aligned, they can play rook to g1 check, skewering your king and your queen. You must move away, they capture, and of course, you are not going to be winning from this position. So, promoting immediately here does not work, but it seems like if you can instead defend your pawn, well then everything is going to be fine. For example here, if you play king up to h5, after rook to g1 attacking your pawn, you can play king up again, defending your pawn, and now it seems like you can easily play king up again, then promote on the next move safely, and you are going to be winning here. But the issue is, it doesn't actually matter because black can just sacrifice the rook on g7. And yes, even though they do lose a rook, we get a classic endgame, one in which we only have one extra bishop. Here there's an extra pawn, but it doesn't really matter. Having one single bishop is not enough to force any kind of checkmate, so this is still going to be a draw anyways. Similarly, If you try bishop over to defend your pawn, it's the same result, rook to g1, and then black can sacrifice. Still, one single bishop is not enough to force a checkmate. So let's take stock for a second. Rook to g1 here and rook to h1 are both unstoppable moves, but you cannot let them ever capture your pawn because they will just sacrifice. This means the only way to win is to then block this g file. That way rook to g1 doesn't really work for them, and the only winning move is then bishop over to d6, eyeing that g3 square. Now what does black do here? Well, first, if they capture your bishop, then you just promote. Queen versus rook is a winning endgame, but if instead they try going for that same sequence you saw earlier, rook to h1 check, well then you play king over to g4. That way rook to g1 comes with bishop to g3, blocking the g file, and promotion is completely unstoppable. You are winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you of course cannot promote immediately, because if you do, well then black is going to capture with the rook, and after you take back here, even though you do have a rook compared to black's two pawns, they're going to start pushing here and pushing, and they're going to use their king as well, and one rook to defend against all this is actually going to be extremely difficult. This is going to be a draw at best, or most likely a loss for you. Either way, certainly not a win and not what you want. So what can you do instead here? Well, a move like rook to h3 to help promotion is never going to be any help, because it's the same thing. Whenever you promote, black is just going to sacrifice a rook, and once again they're going to start pushing and pushing and pushing, and this is not going very well. This means the only way that you can win here is you need to stop black from seeing that h8 square, and the best way of doing that is to block with the move rook to f3 to try and move up to f8 here. For example, after black pushes their pawn down to a4, you can now play rook to f8, and black does need to be careful because, for example, if they trade, well, after you capture back, now you can safely promote and then use your queen to stop black's pawn, and here you are of course completely winning. But unfortunately, if black is smart, they will instead play rook to b7 check, which is a very annoying move. Now why? Well, one, if you move your king anywhere, well then black can now sacrifice the rook on h7, you capture back, and we get that same situation. Black is about to start pushing, but if you instead try to block this check with your rook to f7 here, well then black is just going to go right back to b8 and once again control h8. If you go back then, well then once again, black plays rook to b7 check. You are not going to be making any progress here, and this is once again a draw. So that does not work either, but this idea of blocking is going to work. We just need to do it slightly differently, and that comes with the move rook to d6 check first. Now, why? Well, black has two options here to move their king, b7 or a7, but no matter where they go, now we play rook over to f6, and we go for this exact same idea. Why? Well, after black pushes their pawn, now when we play this, and black goes to b7 check, when we block with our rook this time, it now pins their rook to their king, meaning they cannot drop back to b8 and cover h8 here. The best thing for black to do is probably to try and just push their pawn down, but here you can now trade, and at the end of the day, you're going to be able to promote, move your king, and then capture black's pawn when they promote across the entire board, and of course you are completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, black is about to promote, but because you have no way of controlling h1 or otherwise stopping them, the only way to win here is going to be to promote your own queen and then use that queen to stop their queen when they do promote. So if you want to make your own queen here, you of course need to get rid of black's knight because it is controlling the promotion square. So the first move here is not too hard to find. It's simply capturing their knight on c7. Black is now going to make a queen, and here seemingly what you want to do is promote your own queen, which looks completely winning because you are skewering their king and their queen. However, this is not the case. Why? Well, after black runs their king specifically to the g4 square here, after you take their queen, where can they actually go? They can't go to any of these three squares because of your king, they can't go to these two because of your bishop, and they cannot go to any of these three because of your queen, meaning they have no legal moves, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. So that is not winning here. You do of course still want to promote, but it must be to a different piece. The next most obvious option might be a rook, because it's the next most powerful, but here you'll now let black start checking you with their queen, and this is not going to go so well. Black is going to be able to basically just check you forever. The only winning move here is promoting, but not to a queen or a rook, it is to a bishop. Why? That way you still get the skewer. Black can try running their king again, but after you capture, this time they can still move, there's no stalemate, and here you can now perform a 2-bishop checkmate, which I'm sure you know how to do, and you are completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why is this pawn even a threat in the first place? Why can't you simply walk your king over to c5 and start taking all of black's free pawns? Well, the problem is black will walk their king down, attacking your f2 pawn here, and even though you can end up capturing, at the end of the day, black will simply push, promote, and they are just way too fast for you to stop. You can try pushing your own pawn, it is just not going to work. Black makes a queen first, and of course this is just completely losing. So walk your king over is not going to work here. However, what else can you really do? All you seems like you can do here is maybe play a waiting move, maybe pawn up to a3, but after black walks their king down, you can keep the tension here, king to e5, keep the hold of the pawn, but after captures, this is just a draw. Black will walk their king over to capture your pawns. You'll run your king over to capture theirs. Nobody is making any progress. Yeah, this is a draw. So what else can you really do here? Well, what you would like to do is you do want to capture at least one of these pawns, but what you need to do is you need to make it very quick, because walking all the way over is just too slow. Now, how can you make it faster? Well, you have the very nice move here, pawn up to a4, destabilizing black's pawns. Now, what can they actually try to do here? Well, one, if they walk their king down and just try to ignore you, this is not going to work, because after you take on b5 here, the thing is black can't really take an f2, because then you'll simply take their pawn on e4. You'll now easily push, promote, and you are completely winning. All black can maybe try to do is capture your pawn on a4, but now you can take on c4, because when black walks their king down to f3, you go straight back to d4. That way, once again, black can't really capture, because you'll simply take back, at which point you can now easily push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to stop them, you're going to need to capture them safely, which means you'll need both your rook and your king attacking their pawn. However, if you start by playing rook to f4 here, this is not going to work, because black can slide their king over, so by the time you actually have both your pieces attacking them, well, they're simply going to push and very quickly promote. You'll be forced to sacrifice, they take back, and of course, this is just a draw. So moving rook first here does not work, so instead let's try moving your king first, king down to f4. Here, once again, black is going to slide their king over, trying to push and promote, and here you once again need to be careful. If you try attacking them with your rook, this is not going to work out, because they will push and you cannot stop them. So after something like rook g2 here, even though you can pin them for a moment, once again, they move their king down quickly, they're going to promote, so you're going to be forced to sacrifice here. Captures, still this is a draw. Instead, you want to move your king in even further with king to g3. Why do you do this? Well, even though it does let them push here, now you can play rook to e4 check. Attacking their king, what can black do here? Well, if they try running to d3 to try and attack your rook, well then simply rook to f4, and very quickly you're going to end up capturing. This is of course winning. If black instead tries to go to f1 to keep their pawn defended, then simply rook to f4 here. Once again, pinning them, they move, you capture, you're up a rook, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? The issue is, black can move the rook behind your pawn, and you cannot stop them from capturing. For example, even if you try bishop e4 here to defend your pawn, black can still take, because when you take back, you only have one single bishop, which is not enough to force a checkmate, so this is just a draw. That means you need to control this b5 square so black cannot put the rook there, but if you play bishop over to a4, this is not going to work because black can move the rook up, attack your pawn, you push, and they still get behind it, so instead, you want to play bishop over to d3. Now, black cannot do that same plan of moving up and attacking you because you have bishop c4, forking their king and rook, they move, you capture, and you are completely winning here. However, if black is tricky, they can try moving the rook all the way over to h5, and you need to be very careful. If you try pushing your pawn now, then black can move the rook up, attack your king, you must move, and then they get the rook in front of your pawn, and this is not going very well. But if you instead try to move your king over and stop them from doing that, well then black has a sneaky rook down one square, and they can put the rook on b4, and still they're going to stop your pawn. The only winning move here is then bishop to c4 check, because after black moves their king, well now you can push. That same plan now does not work because you can block, but they still have one last trick up their sleeve, that being rook to h7, attack your pawn here, and you do not want to promote because black has the insane rook to f7 check. If you try capturing that, well then black has no legal moves, so this is actually a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw, and if you try to move away and not capture, well then black is just going to check you forever, you cannot make any progress, this is just a draw. The only winning move is instead bishop to f7, blocking the rook from seeing your pawn, and if they try playing that check, well then you still block here, and you're going to push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you play any move here that is not a check, for example, some random queen move, then the issue is black can use their queen to essentially just check your king forever and ever and ever, and no matter where you move, they're going to keep attacking you. So as a result here, even though you are up a pawn, this is just a drawn position. Instead, the only path to victory is going to be forcing a trade of queens. That way, black cannot do that. However, if you play some random check like queen to b7, well then this is not going to be very helpful because black can just run their king away, and here you have no way of forcing any queen trade. If you try checking them again, they can even capture this pawn. Certainly, this is not going very well. However, you do have two very promising checks here, those being queen to c5 and queen to c4. First, if let's look at queen to c4, and this looks promising because if black runs their king over to a3, well then you have queen to a6, skewering them and forcing the queen trade, at which point you can capture on d4 and very easily push, promote your pawn, and you are completely winning here. The issue is, in this case, black can instead run their king up to a5, at which point, unfortunately, you have no way of forcing a queen trade. Even though you can capture on d4, black can still just keep on checking you forever, and as a result, you cannot make any progress. Instead, the only way to win is the subtle queen to c5 instead. Now, why? Well, if black goes to a4 here, then you have a similar skewer. In this case, you are completely winning their queen. Of course, this just wins for you, but if they instead go down to b3, well then now you play queen c4. If they go over to a3 here, then you have a similar trade of queens and then capture on d4. You are completely winning. And if lastly, they try going all the way down to b2, well now we take on d4 with the queen and we get this skewer. Once again, forcing a queen trade, we move our king, push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why do you even need to stop this pawn at all? Why can't you simply push and promote your own pawn and make your own queen here? Well, the issue is, even though you are going to make a queen first, the thing is you just don't have any good follow-up. You can attack black's king, but they can simply run away. You don't have much here. Even though you do have an extra knight, it is not enough to help you force a checkmate, meaning this is just a draw. So to win here, you are going to have to stop black's pawn, but if you try using your king to run over, well, still here you are going to be one move too slow, and this is not going to work. Instead, you are going to need to use your knight, and the first move here is not too hard to find, simply knight to c3, getting a bit closer to black's pawn here, and after they push, we have a critical position. If you try to stop them normally by going, let's say, down to d1 and over to f2, well, this is not going to work. You are still one move too slow, but a keen eye will spot a nice idea here, that being knight over to e2. Now why e2? Well, after black promotes, now because of where their king and their queen are, you have knight to g3, forking them, they must move their king away, at which point you can capture their queen and you are completely winning here. But unfortunately, if black is smart and sees that, they can instead play king to g4 first, preemptively stopping knight to g3, at which point you cannot stop them from promoting once again, and this does not work. But this idea is important, you just need to do it in a much more forcing way, which you can do with the nice move, knight captures on e4, a complete sacrifice of the knight. Now, what can black do here? Well, one, if they promote, then you once again have knight to g3, you get that fork and you are winning. If black instead tries king over to g4 to cover that same g3 square, well then now you have knight to f2, and you will simply park your knight all the way in the corner and then push and promote your own queen. It will take a little bit of technique, but you are completely winning here. And lastly, of course, if black instead captures our knight in center, well then you push. Black promotes first, but it doesn't matter because you promote as well, and it comes with this skewer. They move their king, you capture, and you are completely winning. Where do you move this king? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, because you only have 6 options of where to go, you can pretty easily start crossing off moves one by one. Starting with these two, you can easily get out of here right away because it completely hangs your bishop and black can just capture, and rook versus rook is just a dead draw. Same thing if you go the other way to f4, black captures bishop, rook, rook, this is just a drawn position. So these two moves are out, but you can also pretty easily cross out these two moves because even though your bishop here is defended, the thing is you're letting black's king run away to e7 and get into the center of the board, at which point even though you are up a bishop here, you have no way of forcing a checkmate. It's just not enough material, meaning this is still a draw. And this is still a draw if you go the other way to f5, black moves down to e7 and can get away this way. Still, this is not winning for you. This only leaves 2 options, d6 and f6, which both control that e7 square, but only one of them is going to be the winning move. Which one is it? Well, starting by looking at king to f6 here, this covers e7 and threatens rook up to a8 checkmate, which is difficult for black to stop. If they go to the right here, well then this immediately checkmate. If they go to the left, well then we have rook to c2, cutting off their only exit, and rook c8 checkmate is pretty much unstoppable. Only thing black can do is play a check, you block, and then sacrifice a rook, at which point you are up a rook and completely winning. Unfortunately though, if black is smart and they see all that, they can instead find the move rook to d1, aiming for the d8 square, which unfortunately you cannot stop them from blocking this check, meaning this is just a draw. At the end of the day, you only have one single bishop, which is not enough to force a checkmate. So king to f6 here does not work, which only leaves king to d6, which is basically the exact same. The only difference is, in this case, rook to d1 check does not work. Here, you can simply block, and if black tries running away to f8 now, well then, just rook to g2, threatening a similar checkmate, but in reverse. Black here just cannot do anything except sacrifice a rook, of which you are, of course, completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? The issue is here, black has this bishop all the way in the corner, and across the entire board here, they see our promotion square. The only thing blocking them is their own pawn, and so here they can simply push down, at which point with our pawn covered here, we simply can't really do much. Maybe we can try moving our knight in and then promoting anyways with this square defended, but at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. Black captures, you take back. One single knight is not enough to force any kind of checkmate, plus your knight here can get completely trapped, so this is really not going so well. Then here, what is the way to actually promoting our pawn? Well, the thing is, because we cannot actually, of course, capture black's bishop, the only thing we can really do is stop black from pushing their pawn down. That way, their bishop is effectively rendered useless. The only way to do that then is to put a piece on d3 and blocking them from pushing, which we can use our knight for with the nice knight to f4 check. It also comes quick, after black plays king to e4 here, you don't want to run away because d3 is covered by black's king. You want to play it anyways. Why? Well, after black captures here, this is just too slow for black to get out of. You can easily push, they move their king, and you promote. Black is just too slow, and you are completely winning. Which pawn do you push? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, starting with the worst of the three options, pushing your f-pawn here just doesn't really help at all, because black can simply capture, and you can't really do anything here except maybe capture back, but here, now both your pawns are blocked from moving forward, meaning you cannot make any progress, and this is not going to be winning for you. So, pushing your f-pawn does not work, but what about pushing your g-pawn? This looks a lot more promising because after black captures and you take back, well, now you can push and promote your h-pawn. But the issue is here, instead of capturing, black can simply push their pawn down, at which point you once again cannot make any progress because all of your pawns are blocked from moving forward, and still this is not going to be winning for you. This only leaves you with one option, which is pushing your h-pawn, but what does this move even do? Well, after black plays a waiting move here, you still do not want to push your g-pawn because black can once again push down to h5 and block you from making progress, but what you can do is instead now push your own pawn to h5 and freezing them in place, meaning this pawn push is now going to be very powerful. The only thing black can do to try to stop you is maybe push their pawn to f6 to try and control that square, but you do not care. You are going to play this anyways because even though it does lose a pawn, it does not matter because you are now free to push, promote, and at the end of the day here, you are one move too fast, you can stop black's pawn, and you are now up a queen and completely winning. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, let's just think about this for a second. How would you actually checkmate black here? Well, the good thing is because they are already completely sealed in, all you need to do is play one single check, which you can do using your knight on either the b3 or c2 squares. Now b3 here we can't really access because we need to go through d4, which we cannot move to because black's pawn controls that square. However, where we can access is the c2 square by playing knight to a3 here, and soon we'll move our bishop and knight to c2 would be a checkmate. However, black here can try to stop you using the rook with, let's first look at rook to a8 attacking your knight. Now here, black can move the rook to a lot of squares, but essentially you're going to have the same winning idea for all of them, and that is going to be using your bishop to block the rook's path, and in this case, you would play the move bishop to a4 here. A complete sacrifice of the bishop, but it completely works because after black captures, well now, knight to c2 is simply a checkmate. Black can instead try, for example, rook to b8, try and get into b2 here, but then we have bishop to b3 with the same idea of blocking them, and after they capture, knight to c2 is checkmate here. And lastly, if black goes anywhere onto the right side, then we have essentially the same idea one more time. Wherever they go, we are going to block them from getting any closer, and after they capture, knight c2 is checkmate. Can you promote either pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, because black is threatening to immediately capture your c-pawn, you must act very quickly, so the first move here is simply pushing your a-pawn, immediately threatening to promote. Now, black here can use the rook to stop you, rook to a2, at which point we reach a very critical position, because what do you actually do here? You don't want to try to defend your pawn with your bishop, because even though you do keep it for a second, the thing is black still takes your c-pawn, and very quickly they're going to run in, and we'll end up getting one big trade at the end of the day. Two kings is just a dead draw, so that does not work. What else can you do here? Well, it doesn't seem like you have many options. Maybe you can play this check, but still black can capture on c6. What you really need to do here is think for a second, how could we actually win here? Well, the thing is, typically in endgames, when we have a rook and a pawn, a rook versus one pawn is usually going to be a win for the rook, but a rook against two pawns is usually going to be a win for the pawn side. And here, we don't really actually need our bishop. If anything, we want to get rid of it because it is currently blocking our c-pawn, and with this in mind, you can find the winning move here, bishop to a5. 5. Now, what does this move do? Well, one, if black captures the c pawn now, then we can simply promote. Black does not see our queen, and you are completely winning. But if black instead, of course, captures our bishop, well then here, we can simply push our c-pawn now. And yes, black can stop one of the pawns, but they cannot stop the other, and queen versus rook is a winning endgame. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, because your pawn is being attacked, the first move is not too hard to find. It's simply pushing up twice, getting quite a bit closer to promotion, but you do not want to just blindly push from here, because for example, after black moves their king up, if you simply push again, the issue is you let black get their king onto the b3 square, which is not good because black can now start pushing and promoting their own pawn. And so here, after you push again, the issue is black pushes, plays a check, you must move your king, and will now get a pawn race, of which at the end of the day, you are both going to promote, but black has 2 extra pawns, so this is not going to be winning for you. Instead, what you want to play is king to c4 first, stopping black from getting to b3, and from here you can simply push until one more moment. That is when you are going to promote after black runs their king to the b6 square. If you simply make a queen immediately, the problem is black cannot move their king anywhere, they have no squares, and all of their pawns are blocked, meaning they have no legal moves, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. Instead, the only winning move here is promoting to a rook instead, because black is now not stalemated, they can move their king, but you still have enough material to get a rook and king checkmate, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply move your king away and then push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, if you move your king to the c8 square, then black can just play rook to d1, covering your pawn. That way when you push and promote, black can just capture, you take back, and at the end of the day, you only have one single bishop, which is not enough to force any kind of checkmate. Similarly, if you run to c7 instead, then black can still stop you, but they need to be a lot more careful, because if they play rook d1 here, well then you have a nice sequence, bishop to f4 check, black must move their king, and then bishop to d6, blocking them from seeing your pawn, at which point promotions here is actually going to be unstoppable for you, and you are completely winning. The only issue is black can instead go rook up to e7, pinning your pawn to your king, and no matter what you do, they'll simply capture, you take back, and you get the same one bishop situation, which we know is a draw. So moving your king first does not work, so what else can you do here? Well, the only thing you can really do is move your bishop. Bishop to f4 check is the only reasonable move. Black must move their king, and now what do you do from here? Well, seeing the idea we saw a second ago, we can play bishop to d6 preemptively, and now what does black do here? Well, one, if they go rook to d1, then we play king to c7, and we get the exact same position we had a second ago. We are going to promote, this is unstoppable, and secondly, if black instead tries moving the rook away, for example, rook to g1 to try and go up and around, well then we have the very nice king to e8 actually getting closer to the rook, because after they play the check, well now you can simply block, and no matter what black does, you will promote, and you are completely winning. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, black is about to push and promote their own pawn here, which means we are essentially on a timer. We've got to get this checkmate very fast, so let's start by looking at our only check here, that being pawn up to g7. Now black here only has one move, that is capturing our pawn on f7, at which point this is not a great situation. We cannot push and promote here. The only thing we can really try to do is maybe run our king around, that way we can push and promote, but it doesn't really matter because black is still going to push and promote their own pawn, and at the end of the day here, yes, we promote, but black can simply take on f6, and we simply cannot make any progress. We can check them, they're just going to run away, this is not going to really go anywhere, and so this is just going to be a draw. So what can we do instead then, if not pushing our pawn immediately? Well, we know it must be a king move, but if we try going around to h6, we'll simply get the exact same position we had a second ago. We can push and promote, but it doesn't really lead anywhere, and it is still going to be just a draw. Then what else can we do here? Well, instead of running our king this way or trying to push and promote our own pawn immediately, the problem we have is that black keeps capturing our f-pawn after we push. So what if we try going the other way to f5 to defend our pawn? Well, in this case, black pushes, we defend with king to e6, and yes, black promotes, but it does not matter because pawn up to g7 is checkmate. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the reason that you cannot push and promote here immediately is of course because of black's knight. They could just capture, and they will. You can take back here, but this is not going to be a winning position. You do not want this, so the only way to promote here and actually be winning is to get rid of black's knight. So let's continue on this thinking. How can we get rid of their knight here? Well, the only thing defending it is black's king from our own king. So then how do we get rid of black's king? Well, we can try attacking their king using our pawns over here, but we must be careful. If you simply capture an f5, black can just take back, and we don't really have much here. We're not going to be able to push forward. However, if we instead push our f-pawn up, then this actually does work. Now, why here? Well, black can do two things. They can capture either pawn, but it doesn't really matter because no matter what they do, we'll be able to get a pawn on e5 and start attacking their king. If they capture this way, then we'll simply push up, and both of these moves are going to have much the same result. Now, what does black do from here? Well, they cannot capture our pawn because then we'll simply take back and then very easily promote, and we are completely winning here. So black may try to move back to d7 instead to keep their knight defended, but now we keep pushing forward with pawn to e6. Black still cannot capture because once again we'll take their knight and then promote, we're winning, but black also cannot take this pawn with their knight because, well, now we can easily promote, their knight does not cover, and once again we are winning here. Black can maybe try to go back to d6, but we do not care, we just keep on pushing up. If black completely ignores us now and pushes some random pawn, well, then we'll simply be able to push one of our pawns, promote them, black must capture, and then we promote the other. At the end of the day, we are up a queen and winning. So instead here, black may try to take our pawn now, but it doesn't really matter. We now take on c7. Black only has one trick left here, that being pawn down to f3, which is a free pawn for you, but you do not want to capture because if you do, well, then black gets their own pawn through. Promote, promote, two queens is a draw. Instead here, you want to promote first. That way, when black captures, well, here, across the entire board, you are stopping them. You are up a queen and completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, we have a lot of tension between the two queens here, so a lot of people would go ahead and try to trade immediately. However, this move has an issue, that being that black's king is simply too close to our pawn. Here, if you just try pushing, black can just run their king over, and they are going to end up capturing our pawn, of which king and king is just a dead draw. But if you instead try to move your own king closer and block them from getting to your pawn, well, they are still too close and too fast. Is not going to work out. They're still going to capture, and yes, this is once again a draw. So trading immediately here does not work, but the good thing is that because black's king, or sorry, their queen is pinned to their king, they can't really do much, and so we have an extra move here that we can spend pushing our pawn up first. Now, what can black do from here? If they try to trade and capture us, well, this is pretty easy. You simply take back and then push, and black now is not fast enough. You will promote, you are up a queen and completely winning, but black still can be tricky here by playing king over to d5. Now, what this move really does here is it walks out of the pin, meaning black can now move their queen and play a check. If you simply blindly push your pawn here, then black can play queen to a6 check, and they'll actually keep on checking forever. You cannot make any progress, and as a result, this is going to be a draw by repetition. Instead here, once they move out the way, now the time is you do want to trade now, because after black captures back, you have just enough time to play king to b7, limit them from getting any closer, and you have enough time to push and promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has this bishop, and they can just completely sacrifice, because when you take back, you only have one extra knight, which is not enough to force a checkmate, meaning this is just a draw. Then what can you do here to actually push and promote? Well, simply, you're going to need to stop black's bishop from seeing the f7 square. Now, if you try to do that directly by playing, for example, knight down to f4 to attack their bishop, well, this is not going to work because black can simply move away to the safe e8 square and keep their control over f7. Same thing if you try attack them with your king. Once again, they're simply going to be able to move away, keep their control, and this is not going to end up working. Well, if you cannot directly capture them, then how can you stop them from seeing f7? Well, there's only one way, and that is to block this path by putting your knight onto the g6 square, and there's only one way to do it fast enough, that being knight to f8 check. Black moves their king, and then knight to g6, blocking them from seeing the f7 square, at which point black can't really do much. Maybe they can try to trade here, but you'll simply be able to capture back and quickly push your pawn, move your king up, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has this rook, and they can simply slide it over one square, covering your pawn. That way you cannot promote here. Maybe you can try playing knight to e6 to defend your pawn, but the issue is black can also just sacrifice, because when you take back, you only have one knight left, which is not enough to force a checkmate, so this is just a draw. So the only way to safely promote then is going to be to prevent black from playing rook to c1. Now, you cannot directly stop them, but what you can do is play knight to c2 check. Why? Well, after black moves their king, the thing is, now the c file is blocked, and you can safely push. Rook to c1 now does not work for black anymore, because you could simply promote, defend your knight, and you are completely winning, but they do still have one trick up their sleeve, that being rook all the way up to b8, which is a crazy move, but you must be very careful. Now, black here is threatening to now play rook to c8 and cover your pawn, and of course here you want to capture, but you must be very careful which piece you promote to. For example, if you make a queen, the thing is, take a look at black's king now. They cannot go to a3 or to a1 because of your knight, meaning that with these two squares off the board, and now these three from your queen, black has no legal moves, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. Same thing if you promote to a rook. Once again, black has no legal moves here, and this is still a draw. If you instead try to promote to a knight, well, thing is, while this is not stalemate, you let black run their king away, and two knights versus a king is not enough to force a checkmate, meaning, once again, this is still a draw. The only winning move here is then capturing and promoting to a bishop, because it is not stalemate, but knight and bishop is possible to get a forced checkmate, meaning this is winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has this rook, which they can move up to a8, and control the promotion square of our pawn, which is very annoying to deal with. The only thing you can try to do here is to move your king up to help your pawn promote, but the problem is black will then start trying to push and promote their own pawn. And although you can stop them for a moment by playing rook takes on g5, black moves their king, and then rook down to g1, at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter, because by the time we actually move our king up and then promote, black will simply be able to sacrifice, you take back, and then they will promote their own pawn, meaning you must sacrifice, black takes back, and king versus king at the end of the day is just a dead draw. So trying to push and promote immediately is not going to work, but what you can do, now that you've identified that rook to a8 is black's only real defense here, is you have the very nice sequence rook to b7 check, attacking black's king, and forcing them onto the a file. You're probably thinking, why does this matter? Well, now you push, forcing black to play rook up to a8, and you can play rook to a7, a fork of black's king and the rook, forcing them to capture, but now your pawn is no longer covered. You can promote, and it will take a moment, but queen versus rook is completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to promote, you're going to need to get rid of both black's b pawns because they're currently covering the path forward, so the most natural move to start out with is probably pawn takes on c6, which gets rid of one of the black pawns, at which point you can then play pawn b4, supporting the a5 push, which will end up getting rid of the second b pawn. Now, this almost works, but the issue is black can now play pawn down to d5, at which point they are going to start trying to push and promote their own pawn here. We'll now get some trades. You capture, black takes back. You can now push up to a5. We'll get another trade here, and we'll now get this pawn race, of which we do promote first, but it doesn't really matter because black will promote as well, and they have 2 extra pawns here, so this is going to be a draw or even a loss. Either way, it is certainly not going to be a win. So what else can you do here that will make you one move faster in that pawn race? Well, it's certainly not going to be pushing your pawn up first, let's say b4 first, because then black can play c5 and just shut down the entire position. Captures, here you are making no progress. But what you can play is c5 yourself here, which looks really stupid because black can capture that in 2 different ways, but it is genius. Let me show you how. First off, black cannot take with the d-pawn because then you play pawn d6. Your pawn sneaks through, you now push, promote your d-pawn, at which point you were, of course, up a queen and completely winning. So black must then instead capture with this pawn, but now we've gotten rid of one of the black pawns. We capture on c6 now, getting rid of the second one, and here we can simply push, promote, and this time we are one move faster, allowing us to capture black's pawn when they promote, at which point you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has their own pawn that they're going to start pushing down and trying to promote, and when we actually go through this pawn race, you would win this, but the issue is black pushes their pawn and it comes with a check, and because of this, you must move your king first, and that means at the very end of the day, we get a queen, and although we do have a promotion with a check, black can simply move their king down to a1, at which point they are completely safe. You can try giving another check, but they will simply be able to block, and at the end of the day, this is just going to be a completely dead draw. So pushing the pawn here immediately does not work, but all we really need to do is get one extra move. If we can force black to waste one move here, well then we will promote one move sooner, which will give us just enough time to actually go ahead and capture their pawn. So how do we actually do that? Well, first here, you want to move your king up to c3. Why? Well, you're threatening to run to b4 and capture black's pawn, so black must stop you by playing king up to a3, and here now you want to keep going. Go up to c4 now. Threatening, now b5, same idea, black goes up again to a4 to stop you, and here now you want to push up to g4. Now why are we doing this? Well, the idea here is that after black now pushes b5 and plays this check, you want to drop your king down to d3. Now, why d3? Well, one, there's no more checks, it gets out of the way, so black cannot attack your king, and secondly here, you are threatening to play king c2 and stop black's pawn. If they push here, king c2, and you run to b1, at which point black cannot promote, and you are now completely winning, which means black must waste a move here by playing king to a3 first to stop you from doing that, which means now you can push, promote, and you are going to be just in time here after king to c2, threatening to stop them on promotion, because after black goes king to a2 here, now you promote, and it comes with a check, so no matter where black goes, you have a quick checkmate. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has this rook, and they can play rook to b3 check, attacking your king and your pawn at the same time. That way, when you move over, they will simply capture, at which point, with your pawn gone, this is just going to be a drawn position. So pushing immediately here does not work. What else can you do? Well, maybe you can try to defend your pawn with, let's say, rook up to c6 here, but that same move, rook to b3 check, happens, and here, even though black can capture immediately, when they have the rook on the square, it prevents you from ever pushing up to b7, meaning you can never make any progress, and so this is once again going to be a draw. The only way to win then is going to be to prevent black from going rook to b3 in the first place, but how can we actually do that when we cannot directly cover that square? Well, you only have one way to do it, that being rook to c4 check, forcing black to play king over to b5, which prevents them from playing rook over to b3 now. But you might be thinking, what is the point of this? Because they're also now attacking our rook and our pawn at the same time, and we cannot defend both. Well, here we don't care. We have the very nice pawn up to b7 anyways. Now, why? Well, first here, if black captures your rook, well then simply you can promote. Rook to b3 is still prevented, and you are up a queen. This is a completely winning position. The only thing black can try instead is to, instead of capturing, try and back the rook up to e8 to cover your pawn from the side, but here then you play rook to c8, preventing them from doing that, and here black maybe gives some checks, but those are quickly going to run out. You will simply be able to promote, at which point you are completely winning. Can you promote either pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, let's just get a feel for this position. You, one, have an f-pawn that is currently being covered by black's rook, and they are threatened to capture, and secondly, you have a c-pawn that is currently being covered by black's bishop all the way over here. So the idea is, if you can block at least one of these pieces, well then you will still be able to promote. Now, in the meantime, black is, about to capture, so we know we must play quickly, and we only have two checks, those being knight to c6 and knight to c4. Knight to c6 here doesn't really do much, because after black moves their king over, this is just really not going anywhere. However, the move knight to c4 check is. Now, what is different about this move? Well, the thing is, black only has 6 options to move their king, but they actually can't play 4 of those. Why? Well, if they play anywhere onto the f-file, then the rook no longer sees our f-pawn, meaning we can now promote. Similarly, if black walks anywhere onto the diagonal, well then the bishop no longer sees the promotion square of the c-pawn, meaning we can promote that instead. Now, where do these two axes align? That is the f5 square, so if we can land our knight on that square, then that means at least one black pieces will be blocked, so we are always going to be able to promote. Now, no matter where black moves our king between d5 and e4, we can make that a reality. If they go down to e4, then we have knight to d6 check, black moves our king, and then knight to f5, and if they instead go over to d5, then here, after knight to e3 check, black moves their king, and then knight to f5. In this case, black can capture with all 3 pieces, but it is not going to work for them. Why? One, if they take with the king, then we can promote either pawn here, and we are just completely winning. If they take with the bishop, well then the rook no longer sees the f-pawn still. Once again, we can promote. And lastly, if black captures with the rook, well then this bishop no longer sees the c-pawn. We can promote here, we'll soon promote our other pawn, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, white cannot simply push and promote immediately. Well, the issue is here, black has this bishop, which they can capture your queen with, and although you can recapture with your rook, at the very end of the day, this is not going to matter, because black can start walking their king over to capture your last pawn. You also capture black's last pawn, and although you do have a rook versus a knight, this is not a big enough advantage, meaning this is still going to be a drawn position. So, promoting immediately is not what you want to do here, but how can you ever promote safely with this bishop? Well, the answer is you can't. You need to get rid of this bishop somehow, and there's only one good way to do it, that being rook over to d1, which pins black's rook to their king, so here you are threatening to immediately promote. Now, what does black do here? Well, they have a good response, that being pawn down, attacking your rook, and also threatening to promote in some cases, and here you do not just want to move away, instead you want to sacrifice your rook. Now why? Well, after black captures back, with their bishop gone, you can safely promote here, but do not get too eager. You do not want to do it right now, because black, of course, will also be able to promote their pawn. You can capture black's last knight here, but still, a queen versus a queen, even with this one pawn advantage, is still a drawn position. This is not winning. Instead, first simply play king over to b2, covering that c1 square, stopping them from promoting, at which point you will quickly promote, at which point you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you of course cannot push immediately here because black's f-pawn is controlling the square right in front of you. So the most natural move here is easily pawn up to h4, readying that g5 pawn push, or even going for h5 and pushing this pawn on its own. However, the issue is here, black has a very strong defense, that being pawn down to f5. Now, what is the point behind this move? Well, one here, if you capture, then black can simply walk their king over and just take all of your pawns. You cannot stop them, and of course, king versus king at the end of the day is just a dead draw. So capturing immediately here is not going to work, but black is threatening to capture you, so you must act very quickly. If you instead try pushing your own pawn up to g5, the issue now is that black can run their king over, and in front of your pawns, of course here, you are not going to be able to promote. And lastly, if you try instead pushing your h-pawn, well, after black captures, we're going to get a pawn race, which results in a queen versus queen endgame, which is once again just a draw. So pushing the h4 pawn here immediately does not work, but what else can you really do? Well, there is one thing that you should take note of, that being after h4 and pawn down to f5, the only reason here that pushing g5 does not work is because black can run to the e6 square to immediately get in front of our pawns. However, if there is a way here that you can stop black from getting to e6 in the first place, well then g5 would work perfectly. And you can do that by instead playing the move king to d7 first, controlling that e6 square. Now, what else can black do? Well, they can try walking their king over once again, at which point you just want to continue limiting their squares, play king over to e7, and here, now black cannot move their king anywhere without dropping off their f-pawn, so they are forced to play f5 in this position, and now you can push up to g5. You get your plan, but there is still more work to be done here, because after we're going to get this pawn race, and we once again get promote and promote. Now, what is the difference here? Why are we winning when it was a draw before? Well, the difference now in this queen versus queen endgame is that you have this extra pawn and access to the check queen to e6. Why is this check important? Well, black only has two squares, d4 and f4. If they go to f4 here, then you easily have queen to f6 check, skewering black's king, they must move, you capture, you're up a queen and completely winning. But if black instead goes to d4, well, you actually have that same move, queen to f6. This time you're forcing a trade, but it's completely winning because you can now easily push, promote your h-pawn. Black can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, if you want to promote, you're going to need to get rid of black's pawn because it is currently covering the path forward, and the only way to do that is to use your king to try and capture them. So the most natural move to start out with is easily king over to c3, trying to run over and get that pawn out of the game. Now, the issue here is that black is also going to do the same thing, trying to use their king to capture your pawn. And after king d4 here, getting ready to capture, the thing is black has the key move, king over to f4, and the issue is, what do you actually do here? If you try capturing their pawn, then black plays king to e3, and they will end up getting yours. At the end of the day, king versus king is just a dead draw. That is not not what you want. If you instead try going down to d3 instead of capturing to keep your pawn defended, then black goes king to e5. Now they have their own pawn defended. We're never going to be able to capture or make any more progress. That is once again a draw. And lastly, maybe you can try pawn e3 check to get their king out of here, but they will always move their king to keep right beside your pawn. That way you once again can never move away, never make any progress, and at the end of the day, this is still going to be a draw. So playing king to c3 here is actually not going to work, but the point still stands. You need to get rid of black's pawn, so what else can you do? Well, you can actually go a different path by going up to b4. Now, what is different about this move? Well, thing is, after black goes king g4 and you play king to c5 once again, in this case, when black goes king to f4, you do not want to capture still, because black once again gets king to e3, but now you can play king d4, and by waiting one move, we get the exact same position, but the difference is it is black's turn to move, and they have nowhere good to go. No matter where they place, you're now going to be able to capture their pawn, easily push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you take this bishop? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you only have 3 ways of actually attacking them, those being rook up to g4, rook over to f1, and king over to e4, so let's start going through those moves. Starting with rook up to g4 here, the issue with this move is that black can simply play bishop to e5 check, and no matter where you move your king now, black can just move their bishop away to safety, and they have all sorts of safe squares now, meaning you are never going to be able to force any kind of capture, and otherwise rook versus bishop is a drawn position. So that is not going to be winning, but the other rook move, rook to f1, has the exact same issue. That being bishop e5 check, you move your king, and now black has all sorts of safe squares. You are never going to be able to force this bishop to a place where you can capture them. That only leaves you with the move king over to e4, at which point it looks like black can go to a lot of squares, but in reality they only have 4 safe squares, those being bishop e5, bishop d2, bishop h2, and bishop over to h6. Starting with the weakest of these 4, bishop d2 easily falls to rook to d1, pinning the bishop to black's king. They move, you capture, you can now get a rook versus king checkmate, and you are completely winning. If black instead goes over to h6, well here, then you have rook to g6, and you have a nice fork. Black moves their king, you capture. Once again, you are completely winning. This only leaves us 2 moves, those being bishop e5 and bishop h2, and looking at bishop e5 here, in this case, we have that same check, rook to g6. Black must either block their bishop and let us capture, or move their king away, at which point we can capture with our king. There's now only 1 move left, that being a bishop h2, which looks pretty annoying, but very simply, you just go rook to g2 here, at which point black is forced back to e5, and now you do the same move, rook g6 check, black moves their king, you capture, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has this knight, and if you push, they are attacking your bishop, but they are not going to capture. Instead, they play knight to d5, which is very annoying because they cover the c7 square, stopping your pawn from advancing anymore. And the problem is, once black gets this control, it is really difficult to remove them. For example, if you try attacking them with your bishop, then they go into c7. You can even try moving your bishop now because you're attacked, but they'll simply go to e8. No matter what you do, black will always have a way to keep the control over that c7 square, meaning you cannot make any more progress, and so this is a drawn position. So, pushing the pawn immediately is not going to work. What else can you do? Well, the problem is black is going to get their knight in either to d5 or through some other point, but you have a very nice move here, and that is not pushing immediately, but instead playing bishop to e6. This cuts off a ton of black's knight squares and readies the c6 pawn push, because now black cannot move their knight closer in any situation. Black maybe can try e7 here to attack your bishop, but you do not want to move it away, because if you do, well then black will have a way to get closer to your pawn, and eventually control the squares in front of it. Instead, you just need to ignore it and push anyways. Here, it now doesn't matter because by the time black actually captures, well, you'll simply push. Black can move their knight closer this time, but you can now promote, at which point you were up a queen and completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue is here, black has this bishop, which they can simply move to g6 and cover the square right in front of your pawn. And even though here you can move your king up, defending that square, by the time you actually do push, black can just sacrifice their bishop, because when you recapture, black's king is way too close, they'll end up capturing your last pawn, and at the very end of the day, we have a king and a king, which is just a dead draw. So, that is not going to be winning, but what else can you do here? Well, you do have another pawn, that being pawn to g6, but this pawn push looks a lot worse because black can simply capture, you take back, they will take again of their bishop, and this is just a dead draw. But here, in this case, after black captures, you don't have to take back, now you push f6. And the point of sacrificing the g-pawn here is now that square is covered, so black cannot move their bishop there and cover the square in front of your pawn. The only thing black can maybe try to do here is play bishop b3 to cover the square in front of your pawn like this, but their king is still in the way, so you can easily push, and by the time black actually moves their king and sees that square, you'll simply promote and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, we immediately have this tension between the rooks, so the most natural move to start out with is likely trading immediately. However, the thing is, after black takes back, the question now is what do we actually do from this position? One, our king here is essentially stuck, because if we ever try capturing g4, black will simply push down and promote, this is losing, but we also cannot move our king towards our pawns to help out, because once again they will push down and immediately promote. And with our king stuck, the only thing we can do is push our pawns, but that is not going to work because black will simply run their king over and end up catching our pawns, and at the end of the day we're going to be at a complete standstill. Neither of us can make any progress whatsoever, meaning this is just a complete draw. So trading immediately here is not going to work, but what else can we do? Well, still here, even the original position, our king is essentially stuck. We cannot capture on g4 because black will simply push down and promote. Rook over to h6 here is not even going to work because black can still capture our rook, and this would be completely losing. So our king is still stuck. Maybe we can try moving our rook somewhere else, like maybe to e6, which is still a defended square, but also we can now start pushing our pawns, but the issue now is black plays rook up to a7, covering these important squares, and by the time we actually start pushing, black will move their king closer, and in this case, although we can end up capturing black's pawns, black will start capturing ours as well, and we are never going to be able to make any more progress because their king is just too active. So once again, this is a draw. So back to the original position once more. There is usually a question I ask in these videos, that being, why do you not push and promote this pawn immediately? And in this case, I didn't ask this question, but if I did, it would have given you the answer very fast, because even though this is a complete sacrifice of the rook, it doesn't matter because black captures, but now d7. And black has no way to stop our pawn using the rook. Both squares are covered, meaning we'll simply push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue with this is that black has this knight, and they can play knight to b6, forking your king and your queen, at which point you are forced to move, they capture, you've lost your queen, and here you are completely losing. So first order of business, you need to prevent knight to b6, which you can easily do with king over to b5. Now, what does black do from this position? Well, they have a g-pawn here that they're going to start trying and pushing and promoting, but they do not want to do it immediately, because if they do, after you promote and they promote, here you have a very nice queen to c6, which is actually straight up checkmate in the center of the board because of your queen and your bishop in the corner, so that is not going to work out for them. But what they can do is play knight to b6 here anyways, because even though this is a complete sacrifice of the knight, it covers your pawn's promotion square, so you must capture. And after black now pushes their pawn, if you simply promote, black also promotes, but it comes with a check, meaning you must move your king, black can capture bishop, at which point you are down a pawn, and you're certainly not going to be winning from here. So instead, you need to stop them from promoting by playing bishop to d4. Now, this is a complete sacrifice of the bishop, but if black captures, well, here, after you promote and black promotes as well, the difference is because their king's in the way, this is no longer a check, and in fact, you can play queen to c5 check yourself and skewer their king and their queen. They move, you capture, you're up a queen, and you are completely winning. So instead of that, what black can still do from here, if they are very tricky, is promote anyways. Why? Well, after you capture, black can now start trying to push and promote their other pawn, at which point, still here, do not promote, because if you do, black will promote as well. And although you are up a bishop, it is not enough to make this a winning position. This is still a draw. Instead, you want to sacrifice one more time with bishop to d4, covering their pawn's promotion square. And after black captures, here we now have promote, and now their king and their queen are aligned this way. Queen to h8 is one final skewer. They move, you capture, you are up a queen and completely winning. Can you promote either pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, the reason you cannot push and promote immediately here is that black has this knight, so if you promote, black will simply be able to capture. So first order business, it seems we have to get rid of this knight. And it looks like the move you can play here is bishop over to b5, attacking the knight and getting it right out of there. But the issue is black actually doesn't need this knight at all. Instead, black has the key move here, pawn down to c4, opening up this diagonal for the bishop. Now, why does diagonal even matter? Well, the thing is, after you capture black's knight, if black can put their bishop on a7, the issue is our b pawn is now stopped, our a pawn is also stopped, meaning we can never make any progress here, and so this is going to be a draw for us at the very best. So bishop b5 here is not going to work. You might also want to try pawn to a6 here to try and push your a pawn, but that same move, pawn down to c4, and black is going to get their bishop to that key a7 square, at which point you simply cannot make any more progress. So what do we do against this? Well, instead of immediately trying to attack black, you can think, well, can we stop them from pushing down to c4 and stop them from getting their bishop to a7? Yes, you can, with the nice bishop over to c4, at which point, without this move, black is really going to struggle to stop you from playing pawn up to a6 and then pushing and promoting here. They can try to get in still with a move like bishop over to b6, but simply push, and black is not going to have enough time to completely stop you. You'll promote, they can capture, but you can simply recapture, promote again, at which point you are up a queen and completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, just looking at every single pawn push that you can play, they all seem quite bad because for every single one, black can immediately capture and doesn't really seem to help us at all. So from there, it seems like the only way to make progress is to run your king over and start trying to capture all of black's pawns. But the issue with this is that it is simply far too slow. By the time you actually go ahead and capture your first pawn here, well, the thing is, black has already promoted. So you are down a queen, and of course here you are just completely losing. So running your king is not going to work, so let's actually take a second look at all of these pawn pushes. For both your g pawn pushes, black can easily capture and doesn't really help us at all, so that is not going to work. If you try pushing your a pawn here, well then once again, black can capture, and you have simply no good follow-up, so once again, this is not going to work, but this leaves us with one last option, that being pushing your your C pawn, which of all of them looks the dumbest because black can capture in two different ways, but let's actually go through these captures. Starting with, if they capture the D pawn, well then here, this is going to unleash our own D pawn, and we have a crazy sequence here happening with a second pawn sacrifice, pawn to A5. We're threatening to push up into A6 and A7, so black must capture this, but now we have another sacrifice, B6. Once again, we're threatening to capture and promote, so black must capture, and with 3 pawns now sacrificed, our D pawn is completely free to push, promote, and this time black is too slow to stop us, meaning we are up a queen and completely winning. Black can also instead try to start pushing and promoting their own pawn here, their A pawn, but once again, they're going to be too slow. We can promote and then move our queen down to stop their pawn, at which point you are completely winning. So, if black captures the D pawn, that is actually going to be completely winning for us, but what about if they instead try capturing of the B pawn? Well, in this case, now we have A5 and A6, which once again, black cannot stop. They can still try to start pushing their own pawns on the other side of the board here, so after A6 and this trade, and black goes H3 and we get this trade, still here, you need to be careful. If you try pushing and promoting immediately, well, thing is, black will also push and promote, but there's also comes with a check, meaning you cannot stop them, and this is actually going to be losing for you. Instead, you need to first play king down to F3, that way when they push, you can go ahead and immediately stop them, and then you can safely push, promote, you are up a queen, and now completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? The issue with trying to do this first is that black has this rook, which they can move over one square to A3 and cover your pawn from behind. Now the question is, what can you actually do from here? If you play a random move, like let's say capturing this free pawn on B4, well then black will simply capture your pawn, and at the end of the day, you have a bishop and knight versus a rook, which is just a drawn position. Instead, you can try playing bishop c5 here to defend your pawn, but now the problem is black will start mobilizing and trying to push their own pawn. For example, here they can move the rook up and then start pushing down, and although you can stop them with, let's say, knight to d2 here, it's just not really going to matter because at the very end of the day, they will promote, you'll be forced to capture, and simply with a bishop and a pawn, this is not going to be enough to force a win. So that is not going to work pushing immediately, but what we have found is that letting black's rook onto a3 or anywhere onto the a file is not going to work well, and to stop them from playing a3 right here, we need to be very aggressive with the move bishop captures on b4 now. We prevent them from going to a3, meaning we are threatening to push and promote here. Of course, black is just going to capture this completely free bishop, but now we reach another important moment. If you simply try to push here, black can stop you, but we need to look at exactly how. If they capture knight, then you'll simply promote. This is of course winning. If black tries rook to a4 here, well then you have knight to c3 and forking them, and after we capture the rook, then we'll simply promote. Once again, we are winning. The only way black can actually stop you here is instead rook up to b5 check, you move your king, and then they play rook to a5, stepping out of the way of any fork. Now, how can you stop them from doing that? Well, here, before playing your pawn up, you want to play knight to c3 check to cover the b5 and a4 squares. That way, when black moves, now we can simply push, and black cannot stop you. But they do have one last trick up their sleeve here, that being rook up to b8 anyways, trying to get to a8 and stop your pawn. Of course, here you are going to capture, but it matters which piece you promote to. If you make a queen, well, the issue now is to look at black's king. They have no legal moves, so this is completely a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. Same thing to capture and promote to a rook. Once again, black has no legal moves. This is just a draw. If you try promoting to a knight, well, two knights here cannot force a win. Black can move. This is once again a draw. The only win move here is promoting to a bishop, which both prevents a stalemate, and bishop and knight is a checkmate you can do, meaning this is completely winning. Can you stop these pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there is a completely free bishop here, which you can capture right now, so the most natural move here that most people would play would be to go ahead and take it. However, After black runs their king to f4, we now need to think for a second, with our king here and our rook here, can we stop black from pushing and promoting, or are they too quick? Well, of course here, our rook alone is not going to be able to stop their pawns and their king, meaning we will need to get our own king closer. So the first move here would likely be king into d2, after which black pushes, but if you try to run closer again with king to e1, the thing is, after black plays h2 here, well, you simply cannot stop them from promoting. Your rook now cannot drop down to e1 to stop them, meaning their promotion is just unstoppable. This is completely losing. Instead here, instead of running your king closer, you would need to play rook down to e1 first, but this does not leave you with enough time. After h2, you walk your king closer, g2, you walk your king closer again, and although you attack them, here black will simply promote. You have to capture, they will capture again, get another queen, at which point, of course here, you are just completely losing. So, capturing on e2 first is actually not going to work, but we do know what we need to do here, and that is to get our king to the pawns a lot faster. But because black's bishop is pinned here, this allows us to play king to d2 first. This bishop is not going anywhere, so we can afford to wait for a moment, and here, after black plays, let's say pawn g3, we can now capture, and we are a lot closer than before. What can black do from here now? Well, if they simply try to push, like let's say pawn to h2, then we easily have king to f3, discover check, black moves, then we can easily start capturing their pawns. This is completely winning. If they play instead pawn down to g2, once again king to f3, we'll then walk our king over, start capturing their pawns. This is completely winning. The only thing black can really try to do from here is to move their king closer with, let's say, king down e4, at which point you need to complete the mission and play king all the way in to f1, really getting close to all these pawns. Although this does look a little scary, after king to f3, it is completely fine with rook over to c1 because the c3 check here is very powerful. For example, if black plays pawn down to h2, well then we have rook to c3 check, black moves, and then king g2, the pawns are stopped, we'll soon capture, you are winning. And lastly, if black tries pawn to g2 check, you move your king over all the way into g1, and after g3, although black is threatening checkmate, it doesn't matter because rook c3 check, black moves, and then h2, all of their pawns are stopped, you'll soon capture them, and you are up a rook and completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? The issue with trying to do this first is that black has an easy response, rook back up to g8 to cover your pawn's promotion square. And from here, you can play rook to b3 because after rook b8 by black, you can capture on b4 and defend your pawn, but the issue is it just doesn't really matter. Black will walk their king over, and eventually they're going to be able to force a capture. You can go ahead and trade, and then walk your king over to capture black's last pawn, and at the end of the day, we have a king versus a king endgame, which is just a dead draw. So, you do not want to push your pawn immediately, but what else can you really do here? Well, the good thing is we have identified black's defense, that being rook up to g8, to go ahead and move the rook to the side to cover your pawn's promotion square. So the only way to win here is to somehow prevent them from doing that. Now, to do this, well, we're first going to need access to the 8th rank, because without it, we can't really do much progress. So the first move here is rook to f3 check, because after black moves, well, now we have access to this f8 square, and of course it's a check, so it comes fast enough. But what can we really do from here? Because of course this f8 square we cannot go to. Well, the thing is, we actually can with the rook up to f8 anyways. Now, why do we play this? Well, one, if black doesn't capture our rook, if they try playing their own rook move, like, I don't know, let's say rook over here, well, then you'll easily push, promote, and black cannot stop you. You'll eventually be up a queen, at which point you are winning. And if black does capture an f8, well, now their own king is blocking the 8th rank, meaning you can easily push. They can try playing a check for a second, you can just move your king, rook up to g8 here is not going to work for them, they're blocked, you can easily push, promote, at which point you are winning. Can you promote either pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you cannot push your d-pawn immediately because black has their bishop controlling the square right in front of it, but you can push your a-pawn immediately and threaten to promote. Now, how can black here try to stop you? If they play rook over to a2, this looks like it works, but you actually have your own bishop, and across the entire board, you can capture black's rook, of which you will, at which point you are completely winning because you can easily now push, promote at least one of your pawns. However, if black sees that, they can still stop your a-pawn by instead playing bishop down to g2 here. However, this now relinquishes control over your d-pawn. So here, you'll now push that, threatening to promote this, and black's only way to stop you is now rook over to d2, at which point we get a very critical position. Black is stopping your d-pawn using their rook, and they're stopping your a-pawn using their bishop. However, looking at these two lines, they intersect onto this d5 square. Now, why does d5 matter? Well, if you can block the square, that means that no matter what black does, at least one of your pawns will always be able to promote, which you can exactly do with the great sacrifice, bishop to d5. Now, what does this do? One, you are blocking both black's rook and their bishops, who are threatening to promote both your pawns here, so of course they are going to capture. If they first try capturing the bishop, well, here you cannot promote your a-pawn, but you can promote your d-pawn because black's rook's vision is now blocked by their own bishop, and here you will just end up promoting, and no matter what black does, you can now very easily promote your second pawn as well, and at the end of the day, black must capture. You can take either piece here, but the easiest win, capture black's rook, and a queen versus a bishop is a completely winning endgame. So, if black captures the bishop, that is going to be a nice win, but black can be a little trickier by instead capturing with the rook. In this case, now your d-pawn cannot promote, but your a-pawn can. However, after you promote here, they do have the tricky response, rook captures on d7. Now, this does give you a completely free bishop you can capture, but if you take it, the issue is black has rook to d8 check, and your king is trapped in the corner. Your only legal move here is queen to g8, at which point black will capture, you take back. At the end of the day, you have a king versus a king, which is just a dead draw. That is not what you want. So first here, you need to play some checks. You need to play queen to f8 check, and if black goes down to h5, then you have an easy queen to f5 check here, forking their king and the rook, they move, you capture, you are completely winning. But if black instead goes anywhere onto the g file, well, then you have queen to g8 check. Black is going to have to move here, at which point then you will capture their bishop, and at the very end of the day, can you win this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there are two big things going on in this position. One, you have your own rook here that is currently being attacked by black's king, and secondly, you have a pawn where you are threatening to capture on g7 and promote very quickly. So the first decision you have here is which thing do you want to try and deal with first. Taking a look at if you're trying to move your rook to safety first, if you move it onto a random square, like let's say onto e6, the issue is black can capture on h6 here, at which point they will, or you can capture here, they will capture, and although you can keep taking their pawns, it's not going to give you a completely winning position, meaning this is still going to be a draw. Instead here, a better try would be to play rook d6 check first, forcing black's king away, and then taking on g7, at which point you were threatening to promote. But the problem is here, it's still not going to work, because after black captures on g4, you are both stopped from promoting, and you have no way of defending your pawn. So after, let's say you capture, and then capture here, you can capture on a2, you'll end up with a position where you are up one pawn, which is an advantage, but not that large an advantage. This is still going to be a draw. So instead of trying to move your rook away first, let's look at if you try to capture on g7 first instead. Of course, black does not want to capture your rook, because if they do, you'll simply promote. Queen versus rook is completely winning. Instead, they will try rook takes on g4 once again to stop your pawn, but in this case, because their king is still on d7 and your pawn and their king are now aligned on the 7th rank, you have the fantastic move here, rook over to a6. Now, what is the point of this? Well, one, if black captures on g7, then you have rook to a7 check, skewering their king and the rook, they move, you capture, at which point you have run the rook and you are now just completely winning. So what else can black try here? They may see to try and get their king out of the way here. Let's say king over to e8 to try and get closer to your pawn, but here you then have rook to a8 check. Black plays king to f7, and although it looks like they're going to capture, here it doesn't matter. You can promote anyways, because we're going to get one big trade, and at the very end of the day, you have a c pawn that you can simply push, promote. Black is not fast enough. At the end of the day, you have a queen, and you are completely winning. Black really only has one last thing they can try to do, which is to instead go over to c7 to try and get to b7, at which point you would no longer be able to play the skewer, but here you have the nice move, rook up to a8, threatening to promote your pawn. Now black is forced to capture, at which point you now drop back to a7. Once again, you're going to get that skewer, they move, you capture, and you are now completely winning. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, because your own king is in such a dangerous spot that black can easily attack, you know that every move you play here must be a check. So starting off with some of the most obvious checks you have here, that being pawn to d4, attacking black's king. The issue is, after they capture, you just don't have any good follow-up check, except maybe just taking right back with another check, but here, black can simply capture that, and although their king is basically just in the center of the board, no matter what you do from here, they're simply going to run away until they eventually get to safety, at which point you of course no longer have a checkmate, so this is not going to be winning for you. What else can you try here? Well, you actually only have 3 checks left, and all of those are going to come with your queen. Starting with the worst of those 3, that being queen to b4 check. Here, black can easily just capture that with their pawn, and it comes with a counter check, so here you really have nothing except maybe capturing back, attacking their king, but here they run to d4, at which point they are once again at a very safe position, and you no longer have anything you can really do here. Next, looking at queen to c4 check. In this case, black can capture with their bishop, and once again here, we just don't really have any good follow-up. We can maybe try playing some pawn checks, but black will always be able to run to the d5 square, at which point they are once again safe. You can also try pawn to b4 check. Once again, d5, black is essentially safe here. No matter what you do, they will always have somewhere they can run away. This only leaves us with one last option, that being queen to d5 check. So what is so good about this one? Well, here black can capture in 2 ways, either with their king or with their bishop. First, if they capture with their bishop, we're going to get a very important sequence of moves. What we would like to play here would be pawn to b4 check, because after black captures and you take back, this is almost checkmate. The only issue is black can run their king to d4, at which point they are safe. However, you can cover that d4 square first by playing pawn up to d4 check, forcing black to capture, at which point with their own pawn there, that pawn is now blocking that square, meaning b4, they capture, and you recapture is actually checkmate. Now, with that sequence in mind, if black instead tries capturing with their king, we can force that same situation by playing pawn to e4 check, forcing them right back to c5, at which point we get that same sequence, d4 check, black captures, now b4 check, they also once again capture, and here we take back with a great checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, because black's king is currently in a pretty safe spot back here on e8, we first want to identify our breakthrough square. Where can we actually start attacking that eventually is going to lead to a checkmate? The d7 and d8 squares here are both pretty well defended, so I wouldn't think it would be either of those, and e7 and f8 here, although they are defended by our own bishop, the problem is they are also pretty well defended and back there, so we cannot easily access those. This does leave us, however, with the f7 square, which is only defended by black's king, and our bishop is already targeting it. So first, let's take a look. How can we try to put more pressure on to this f7 pawn? The best move to, or the best piece to try and do it with is going to be our queen. Looking at queen to h5 here, this quickly fails because black has pawn to g6, h6, forcing our queen back, at which point black can just capture. Of course, this is not going very well. You might instead try going the other way to b3 to try and put more pressure on f7, but in this case, leading with the bishop, it's just not powerful enough. Black can basically ignore you with a move like d6 here, because after you capture on f7, black can just slide their king over to f8, at which point, although black's king is in an awkward spot, we don't have any kind of checkmate, meaning this is not going to be winning. So here we need to be a lot more forceful, because right now these queen moves are just a little too slow. So let's try instead bishop takes on f7 and immediate sacrifice. After black takes back here, we have gotten their king into a more dangerous spot, but we have essentially the same problem. If we try queen to h5 check, black can just block. We aren't making any more progress. If we play queen to b3 check, well then here black can block with pawn to d5, and we don't have a good follow-up. If you try capturing, then black can take your knight on f5. Of course, this is not going very well. So what can we actually do then? Well, back here, I want to take another move, or another look at the move queen to h5 check. The only reason this doesn't work is because black can block with their g-pawn g6. So is there a way that we can first get rid of their g-pawn here? That way they can never ever play that. The answer is yes, and that is by starting with the move knight captures on g7. The first sacrifice here, black's only legal move is to capture, and the point is, now if their g-pawn gone, g6 is not a possibility, meaning now we play bishop takes on f7. The second sacrifice, black must capture, and now queen to h5 check. All of black's squares back here are covered, meaning they're forced to run either to e6 or to f6, and for both of them, queen to f5 is a nice checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, because black is about to promote a second queen with a discovered check, this essentially means that every move we play must be a check, because if we're slow for one move, then black is going to instantly crush us. So what are the most obvious checks you can play in this position? The first thing that catches my eye is probably queen over to f7 check or queen to g8 check. However, these two moves have the same issue. That being, if you play one of these, if black goes into the corner, then you do have an easy checkmate, but they can also run to h6. At which point, what is your follow-up check? You can't play queen to f8 check, because black could recapture with their knight. g6 and g7 are both defended, and otherwise here, you can't do anything, meaning you have no checks, and you are not going to get the checkmate. Same goes for queen over to g8 here. If black runs into the center into f6, then you have queen to f7, you'll slowly run them into the center, and you will get a checkmate from here, but same issue, they can run to h6, you don't have any follow-up check that is good, meaning this is not going to be winning for you. So those queen checks don't work, but it is still true that we need to play check here because black is about to promote. So what are other checks you have here? Well, you have two with your knight, those being knight to e6 check and also knight to h5. Now, knight to e6 here isn't so good because black can just capture back and we haven't really gotten anything out of this, but the move knight to h5 here is a lot better. Now, why? Well, what can black do here? They can either capture us, they can run to the corner, or they can run into h6. First, if they run to the corner, then queen g8 is still checkmate. That does not change. But here, if they run to h6, the difference is because we have moved our knight away, we have the access to the square f4, and this is a check. And now black is forced to either block, giving us queen g5 checkmate, or capture our knight, which is once again queen to g5 checkmate. So black now cannot run to h6. The only thing they can really try to do from here is to capture our knight, at which point we still need to be careful between the moves f7 and g8 check. If you play queen to f7 check here, then the problem is after black runs to h6, then yes, we do have the follow-up check, now queen to f4, but black goes right back to g7, and the best thing for us is to actually just continue through repetition because we cannot make any progress. If you try a move like queen g5 check, then black can block with their knight, and this is not going so well. Instead, the winning move here is queen to g8 check because black either runs to h6, with giving us queen g5 checkmate, or they go to f6, and once can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you already have your rook and your queen lined up looking at the g7 and potentially undefended h7 square, so the first thing I would think here is how can you somehow unleash this? Now, you can try here bishop captures on f6, which looks very strong because black cannot recapture, because you'll then have queen takes h7 checkmate. Black also cannot really ignore you here though, because if they try something like, I don't know, pawn down to a2, just trying to attack your rook and just not even engage, then you have bishop captures on g7, black must recapture, and then queen takes on g7 would be checkmate here. But the problem is, if black is very smart and they see that this g3 square must be defended, black can find queen to g3. Now, this move defends that g7 square, so if you capture, black will simply take back and you have nothing, and otherwise, you cannot capture this queen because black's bishop is blocking or pinning your pawn to your king, meaning you cannot make any more progress here and you do not have a checkmate. So, bishop takes f6 immediately is not going to work, but what if you try to reverse the order and be very forcing with the move queen captures on g7 check? Now, what is the point of this? Well, after black captures here, you have a lot of potential with bishop captures on f6, not immediately though, because if you play this here, well, the problem is black can play a move like rook to f8 and just completely give up the rook. It doesn't really matter though, because we just sacrificed a queen. So at the end of the day here, although we just won 2 rooks, black will start pushing a2, promoting a second queen, and this is not going to be going very well for us. You do not want this. Instead, you want to play rook to b8 check first, which black really can't do anything against, because if they capture, well, then you'll simply capture back, and in either situation, whenever black blocks, well, then you have bishop takes on f6, and that is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, we immediately have some tension between our rooks here, so why don't we try to trade immediately? Well, even though this does come with a check, the problem is black can easily recapture with their queen and play a counter check against us, so we really can't make any more progress from here. The only thing we could try to do would probably be knight to e4 check, which now attacks black, but they can simply move up, at which point you have no more checks from here, so you are not going to get a checkmate. So trading immediately is not going to work, but what other checks here can you try to play? You can also do pawn to h4 check, but we get kind of a similar problem in that black can simply move their king up either to g6 or to h6, at which point you just don't have any more follow-up checks and you can't make any more progress. This pattern is going to continue with moves like queen to e3 check. Here, black can go up to g6, and although you can try attacking them again, once black gets to f7, here you can't make any more progress. If you try capturing this, black will simply take back once again, no more checks, you are not getting checkmate. And also here, if you try queen g4 check, then king to f6, and once again, we're going to run out of checks. So the good thing with this is that we identified that black running to these 3 squares is the issue we need to stop, and with that info in mind, you can find the move here, queen into g7 check, stopping black from going to any of those squares, at which point black can't do much. If they run down to h4, then queen g4 is an immediate checkmate, and if they instead try going to h5 here, in this position, then you have a nice queen to h7 check, black goes back to g5, and now knight to e4 in this case is checkmate. Can you take this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the big leverage you have in this position is that black's king is currently completely stuck in the corner, such that if you can move your bishop over to e5, then you will just have an immediate checkmate. Now, of course the problem is that you have your own rook in the way blocking the path, so the question here is where do you want to move your rook to?
Now, time here is of the essence. If you play a random rook move, then black can simply walk their king out to g7, at which point the bishop check is useless because black will simply walk over and you have no checkmate. Instead here, you need to make a threat with your rook move, and two moves here are the best way of trying to do that, those being rook down to d3 and rook over to a6. Now, why these two moves? Taking a look at rook to d3 first, we put an immediate attack on black's rook, but here they cannot capture us because then we have bishop to e5 and immediate checkmate. If black instead tries to walk their king out to, let's say, g7 here and get to safety, well then you'll simply capture them, at which point you are up a rook and completely winning in this endgame. The issue though, with particularly rook down to d3, is that black can solve both their issues by playing rook up to a5, getting the rook out of danger and stopping us from playing bishop e5, at which point we can't make any more progress. This is going to end up being a draw, but taking those ideas, we can instead play rook over to a6, which has all the same ideas. Black cannot capture us because bishop e5 is checkmate. If black moves their king, then you'll simply capture them. The only difference is that now black cannot play rook to a5 because we're already covering that square. Instead, they may try rook over to e3 to keep hold, at which point you just want to keep attacking the rook by playing rook to a3 here, forcing them up to e4 to control the square, then rook to a4, forcing them back down to e3, and now to take all of their squares away, you have the nice bishop to f4, attacking them, at which point black is forced to either move the rook to the side, easily giving you bishop e5 and a quick checkmate, or instead, if they try to move their king to safety to, let's say, g7, then you'll simply capture the rook, at which point you are completely winning. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there is a completely free bishop here that you can just capture immediately, but if you play it, it is simply too slow. You give black a moment to run over to f8 and eventually over to e7, where they are just going to be completely safe here. So instead, on the first move, you need to limit them from running to f8 by playing rook up to h8 check. Black is now forced down to g7, at which point you just want to keep attacking their king and forcing them to unsafe squares by playing rook up to h7 check, forcing them to g6, and then knight to e5 check. Now, black has two options, going to f6 or to f5, but if they go to f6, then you have an immediate rook takes f7 checkmate. So instead here, they must run down to f5, at which point they are eyeing the e4 square. Now, e4 here is different. If you play another check, like rook takes f7 check, here the problem is once they get to e4, they are actually just completely safe, so you need to prevent them from going there by controlling that square with the subtle king over to f3. Now, this is not a check, so black does have an opportunity to capture rook in h8, but it doesn't really matter that you're losing a rook here because you have pawn to g4 check, forcing them back to f6, and then rook takes f7 is once again going to be checkmate. So instead of that, black needs to prevent that by playing rook to f8 to defend this pawn, at which point you need to be careful. g4 check in this position is very enticing, but the problem is now they can run to f6 and eventually go back to e7 here, which once again they are completely safe on. So instead you need to control their escape square with the nice rook down to h6, at which point black can't do much else. They can try capturing here, you'll simply take right back. Still, black is completely limited, and g4 checkmate is coming very quick. The only thing black can do to delay is to play rook to g8, because after you push here, they can try to sacrifice, but it doesn't matter. They'll simply capture back, and very quickly, rook to f6 checkmate, even after they promote, is completely unstoppable. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, with these three pawns and your king, it seems like you can't really make any progress on this first move, but what you can play here is pawn up to b5 and sacrifice your b pawn. Now, why in the world are we doing this? Well, the key here is after you play king over to b4, take a look at these 5 pieces. All of their pawns are blocked and their king cannot move anywhere, so all these pieces are effectively stalemated. The only thing that black can move now is their other 2 pawns over here, which we can now take advantage of. They do have the choice though, whether they want to push their e pawn or their f pawn first. Taking a look at if they push their e pawn, here you'll play pawn up to e4. Black now must push their f pawn, they have no other choice, and whether they play f6 or f5, you'll simply be able to capture. If it's f5, then you'll play an en passant, and you do need to be careful here, because after black plays pawn to e5, they now have no pawns they can push, and they still cannot move their king. So if you simply try to push here and get a promotion, they have no legal moves, so this is going to be a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. Instead, you need to play the subtle king down to b3 or another king move, simply allowing black to start pushing their pawns and moving their king, at which point you won't get the stalemate. You can simply push, promote, and from here you'll get a checkmate pretty quickly. Now, if black instead tries to move their f pawn on the first move, well then here, after f5 or f6, once again, you are going to want to capture. Black's best try is to capture right back, and here they'll now push up to e4. Still, black must push, they have no other option, and you do not want to capture because of the same idea. Black will have no legal moves. This is a stalemate. Stalemate is a draw. Instead, you need to push past them up to e5. However, when we get this pawn race and when we are about to promote, we still need to be very careful. If you simply make a queen, although you are threatening queen captures b5 checkmate, if black also promotes here, well then they defend that exact pawn, and because you have no other immediate checks, you are actually the one losing now because black has 4 extra pawns and you can't do anything. Instead, you want to still promote but make a knight. That way when black promotes here, you still have knight to c7, and this is an immediate checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, it is very tempting to immediately go after black's king using your queen, but the issue is here, if you play a check on the very first move, you allow black to start running their king away. And here, if you ever let black get their king back here, you are basically never going to get a checkmate. So you must play a move here like queen back to e6 to stop them from doing that. But at this point, you now allow black to run away even further. And no matter what you do from here, black will always have some way of stopping your checks and eventually getting their king to safety, at which point you can check them forever and get a draw. But are you getting a checkmate? No, you are not, so you do not want this. What else can you try on the first move then? Well, you do have some other queen checks like queen to e3 check, but they all have that exact same issue. Black will start running their king away to safety, and eventually you simply cannot do anything else. So instead here, you need to do another check. Now, all these squares are currently covered by your queen, meaning a move here, like pawn up to h4, would force black to get closer into your territory. You might not want to do h4 immediately, because this is just a free pawn. You might think to build that up with g3 first, but the issue now is this is too slow, and black will start moving their rooks into the center, attacking your king, at which point we get a similar situation. Once black gets his control in the center, you can't really do much. You can attack black's king, but they're simply going to move away, and eventually they will always have some path into safety, and this is not going very well. You need to play the immediate pawn to h4, at which point where can black actually move their king to? If they go to f4, then g3 now is an immediate checkmate. If they run to h5, still not taking the pawn, then you have queen to f5 check, and no matter what they do from here, you will still have a very quick checkmate. The only thing black can really do is then to capture your pawn, at which point here, still you do not want to go for the immediate g3 check, because black will simply be able to run their king right back, and they're just in too open of a space. You are not going to be able to lock them down. Instead, you need to continue to limit their squares with the very subtle queen to f5, at which point the move pawn to g3 is a checkmate threat that basically cannot be stopped. If black moves a rook over here or plays really any move, then you have g3, an immediate checkmate. The only other thing they can try is probably g5 in this position, at which point instead of g3, because here black had run their king back, in which case they are actually safe, instead queen to h3 is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, taking a look at some of the immediate checks you can play, you do have knight to f5 check here, but the issue is black can simply capture, at which point you don't have a good follow-up. Maybe bishop c5 here, but black can simply move to safety, and you don't have much else that you can do. You also have another knight check, that being knight to c8, but we have a similar situation. Black here can simply just capture, at which point you can play a check, but black can easily move to safety, and you don't really have much from this point. So, neither of those checks are going to work. You can also try a very immediate bishop d8 check, taking advantage of the fact that after black captures, you have a knight takes f7, double check, and although this is going to end up winning the rook in the corner, it's not going to give you a checkmate, and this is going to be an even position. You need something here that essentially lets you play knight to f check, knight to f5 check, since that is very powerful, but of course you cannot do immediately because of black's bishop. So here you have the fantastic sacrifice, rook takes on f7. What is the point of this? Well, one here, black's only legal move is to capture back, so they must, and now that their bishop no longer looks at f5, you can play this check, and where can black actually move their king? If they go up to e8, then you have rook swings into d8, and that is checkmate. So instead, black must try to go down to e6, at which point rook d6 here is almost mate, but the problem is your knight would be hanging and black capture. So instead here, you need to move your knight first with knight to g7 check, forcing them back to e7, and now that both of their escape squares are being covered, you have bishop into d8, checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you of course have the immediate lineup of your queen and your bishop on to the f7 square, so by far the most natural move here is to immediately play queen into f7 check. Now, the problem for you is that after black runs to d7, they gain access to the c8 and c7 squares, which are going to give us a lot of issues. Now, why? Well, one here, if you try playing queen to e6 check, after black goes to c7, you simply can't do anything else. You have no other checks, you have no way of really attacking them, meaning this is basically a dead end and you have no checkmate. Secondly, if you try bishop e6 check, then same story. Black goes to c7, you can't do much else, and this is just not going very well. And lastly, the only move here that really gives you potential is probably queen to f5 check, but after black goes to c7 here, even though you do get queen over to a5 check, black can simply now go back to c8, and you have one more bishop check, bishop e6, black can easily block. At the end of the day, everything is defended, you can't do anything else, and still here, you have no checkmate. So, the immediate queen to f7 check is not going to work. What else can you try to do? Well, maybe you can lead with the bishop to f7 check here, but after black goes over to d7, you can play queen to f5 check, but you'll end up getting to that same line, queen to f5 check, and eventually bishop e6, but black can just block everything. We know this does not work, so leading the bishop is not going to work either. Maybe you can try limiting the d7 square here with bishop into e6, but here black can simply move their queen and make way for their king with the d8 square, and you can play a check, simply king d8, still here you have nothing. This only leaves you with one viable move, which is queen over to h5 check. Now, what is different about this move? Well, here, after black runs to d7, because we already have access to this a5 diagonal, we can play the sacrifice here, bishop into e6. And black can only have, or they can only do two things. They can try capturing, which gives us an immediate queen to f5 checkmate. That does not work. And if black instead runs over to c7, well, here we swing over, queen to a5 check with our queen and our bishop is a very nice checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, your queen here is being attacked immediately. So let's take a look at some of the checks that you can play. First, you can try queen over the g6 check, but the issue here is black can block that with the rook, and although you can keep checking them, black will simply keep moving their king, and eventually they're going to get in a position where they just have too much room. You'll never be able to force a checkmate from here, so this is not going to work. You might also take a look at queen to c8 check, but for this one, black can easily block the bishop, and once again, you don't really have too much you can do from here, but there is one more move, that being queen to g8 check. Now, why is this move a lot more interesting? Well, after black plays king over to d7, your queen and your rooks are almost aligned onto that c8 square, and if you can move your queen there, that would actually be an immediate checkmate. The only issue here is black's bishop is of course in the way, so is there a way that you can force it out of the way? Yes, there is, with the very nice rook captures on d6, and black here can only do two things. One, they can take the king, easily giving you queen over to d5 checkmate, or they can capture the bishop, but now that your rook is opened up, queen over to c8 is also checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there is the immediate check that you can play with rook to d8, but if you play it immediately, the issue is here black can easily run their king away. You can try attacking them again, they're just going to keep running, and here we're not going to get a checkmate, we just do not have them trapped well enough. But what you can play in the first move instead is king over to b6. Now, this takes away a lot of black's key squares, and rook down to d8 is a checkmate threat. So, what can black do here to try and stop us? One, if they play something like promotes here, this will pin our rook to our king, so we can't get an immediate checkmate, but here we could simply capture, and now with both of our rooks coming in, black maybe can promote here, but it will not stop a very quick checkmate, so that would not work. But what they can do instead is play a move bishop to d5. This now blocks our bishop from going to d8, which is very annoying, and here the most natural move is easily to capture the c-pawn and threaten another checkmate, but the issue with this is black has the very simple king over to b8, just stopping a rook from getting in, and somehow here we do not have a good follow-up because we cannot easily access any open file using our rooks. Maybe the best thing to do here would be to try and back your rook up, double stack, and come into c8, which would be a checkmate, but black can now promote with the check, so this is not going to end up working out. So, what else can we do here? Well, we can force open another open file with the nice move, rook captures on d5. The point of the sacrifice is after black captures, the E file is now wide open, allowing us to play rook over to e1 with rook to e8, another checkmate threat, and this one black cannot really stop. They can promote the check, you'll simply capture, you're now looking at the G file, they can block for a moment, once again you can capture, but nothing will stop the eventually rook check, black blocks, and rook captures, checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, our attack is going to come down to three main pieces, those being our light square bishop, our dark square bishop, and our queen. Now, our queen right now is kind of out of the game, we want to move it a lot closer to black's king, but f5 is being controlled and e4 is not that close, so here we want to move our light square bishop first, that way we free up the g6 square. Now we can try doing that in two ways, those being f7 and h7. If we go to f7 here, if black captures, then queen takes h7 is actually checkmate, but if they instead move over to h8, the problem is we don't have a good follow-up, g6 is still being controlled by black's pawn, so instead here, we want to play bishop h7, that way, if black goes to f7 here, still, we have a checkmate, this time on g6, and if black instead walks into the corner on h8, well here, we do want to move in to g6, but we don't want to quite yet, because even though we do threaten queen to g7 checkmate, black can simply play rook over to g8 and stop that from happening. You can capture, they'll just capture right back, still it is stopped here and we cannot make any more progress. So we must play a lot quicker with the nice bishop g7, sacrificing our dark square bishop because after black captures, now we get queen to g6. With a check, we force them right back into the corner. If they go here, queen g8 is immediately checkmate, they must go into the corner, and now we have another important position. If we try playing a move here like queen to h6 to try and target their king, it's still too slow. In this case, black can attack our queen with their bishop, and then if we move somewhere else, still they can attack us with their knight. Same if we go to h5 first. Then black plays a knight first, we can move here, and then bishop here. This combo prevents us from moving anywhere onto the h-file, and we cannot continue with the attack. Once again, we need to play very quickly with the very nice second sacrifice, bishop into g8, because here, if black captures, then we have queen to h6, immediately checkmate, and if instead they try to delay for a move with knight over to f6, prevent us, we'll simply capture. Same story, queen h6, checkmate.
Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there is the immediately very enticing check, knight to f5, but the issue here, if you play immediately, is that black can simply run over to f4, at which point you don't have a good follow-up, only maybe rook to f1 check, but black can easily run to g5, where they are completely safe. So, what else can we do here? Well, we can try reversing the order, playing rook to f1 first, that way knight to f5 is a threat of checkmate. Now, how can black stop this? They only have one way, that being bishop drops back to c8, covering f5, at which point, yes, this is a free bishop, but you don't really want to capture, because if you do, then black can play rook down to b2, threatening your g-pawn, and here you're not going to get a checkmate, because this threat is too hard to stop. Instead here, what you want to spot to continue the attack is that if you could play rook up to f3 here, this would also actually be a checkmate. The only issue is you can't right now because of black's pawn covering that square, but you can forcibly remove that pawn with the nice knight captures e4, sacrificing it, black must capture, and rook up to f3 is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there's of course the very immediate rook takes on h7 check, but the problem with this move, even though it looks good, is that you allow black to run to the key g5 square. Now, if you ever let them get their king g5, you are simply not going to get a checkmate, because no matter what you do, black will just keep running away forever and ever, and as a result, this is not going to work. So, you do still want to play rook takes h7 check here, you just first need to cover this g5 square, in which case that check would be checkmate. So, the question then is how can you cover this g5 square, and really there's only one good way of doing it, that being queen to e7. Now, you cannot do this immediately, because if you play it first, then black simply has queen takes d1, capturing your bishop, and you are getting checkmated. So first here, you play the key pawn up to g5 sacrifice. That way, black is forced to capture, and now you play queen e7, forcing them right back, and now we have the same situation, but we have g5 covered, meaning rook takes is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you of course have these two pawns which you would like to push and promote, but if you try doing it immediately, it is not going to work out so well. For example, if you try pushing your g-pawn, black can simply slide over to g8, blocking your g-pawn from pushing. Your h-pawn here, you also cannot push because of black's bishop, and now black here is about to promote themselves, and they have two pawns. You can try stopping one, but you cannot stop the other. From here, you are now just completely losing. So, pushing your g-pawn is not going to work. Similarly, if you push your h-pawn here, going for g7, then black can simply promote their a-pawn, and comes with a check, so this is a complete disaster. The only thing maybe else you can try would be moving your king to a square like f7, blocking g8, but here black has a nice bishop captures g6 check, you capture back, and now you have no threat. They simply promote. Once again, you are losing. So, what can we do on this first move then? Well, we have a nice, kind of more quiet move, that being bishop e5 first. Why? Well, one, you were blocking black from promoting their a-pawn, and if they promote their f-pawn here, then you have king to e7, discovered check, and here black can block, but this is actually going to be forced checkmate after captures, king over, and h7. So the only thing black can try to do here instead is to actually promote their a-pawn anyways, and here you do not actually want to capture just yet, because if you do here, then after black promotes, that same sequence, king to e7, now does not work because black can capture bishop with their queen here. So instead,
you want to play king over to f7, getting that discovered check. If black captures your bishop here, then you have a very nice sequence. After g7, black's king is forced down to h7, promoting, forcing them to capture your pawn. And now here, to play queen over to h8, which you currently cannot do, you push g5, forcing them to capture, and now you get the check. They must block. You get another check, queen over to f8. They must block once again, and now queen captures is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, your queen here is being attacked immediately, so it's probably most natural to play queen to f6 and immediately go for queen to g7 checkmate. Now, this almost works. The issue here is that black has their own queen, and they can essentially just start checking your king forever and ever and ever, and no matter what you do, you will never be able to run away from the checks, meaning you cannot make any progress, and this is just a draw. So instead of playing queen to f6, because it is slightly too slow, you need to be a lot faster, which you can do with the great sacrifice, rook captures on g6. Now, this looks really stupid because black can capture in two ways, but let's actually look at those moves. One, if they take the f-pawn, then you have the immediate queen g7 checkmate, so that does not work. And if black instead takes with their h-pawn, well, now our own h-pawn is unleashed, and still here, being very quick, we can push and sacrifice it. Black must capture, and now we can backstep queen to h4. They must go straight back to g8, and now queen into h8 is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, taking a look at black's king, we can see they are already essentially trapped by our bishop, our knight, and their own pawn, meaning we just need to play a check to get a checkmate. So a move that may come to mind here would probably be rook up to f7, going for bishop g7, which would be checkmate. The issue of this move, though, is that black can sacrifice a rook on e7, and after we capture back, unfortunately here, we are down a single piece. Black has an extra knight, and we are not getting a checkmate. Black can easily walk over, and they are completely safe. Instead, another way of trying to do the same thing is bishop over to h6. Now, even though black can capture our knight, they don't want to, because then we have rook up to f8, which is an immediate checkmate. Instead, to stop this, black must play rook up to d8. However, now, because black is no longer seeing our knight, we go rook to f7, going for that same bishop g7 checkmate. Black must stop this once again using the rook, now rook over to g8, and here we now have a great sequence. We can play bishop g7 check anyways, because even though this is a complete sacrifice of the bishop, now we finally get rook to f8 check, black must block, and rook captures defended by the knight is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, black's king right now is pretty safe behind all of their pawns, so what we need to do is we need to find a way to essentially destroy their pawn cover. Now, we have no direct way of simply capturing them, but what we can do is immediately move forward with our knight to either f5 or h5. Now, what is the point of this move? Well, taking a look at h5 first, if black captures, well, now with their g-pawn gone, we have the completely open g-file to start attacking them. Now, in this case, h5 is not the best square, because after rook g3 check, black can drop back to h8, where unfortunately they are safe here, because if we move any closer, well, then black can play rook over to g8, defending, and we have nothing from this point. But where we can go instead is over to f5. Now, one, if black here tries to not accept, they try to back up to, let's say, h8, well, then we move in to h6, threatening queen g7 checkmate. And here, one, if black captures, then we simply have rook to h3, and a quick queen takes h7 is completely unstoppable. And if black instead tries to stop us from playing queen g7 by playing rook over to g8, well, then we have a very nice queen takes h7 anyways, black recaptures, and rook to h3 is checkmate. So, black here is essentially forced to capture our knight, at which point we move our rook closer, but not with this check immediately. because once again we get the same problem. Black goes back to h8, they'll quickly play rook over to g8 here, and unfortunately they are safe. Instead, we play the more subtle rook to h3, aiming for queen to h6 and h7 checkmate. Now, this is difficult for black to stop, and if they play a random move here, then we are just going to get that exact sequence. The best way for black to try and stop this would be to play rook f over to e8, freeing the f8 square, and here we do need to be a little careful. We'll play queen to h6 check, black will back up to g8, and here you don't want to take on h7 here, because then black goes to f8, runs over to e7, and somehow here, if you try checking them again, they can block the knight. They are actually completely safe, so instead, you need to play rook to g3 first, forcing them into the corner, into h8, and now queen g7 is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, taking a look at black's king, and specifically their escape squares, is going to be the most important part to solving this puzzle. From here, if we start playing checks, let's say we play queen e3 check, we'll quickly see that black is going to run away to d5, and eventually to c6, e6. At this point, they are just completely safe. Same thing if we play bishop d3, black is going to run back to d5, and they are completely safe. So, on this first move here, we need to, of course, cover black's king and the d5 square, and looking at those two squares, we can see they align on this diagonal, and the first move here is going to be bishop to g2 check. Now, black's only response here is to block their knight, at which point you'll go ahead and capture that. Black must recapture, and we reach another important moment where we want to look at black's escape squares. If you play the obvious check here, queen to e3 check, the issue is black can capture on g4 and then run back to either f5 or g5, and somehow here they are once again going to be running backwards, and they are completely safe. But on the bright side, we have identified their escape square. This time it is g4. So how can we defend g4 and prevent them from going there? Well, we only have one good move to do it, that being the subtle rook over to g1, and now queen to e3 check here is a threat of checkmate. Black's only way of really trying to temporarily stop it is maybe bishop c5 covering that square, but here you now have the nice sequence, rook to g3 check, forcing them over to e4, and now another subtle move here, pawn up to f3 is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you already have a ton of firepower pointed at them with your two rooks and your queen. You just need to find the way here to break through. Now, you can try pushing this pawn to h6 immediately here, but the issue is black has this rook, and across the board, they can go ahead and capture that, at which point you don't have much of a response. You can try playing rook to g4 check, but black can easily block. Maybe you can trade, black simply recaptures. You just don't have an attack from this point. So, instead of that, we're going to hold off on playing pawn to h6, and instead here, play rook to g4 check first. Now, black only has two good options, that is to run their king to h6, or try blocking rook to g6 here anyways. If they try running their king, then you have a nice sequence, queen to f4 check. Black must capture pawn here, and now rook drops back to f5 check. Black has nothing to do except block their queen, at which point you can easily capture, and this is just a checkmate. So running to h6 is not going to work. The only other real thing they could do is block their own rook on g6, at which point you need to be careful. Here, if you simply capture, this is a free rook, but the problem is your own king here is also under attack, and black can actually push down to e2. Both their pawns are defended, and this is actually a checkmate on you. So, instead of capturing right away, because it is too slow, we want to push up and get that pawn to h6 check, at which point we have a killer sequence. Black must capture, now we capture on g6, black must recapture, and we now drop our queen back to h3. Black really only has two options from here. They can try running to g5, at which point you have an immediate queen to h4 checkmate, or instead here, if they run g7, then you have your queen swinging all the way up to h8, and this is also checkmate. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why do we even need this pawn at all? Why can't we just go ahead and push and promote our c-pawn? Well, the issue here, if you push and promote immediately, is that black here is also going to push and promote, and when you actually make a queen, what do you actually do from here? After black pushes down to b2. They are about to promote here. Of course, you can't let them also get a queen, so you need to play a move here like queen down to c2 to go ahead and stop them. But after they promote and you capture, what does black actually do? Both their pawns are blocked, and now their king cannot move anywhere, meaning they have no legal moves, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. So you actually here do not want to promote to a queen right away. What else can you do? Maybe you can try promoting to a rook, but it's going to be the same problem. Black pushes, you're going to be forced to stop them, they promote, you capture, and once again, this is just a stalemate. That will not work either. Of course, promoting to a knight is certainly not going to work because you're just too slow to stop black here. This once again is not going to go very well. However, you do have one more move here that is promoting to a bishop. Why? Well, after black pushes down to b2 here, you can play bishop over to f5 and stop their pawn from promoting. Here, if black wants to try their hardest, they're not going to promote immediately. They're instead going to move their king down to h1, at which point we need to be a little careful here. If you immediately try to start running your king over to capture black's pawns here, black will be able to move their own king out and then start pushing and promoting their h-pawn. Here, you are actually now the one losing. Instead, you need to essentially waste a move by playing, let's say, bishop b1, forcing black back up to h2, and then going to e4. Now, black's only move here they can play is to promote their pawn, at which point you, of course, are going to capture, and black now walks down to h1, and only now can you back your bishop up to f5 and start going ahead and capturing. Here, black can never push their pawn down to h2 because you could back up to e4 with a checkmate. So instead here, they must move their king up to h2, at which point you can now easily capture g4 and now start capturing and pushing and pushing and promoting, at which point you are up queen and finally you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to promote, you of course need to move your rook away because it is currently blocking your pawn. So the first move here is not too hard to find, simply rook over to h8 check, but depending on where black goes, you either are going to have a very hard game or a very easy one. If black runs g7 here, then you have an easy win. You'll simply be able to promote, forcing black back to g6, and now rook to h6 here is a checkmate. However, if black instead moves to g6 here, you need to be a lot more careful, because if you promote to a queen here, the issue now is because this is not a check, black can move their queen down to d1 and start attacking your king. And very simply here, black is just going to keep checking you forever and ever and ever, and you can never make any progress, you can never escape the checks, meaning this is just going to be a draw. You can't really do anything. So instead here of promoting to a queen immediately, you actually want to promote to a knight instead. Now, why here? Well, you attack black's king, but it's not even to get the fork, because after black goes back to g7 here and attacks your rook, if you take their queen here, this is still not winning because black can now capture your rook in the corner and they still have a pawn on b3. They can now push down to b2 and promote, and unfortunately your knight is not fast enough. Here you are just completely losing. That is why instead of capturing black's queen immediately, the only winning move from here is to play rook to h7 check. Defended by the knight, you are skewering black. That way, after they capture your knight, you can capture black's queen, and when they try to push down and promote, you can move over and promptly stop them, at which point you are up a full rook and completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why do we even need to promote our c-pawn at all? Why don't we simply promote our f-pawn right now? Well, the issue here, if you make a queen, is that black has the very sneaky response, rook over to f4 check, forking our king and our queen. Of course, if you just ignore them, they'll simply capture, and this is completely losing. Instead, you must capture them, but now, taking a look at black's king, they're in a perfect spot where they have no legal moves, meaning this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. So, instead of that, you do not want to promote to a queen right away, but you do still want to promote because if you play anything else, then black can simply drop the rook up to a8 and stop you from making any progress in the future. So instead, you want to still promote here, but to a rook instead. Now, rook to f4 check does not work because you'll simply capture, and black still has legal moves they can play, so it is not a stalemate. Black's best try from here is probably then rook to c4 to try and stop your pawn, but you have a pretty easy sequence. Simply rook to c8, defending your pawn. Black will try to move their king closer, but you'll simply be able to push, and then check their king when they get close. They move over, you promote here, captures, and at the very end of the day, you still have one more rook, meaning you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you of course cannot promote immediately, because if you do, black can easily capture queen with the rook, and this has not gone very well. Instead here, you may think to push your f-pawn first to help your g-pawn promote safely, but then black can capture on g7 and simultaneously pin your pawn to your king. That way you still cannot promote here, and maybe you can try running your king away, but black can simply sacrifice. You take back. At the end of the day, you have a king versus a king, which is just a dead draw. So this means the only way to win here is going to be first moving your king off of the 7th rank. That way, if black captures on g7, it does not come with a pin. That means we either have to move to c8, d8, or e8, but if you go to d8 or c8, then black has a response, king over to e6, attacking your f-pawn, and very simply, you just cannot defend it. They'll capture this pawn, they'll capture your g-pawn, and this is going terribly. So, instead, you must play king over to e8. That way, when black goes to e6, you can respond with the simple pawn up to f7, threatening to promote. Now, black here, if they take your g-pawn, is no longer a pin, meaning you can just promote your f-pawn, and you have a queen versus a rook, which is a completely winning endgame. However, if black is very tricky here, they will instead play rook over to a1. Now, they're going up to a8, which is a threat of checkmate. If you promote either pawn to a queen here, then black will simply play rook up to a8, and that is just a checkmate in both cases. And if you instead try run your king away to prevent the checkmate, well then black can simply capture pawns, and of course you are not promoting. So then what can you do here? Well, you have the key promotion, promoting your f-pawn, but not to a queen, to a knight. That way it comes with a check, black's king is forced to move away, and no matter where they go, you are given an escape square, meaning you can safely promote your f-pawn, so your g-pawn, to a queen. If they play the check, you simply run away. You now have a queen and a knight versus a rook, which is a completely winning endgame. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you of course cannot promote immediately because black's rook is controlling your promotion square, but what you can do here is push your g-pawn up first. This now builds up promoting your h-pawn as well as promoting your g-pawn as well, but black has the very strong response, rook down to e1. Now, what is the point of this move? Well, here, if you promote either of your pawns into a queen, then black immediately has rook to h1, which is actually a checkmate on the side of the board. That happens if you promote your h-pawn to a queen, but also if you promote your g-pawn, still rook to h1, and the game is over. If you try to avoid this by playing a move like king down to h5, well then black easily has king takes g7, and they're capturing all of your pawns. So then, what can you do from here? Well, you do have the very nice under promotion, that being g8 equals knight. Now, what is the point of this check? Well, after black goes down to f5 here, you still have to deal with rook to h1 check, because if you promote here, even though it is not a checkmate, black can still end up capturing queen and then walking their king down to capture your final pawn, and here you cannot stop them. At the very end of the day, you only have one single knight, which is not enough to checkmate with. So instead here, to stop rook to h1 check, you have the very nice knight to f6. One, if black captures this, then you have promoting. Now this time it comes to the check because your g-pawn is no longer here and you just are in a completely winning position, queen versus rook. And if black instead goes rook to h1 check here, well then you can block your knight on h5. They have one last trick here, which is king g4, attack your knight. Still do not promote because black will capture and end up taking your queen. Instead, you have the nice pawn up to f3, attacking their king, forcing it away, at which point you can easily promote, and queen and knight versus rook is a completely winning endgame. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, while our ultimate goal is to promote our f-pawn, more immediately we have our b-pawn we want to promote, while black is also going to try and promote their own b-pawn. So here, the first move is pretty simple. We are going to push, black will push as well, we'll push again, and eventually here we are going to promote, but we need to be careful because when we make a queen, after black also makes a queen here, you cannot actually capture them, because if you do, well then black has no legal moves. Their king is completely trapped, they cannot move anywhere, and their pawn is blocked, meaning they can't do anything, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. The only other thing here that maybe you could do would start be trying to play some checks, but black will simply be able to move away, and eventually a trade will be forced, and still this is going to be a drawn or losing position for you. So that is not going to work. What you can do instead here is promote, but not to a queen, to a rook instead. That way, if black promotes, you can simply capture, and this time black can still go down to a2, so it is no longer a stalemate. You are up a rook and winning. But if black is smart here, they will instead play king down to a2 first, trying to safely promote their pawn. At which point here, you need to be very careful and play the move king down to a4. Why specifically a4? Well, here, after black promotes, you can go ahead and capture, black will take back, and you now have the key move, king to b3. You are completely limiting black. You are forcing them to stay on this first rank. That way, when they walk over and start getting closer to your pawn, here you simply follow them. Keep them on that first rank, and eventually you'll get into a situation where you can finally capture black's f-pawn and then easily push, promote, you'll eventually get a queen, and you are completely winning. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, it's clear that our checkmate is going to come with our two bishops and our queen, so first, let's try to figure out how that would actually happen. It seems we might have a checkmate with queen g7 or bishop g7, but black's queen covers that square, so unfortunately, we cannot make any progress. Same with queen to f6, that is also not going to work. However, using our other bishop, it seems we can almost play queen to g8. Now that would be a checkmate here if it weren't for black's rook currently covering that square. However, seeing that this is kind of a flimsy connection, you can play the move here, bishop to f8. And this has the very simple idea of severing that connection. That way, queen g8 is now a threat of checkmate, and one that black cannot easily stop. Their best reply here is to capture on f2, at which point you do need to be very careful here to escape all of the checks. Where do you want to run your king to? If you go to g2 or h1, then black here is going to be able to promote their queen, which is actually defended by this bishop all the way over here, so this is going to be a complete disaster. You are the one that's now getting checkmated. Instead here, you need to run to h2. That way, black's only way of checking you is going to be promoting to a knight, at which point you can just keep running up to h3, and black here can't do very much. The best thing is to delay the checkmate for a second with queen g4, but you can easily capture that, and black has nothing to do except capture on f8, but you can easily recapture with a checkmate. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, although black here is about to promote, at first glance it doesn't seem like that large of an issue because you can easily drop your rook down to h1 to control the promotion square. But the problem for you now is that black can essentially ignore this and just promote anyways. Why? Well, here, after you capture, taking a look at black's pieces, they cannot push either of their pawns, and now, because your rook is on b1, they have no squares they can move their king to, meaning they have no legal moves, so this is a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. So, rook down to h1 here does not work. What else can you do? Well, maybe you can try going the other way, playing rook to c7 check, black goes to b6, and then playing rook up to c8, attempting to get a skewer, but the exact same problem happens again. Black promotes, and although you get the skewer, after black goes straight back to c6 and you capture, we have the exact same stalemate we had a second ago. So, the winning move here is not going to be moving your rook, which means it can really only be pushing and promoting your own pawn. Now, you do need to be very careful, because after you push and black here promote, if you just make a queen as well, black has a direct sightline to your rook, and here they can play a check, forcing you to move your king away, and then they can capture, at which point this is just a draw. You cannot make any more progress. Instead here, you actually want to promote to a knight. Why? Well, one, it comes with a check, that way black is forced over to b6, and now we have that exact same skewer formation, and we can play rook to b7 skewer. This time c6 is covered though, meaning black is forced onto the a file, and after you capture, they still have squares they can go to, so this is not a stalemate, and you are up a rook and a knight and completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you can just capture this immediately, so why wouldn't you? Well, the issue here, if you take, is that black will then take your pawn on e5. Now, you can't really make any more progress, and they're going to start pushing and pushing and pushing, so pretty soon here, you are going to be forced to move your king to go ahead and stop them. But as soon as you do that, black can then take on b3 and start pushing and promoting their a pawn, and here you can never stop them, so this is always going to be completely losing. Otherwise, you can't really do anything. Maybe here, instead of pushing your pawn, you can try playing b4, because after black captures, you do unleash your c pawn, but this also won't work because black will push b3, and they're going to promote a lot faster than you do. So, capturing black's pawn immediately here is not going to work, but what this means is the only way that you can stop them is going to be promoting one of your own pawns faster than they can, and then using your queen to actually stop them. This means the only move here you can really play is going to be pawn up to e6, going straight for either captures or push for a promotion, and here black has some options. They can capture here, they can capture here, but their trickiest option is to push down to h4. Now here, if you capture an f7 and just try to promote, after black goes h3, the only way that you can stop them is to make a queen, they push to h2, then play queen over to a8, controlling h1, and after they promote here, although you do capture, at the very end of the day, every single one of black's pawns is blocked, and their king cannot move anywhere, meaning this is a stalemate because they have no legal moves, and stalemate is a draw. So, capturing f7 is not going to work. You must instead push up to e7 to go for this promotion, but you still need to be careful. If you make a queen here, even though you can drop down and stop them, we end up getting the exact same problem. This is once again a stalemate. Same thing if you promote to a rook, you move your rook down, you stop them, it is still a stalemate. Black has no legal moves. Instead here, the only winning move is to promote to a bishop. Why? You can still play here bishop c6 to stop them when they promote, but the difference is black still has a1 that they can move to, so it is not a stalemate, and it will take a second, but the extra bishop makes this a completely winning position. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, although you have two pawns here that you can push immediately, pushing either is not going to work. First, if you try pushing your your b pawn here, then black has rook to b6 check immediately, forking your king and your pawn. You move over, they capture, and pretty soon they will play rook g7, and when they get the rook in front of your g pawn, simply you will never ever be able to promote it, so this is not going to be winning. Similar thing happens if you try pushing your g pawn first. Black captures on b6 with a check, you move over, and then they can play a move like e5, quickly move the rook in front of your pawn. Once again here, you are not going to be promoting. So, pushing either of your pawns first is not going to work, but what you can do here is try and defend your b pawn because it is the biggest asset you have. You are only 2 squares away from promoting it. The only way that you can actually defend it in time is to play rook to c1 check, black moves their king, and then rook up to c6. Now this might not look very good because even though you do defend it, black has king d5 attacking rook, but now you have the key move here, pawn up to b7. This now ensures promotion because you're both controlling b6 and rook up to a8. However, you still need to be very careful here. Black can capture rook in 2 ways, either if their own rook or if their king. If they take the rook, simply here promote. The queen versus rook advantage is completely winning, but if they instead capture with their king, here you need to be very careful. If you make a piece like a queen, after black goes rook to b6, forking your king and your queen here, you capture and black takes, and although their king is very far from your g pawn, when you actually push and go through the entire line, you'll see they just barely catch you. You promote, they capture. This is not winning. That's why the only win move here is still promoting, but not to a queen, to a knight. That way you get this fork, black moves their king, you capture, they recapture, and now we have the exact same position, but instead of being on b6, black's king is on a6, and that 1 square of difference makes it so when you go through that exact same line, this time you promote before they can reach you, you're up a queen, and you are now completely winning. When do you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you can promote here immediately, so why wouldn't you? Well, the issue with making your queen on the first move here is that black can also make their own queen, and this is simply not a winning position for 2 main reasons. One, you are down material, you even have a free knight in capture, but after you take it, you only have a queen and a bishop versus a queen and a rook, which is just a losing position. And secondly, your king is in a very unsafe spot. In this case, black has the immediate queen c5, which is just a checkmate. And in other cases, your king is also in a very dangerous position, so this is not going to be winning. What else can you do then? Well, on the first move, it is best to delay promoting and instead play bishop to f3 check, forking black's king and their pawn first. That way, they move, you capture, and now they can no longer promote. But they can still be very tricky here by playing knight captures on g6. Now, this is a free knight here, but first of all, why do we even need to capture? Why can we not just promote? Well, black has the very annoying knight to f4 check, and we only have 3 spots for our king, but unfortunately, if we go to g5, then black has knight to e6, forking us. We move, they capture, this is losing. And if you instead go anywhere, either to g4 or h4, well then you walk in the path of black's rook. That way, they still have knight to e6 check. You move, they capture, and this is still losing. So here, you must capture black's knight, at which point they have the very subtle rook over to d4, targeting the d6 pawn. And now still here, you need to be very careful, because if you promote to a queen, now that black has attracted our king g6, they have rook captures on d6, forking our king and our queen here. And if you move, you let them capture, this is of course losing, and if you capture them, well then black's king unfortunately is stalemated by our pieces. They have no legal moves, and so this is a draw. That means the only winning move here is still promoting, but to a rook instead. That way, if black captures, well then there is no stalemate. Black can still run over to b8 here, and instead you'll simply push your pawn, promote, and it will take a second, but you are completely winning. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, we need to think about our biggest assets in this position. One, we have a pawn on d7 that is about to promote. Of course, the only thing blocking it is black's queen. So it would be really nice here if we can force black's queen away somewhere. How can we actually do that? Well, we also have black's king in a very dangerous position and a bunch of ways that we can try to check them. However, we need to be very careful which check we pick. If we play one like bishop c6 check, well then you let black step back to b8, at which point we can't really make any more progress. They're actually pretty safe back here, and so this is not going to work. We need something a little bit more explosive, which we have with the nice rook captures on c7. Here, black can capture this with their queen, which they basically must. If they step back to either a8 or b8, we will have a very quick checkmate. For example, if they go to b8, then we have rook to c8 check, double check actually, forcing them up to b7, and now bishop c6 is an immediate checkmate. So black here must capture our rook, at which point we now can checkmate, but we don't want to quite yet. Why not? If you make a queen here, well, this is just too slow. It's not a check. Black has a rook to g1 check here. That way, after we block, they capture, and this is actually an immediate checkmate on you, so you do not want this. You might think instead you can promote here, but not to a queen with a knight, which does come with a check, but now black can walk their king over to c8, where they are surprisingly safe, and once again, we can't really make any more forward progress. That is why the move you want to play here is a second sacrifice, bishop to c6 check. Once again here, black virtually must capture. If they step back to b8, then we have an immediate promotion with a check, and this is just a complete disaster. Here, they must capture, and now that their king and their queen are in just the right spot, we will promote, but not to a queen, to a knight. That way, we get this fork. Black must move their king, at which point you can capture black's queen, and here you'll now win black's bishop in the corner. You are up a ton of material, and you are completely winning. Can you take this bishop? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, we immediately have a check you can play on the back rank. But the first question here is, which piece do you want to start with? Either with your rook check or with your queen check. Taking a look at the queen check here, the issue of this is that after black blocks the bishop, although you can play rook to f8, double stacking on the bishop and they cannot defend it, black has here the unfortunate response, rook to g2, skewering your king and your queen. That way you must move, they capture, and of course this is just completely losing. Instead here, you want to play rook to f8 check first. That way, when they block, you can play either queen to e6 or queen to f5, once again attacking the bishop, but this time there will be no skewer. Now, these two moves here look largely identical, but only one of them is going to give you the win and the other one will give you loss. Which one and why? Well, starting with queen to e6 here, the problem with this is that although you do attack them, black can still play checks. They can play rook to g3 check, forcing you to run your king away, let's say to f6, but now they have rook to f3 check, and now you are getting skewered on your rook here. Once again, you must move, and now black can capture, and this is very unfortunate because you can't really take back. Then the pin is gone, meaning black can capture queen. Of course, this is completely losing. Instead here, you would need to move your queen first, but now that you've not captured the rook, this is just completely losing. Instead, by playing queen to f5, black, after that same check, you can still run to f6, but this time they have no more check, it is blocked, and black here can't do much else. Only thing they can try is rook to h6, at which point you still need to be careful, because if you run to e7 here, then they have rook to g7 check, forcing you to run up to d8 or e8, blocking the pin you have, meaning, once again, black can capture queen, this loses. You can also instead capture on e5, which leads to another issue. Black has rook to e6 check, you move your king away, and then rook to e3. Everything is defended, meaning you are no longer seeing black's bishop and you cannot capture them. You instead just want to go king to f7, black really here has no more checks. Only thing they can do is play king to b7, letting you capture after black runs their king away, and you have a queen versus rook advantage, which will take some time to convert, but you are winning. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you can actually just take this immediately with your rook, and it is the correct first move. However, the real challenge from here is going to be defending against all black's attacks as they try to get to your vulnerable king. Here, their biggest threat is rook down to e1, but they don't actually want to play this immediately, because if they do, then you can easily drop your own rook right back down to g1, and they have no more attack here. You are up material and completely winning. But if they see that and are smart, they will instead play the more subtle bishop over to h3. Now, this doesn't look like it does a whole lot, but if you play any normal move here, like let's say pawn up to d4, then here black now has rook to e1 check. You must block, but this time, because your rook is pinned here and they have their bishop ready, bishop g2 is an immediate checkmate. So instead of that, you want to play rook down to g1 first to preemptively stop rook to e1, but black here is going to continue the attack with bishop captures on f2. They are attacking your rook here, but you cannot move it anywhere, because if you do, then black will have bishop g2, and once again, you are getting checkmated. Instead here, you did just win a queen, which means you are up material, which means you can afford to sacrifice some material, which is why the winning move here is bishop down to f1. You don't really care that black can capture you, because if they do, well then you finally get rid of black's annoying bishop on h3, and although they can play rook down to e1, which is scary, you simply have queen to d3. If they play any discovered check here, you can easily block with your bishop on f1, at which point you are up material, black has no more attack, and you are completely winning. So that is not going to work for them. Also, if they try taking your bishop on f1, then you simply recapture. Once again, black has no attack, you are winning. Their best try here is going to be rook down to e1 in this position, really putting pressure on your bishop. You don't want to capture an h3 in this case, because then rook takes on g1 is another checkmate. Instead here, you want to play, once again, queen to d3 to simply defend. This way, when black captures on f1, you do still need to be careful, because if you recapture with your rook, then black has bishop g2 checkmate once again. Instead, you want to take with your queen, because even though after captures and captures you have sacrificed your queen back, black must drop their bishop back, and at the very end of the day, they have no more attack, and you are up one full rook, meaning you are completely winning in this endgame. Can you win this bishop? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you already have a ton of firepower aimed at it, with both your queen also pinning it towards their king, and your rook down here. However, the big issue for you is that one, your rook is undefended, and secondly, black is currently attacking your king, so you must be very careful where you put it. For example, if you run over down to b2, then black has queen to b4 check, forking your king and your rook. That way, no matter where you move, then go ahead and capture it, and simultaneously defend their bishop, at which point you have no way to win it, and this is pretty much an equal position. Also, if you try running to a2, then black has queen to a5 with a similar situation. You are forked, you move, they capture, they defend, and this is not going very well. So the first move here is going to be king over to b3, the only one that does not give black an immediate fork. However, they will still keep attacking with queen over to b5. Now here, you have the option either run to c3 or go back to the a file, but you do not want to go back to the a file, because then queen to a5 check, and once again, you are getting forked. So you must run over to c3, but at this point, black is now the one that needs to be careful. If they play a check here, like queen to c5, then you go king d2, defending your rook, meaning no matter what black plays from here, at some point you will have a move like king down to d1, and they have no more checks on you, meaning you will promptly capture black's bishop and you are just completely winning here. Their last trick they can play is going to be queen to a5, skewering you. However, once again, you have the choice. Either you can run to the left or up or somewhere else, but here you want to go to d3. Why specifically king d3? Well, here, after black captures, although this is similar before, because your king is on d3, you can play bishop to e2, defended by your king, blocking black's sight of their own bishop, and they have no more checks, meaning no matter what they decide to do here, you will easily capture their bishop, meaning you now up a bishop in this endgame and you are winning. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, because black's king is in a position where they can pretty easily get to safety, we know that most of our moves here must be checks. So starting off, looking at some of the checks you can play here, you might look at rook to b7, but black can easily capture. This leads to nothing. You might look at rook up to c6 check, but black can take this with their queen. Once again, this leads to basically nothing, and those are really the only two obvious checks you have here, but you do have one more, that being pawn up to d5, discovered check with your bishop. Now, where can black run their king to? If they go over to a5, then you have immediately rook takes a7, which is straight up checkmate. So instead here, black's only move they can really play is to block this check with bishop to c5. Now, this is a completely free bishop that you can capture in 3 ways, but only one of these captures is actually good for you. Starting with if you capture with your own bishop, the problem is, even though this does come with a check, black now has king takes c7 because you severed your own connection with your bishop, and now, even though you have a discovered check here, it doesn't really matter. Black moves over, they are completely safe, and you have no attack. So, capturing the bishop is not going to work, which means which rook do you want to instead capture with? If you take with your top rook here, even though it doesn't lose a rook, after captures and captures, you just have no attack. Black move their king back to safety, and really here you just have nothing. Instead, you want to actually take with your bottom rook, which looks really weird because this doesn't mean you completely sacrifice your top rook, but you will continue with the attack with rook to b5. This is a double check with your dark square bishop and your rook, meaning black is forced over to a6, at which point you now have another discovered check, but you must be careful how you use it. If you play a random rook move, like let's say rook down to b3, then black has the response queen to b5 blocking, and no matter which piece you take with here, black will be able to run their king to safety. If you take the rook here, then black has bishop takes d5, so no matter where you move your rook from here, they can always block the discovered check, and somehow you still have no checkmate. Instead, the only winning move is going to be rook up to b8, discover check, because here, after black can block the rook, you'll simply capture, and this time when they block their queen, you can safely take the bishop. Black cannot run up to b7, so after they go down to a5, you have bishop d2, the final nail in the coffin, and this is checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, we know that most of our moves here are going to be checks, so let's start by looking at some of the checks that you can start out with. Here, you already have your queen in a very good spot, cutting off a lot of black's escape squares, so you probably don't want to play a queen check like queen g3, because then you let them run away, they can start blocking, and at this point they are already pretty much safe. So, instead here, you really only have 2 viable checks, those being a move pawn up to d4 or d3, revealing a bishop discovered check, or the simpler pawn up to h4 check. Here, a move pawn to d4 is flashier, however, you don't want to play this immediately, because if you do, you let black go up to g6, at which point you just don't have another good check here. You can only play some queen checks, which you don't want to do, because you then let them run away. Instead here, you might be forced to play a move like pawn to h4, trying to go for h5, but this is just too slow. Black can counter with their own h5 push. Here, they can now run back, and once again, they are safe. So, instead, you want to start with pawn to h4, that way when they back up to g6 here, you can immediately push up to h5 and attack them again. Now, they can either go down to g5 or to the side to h6. If they go to g5 here, then now pawn to d4 is straight up checkmate immediately. However, if they instead go to h6, even though this check now looks really good here, you do not want to play it. Why? Black can block with pawn to g5, and even though you do get the en passant capture, pawn takes on g6, black can run back to g7 here, and somehow they are safe. You can keep checking them, however, they're just going to defend more and more, and somehow you do not have a killing blow, and black is safe here. You don't have a checkmate. So, what do you do instead? Well, you actually have the simpler queen to e3 check, attacking black and their undefended bishop on e6. That way, when they block the g5, still here, you do not want to en passant. Instead, you can simply capture the free bishop. They're forced up to g7, and now pawn to h6 is checkmate. Can you win this knight? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, there is a lot going on in this position, as black's knight is forking your queen rook, while at the same time with your bishop, you are forking black's queen rook. So what do we actually want to do starting out from here? Well, maybe we can try playing a check, just getting our queen out of danger, but this is not really going to work because black can block that check with their own queen, and at the end of the day, we're just going to get a whole bunch of trades that eventually land us in a completely dead equal endgame, and this is not what we want. So what else can we do? Well, it seems we're going to have to play into the line by either capturing black's queen or the rook here and letting them capture us. So here, which piece do you want to take first? You do not want to capture their rook first, because if you do, black can get their queen out of safety or out of danger with a check, and at this point, now black can capture your queen and you are just down material. This is not going well. You must capture black's queen first, at which point we're just going to get a ton of captures. Black now captures our queen, you capture black's rook, black captures your rook, but now here is an interesting spot. You don't want to capture one more time and take their knight, because black will just take back, and we land in that same dead equal endgame. However, let's actually think for a second, where can black's knight go? They cannot go to f2, that is covered by our king. They cannot go to e3, that is covered by our rook. They cannot go to c3, because that is covered by our pawn. The only square black has here is capturing on b2. So is there a way that we can simultaneously defend our b2 pawn while getting our bishop out of danger? Yes, there is, with a very nice bishop all the way back to a3, at which point black's knight is completely trapped. The only thing they can really do here is try to sacrifice for a pawn. You recapture, and at the end of the day, you are a bishop up in this endgame and winning. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, the big thing to notice here is that black's king is in a very, very weak position. So the first thing to look at is there a way that we can attack it? Now, we have no direct check. You might look at a move like queen to f3 here to try and go for queen g3 check, but it is just a little too slow. Black has time to walk over, and by the time we are ready to infiltrate, they can play rook g8, stop us, and at this point, we can't make any more forward progress. So, what else can we do? Well, we would really like to play queen g4 and just immediately head in. However, the issue, of course, is that black's queen is covering that square. So what can we do? Well, we have a very nice move here, knight into f5, completely blocking black's queen from seeing g4, and now they need to be very careful. If they try walking over to h8, well, now we can infiltrate with queen to g4, and because the knight is also covering that g7 square, when black tries rook over to g8, this time we have bishop g7 check, they capture, and queen takes is checkmate. So what else can black do here? Maybe they can try dropping their bishop back to try and trade our own bishop off, but once again, this is not going to work. We have queen g4 check, and then we can infiltrate our bishop and get a checkmate. Black's only real response here is going to be knight dropping back to e7, trying to get their knight to g6, at which point we are the ones who need to be a little careful, because if we play queen g4 check once again, this time black has knight g6, blocking our queen from seeing any of the important squares, and at this point, we cannot actually make any more progress, and this is not good for us. So, what do we do instead? Well, now we don't actually care about checkmating. We have the very nice knight into g7. Why? We are attacking black's queen, and because they just put their knight on e7, now their queen has no safe squares they can go to, meaning no matter what they do on the next move, we will promptly be able to capture, at which point you are up a ton of material and completely winning. Can you win this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there are two main things going on right now. One, black is attacking your rook with their king, and secondly, you are attacking black's pawn with your own pawn. And here, if you try moving your rook to safety, it is just too slow. You give black a moment to capture your pawn on g3 and simultaneously defend g7. That way, if you capture, they just recapture, and this is just a dead draw. So, what can you do instead here? Well, thing is, you do not need to defend your rook here. You can simply play pawn takes on g7 anyways. And black, if they're smart, will not want to capture, because then you can immediately promote, and queen versus rook is a winning advantage. So instead of that, they will play rook takes g3 here, attacking your g7 pawn, at which point it looks like you're just going to lose it because you have no way of directly defending it. However, you do have a way of tactically defending it with the nice rook over to a6, at which point black can do a bunch of things. One, if they try capturing immediately, this of course does not work because they are now aligned on the 7th rank. That way, you have rook to a7 check, skewering them, forcing their king out the way, you capture, at which point you are up rook and winning. However, they can also try moving their king to a variety of spots. If they move up to either c8 or d8, then here you can immediately promote your pawn because black is forced to capture, and now you have the same skewer, but this time it is on the 8th rank. Once again, they're forced to move. You capture, you are up rook, and you are winning here. If black instead tries to get closer to your pawn with either king to e8 or king to e7, well then here you want to start pushing your c-pawn. That way, when a black captures, now you can get the skewer again, and even though this time you won't end up winning the rook, it doesn't really matter because you can easily push your c-pawn, end up promoting queen, at which point here you are once again completely winning. And lastly, if black tries to get closer to your rook here with king over to c7, then you have the very nice rook all the way up to a8. Because of this, you are threatening to promote your pawn, forcing black to capture, at which point you now drop back to a7, get the skewer, they must move, you capture, and at the end of the day, you are up a rook and completely winning. Can you win a bishop? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, there are a couple ways that you can immediately attack black's bishops, like playing rook down to e1 here, but these moves aren't really going to lead anywhere. Black can just move their bishop away and it doesn't really help. Same with rook over to a6, black just moves their bishop and you don't really have any follow-up. So what else can you do here? Well, you can try playing maybe a check, rook to e7 check, but once again, black can just move and nothing really comes out of it. However, there is another way that you can attack black's bishops, and that is with the move king over to b4. Now, this is a lot more challenging for black to deal with because they don't have many good options for their bishop. Already, all of these options are already covered, and if they try going to d7, then you have rook up to e7 check, forking black's king and their bishop. They move, you capture, of course you're winning. And if they try going instead down to d1, well then you swing your rook down to e1 and you get another fork. They move, you capture, once again you are winning. This only leaves them with one good option, that being bishop down to c2, at which point you have two ways of attacking this bishop, or I guess a few actually. You have king down to c3, you have rook c6, you have rook down to e2. However, the one you want to pick here is definitely rook down to e2 because you both attack their bishop and are setting up this fork, rook g2, on black's other bishop and their king. To try and prevent this other fork, the only thing they can really do here is maybe try bishop over to g6, but here you can simply play rook to g2 anyways, because after they move their dark square bishop here, well, now this bishop is pinned, and so you have a nice bishop over to f5. No matter what they do, you'll be able to capture, and at the end of the day, a rook and a bishop versus a bishop endgame is winning.
Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the biggest issue you have here is that black can simply swing the rook all the way up to f8 and control your promotion square. And even though here you can play knight to d6 to protect your promotion square, the issue now is that black can start pushing their own pawn with c4. And here, although you can promote, at the end of the day, black is in capture, you will recapture, and they can simply now push and promote their own pawn. You cannot stop them, and this is just completely losing. So, what else can you try to do? Well, the good thing is we know that black's main defense is rook up to f8, so is there a way that we can control that square? Yes, there is, by playing knight to g5 check. Black must move their king away, and now knight over to e6. Now, this is a little tricky for black to deal with, and they can try a couple of things. If they try to just get our knight out of here with a move like rook over to e1, well, this is not going to work because we can just ignore it and play pawn c7. They do capture, but we still promote here, and queen versus rook is just a winning endgame. So that rook move's not going to work, but they only really have one other good one, that being rook all the way over to a1. Now, why a1? Well, here, after we push our pawn up to c7, black can capture an a4, and this does come to the check, and now you need to be very smart here, because if you simply move your king away, like down to h3, well then, black plays rook up to a8, controlling your promotion square, and here you cannot make any more progress, and this is completely losing. Instead, you have the really nice sacrifice here, knight into d4 to block the check. What is the idea behind this? Well, one, if they capture the pawn, then you easily promote your queen, and queen versus rook, once again, is winning. If they capture the rook, although this comes with a check, it doesn't matter. You simply move your king away, and here, black now cannot stop your pawn, and then give some more checks here, but no matter what, they cannot stop you from promoting. You are winning. And lastly, if they try to swing up to a8 to once again control the promotion square, well, then you have a nice knight in it to c6, and here, if black does a random move, then your play, knight b8, blocking the rook out, you will promptly promote, you are winning. And if they instead try to put their rook on c8, well then you have a nice knight to e7 fork, and no matter what black does, you'll be able to capture the rook, move your knight away, quickly promote, and here you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why can you not simply push and promote immediately? Well, the issue with trying to do this first is that black has this knight, and across the entire board here, they are going to try and stop you. In this case, they will play knight e7, you push again, pawn up to a6, but then they get the annoying move, knight to c8. Now, they're controlling the square in front of your pawn, and they're looking at b6, and no matter what you do here, you can try moving your bishop in, black will play knight to b6, you can attack them for a moment, and then knight into a8, and once they get their knight here, you can never push your pawn, you can never make any more progress, and this is just a draw. So, instead of pushing first, we want to try and reverse the order a little bit, and knight to e7 is the key square for black right now, so the first move, you want to play bishop over to a3, just trying to prevent black from going there, but still, they can try by playing pawn up to f6, opening up another avenue. And here, let's look at pushing your pawn again, pawn up to a5. Now, this is not the correct move here, but what it reveals is going to be very important. After black plays knight to f6, we can push our pawn again up to a6, and now black has three main moves here they can try to get closer, those being knight into e8, knight into d7, and knight into d5. First, looking at knight to d7, here black is trying to go to b6 to try and get into a8, but you can easily stop that by playing bishop to c5. And now, no matter what black does here, you will easily be able to push, promote, and you are completely winning. So knight to d7 does not work because of bishop c5. If black instead goes knight up to e8, trying to get into c7, well then once again we can stop this time by playing bishop to d6, controlling that square, and even though black can take our free bishop, it doesn't matter because now we can easily push, black cannot stop us, promote, and you are once again completely winning. This only leaves us with one option, that being knight into d5. And the reason this move is better is that black is simultaneously trying to go into b6 and c7 at the same time. And fortunately here, we cannot stop both. So no matter what we do, black will once again get an a8 and end up stopping our pawn. However, going back to this position, now that we've identified that d5 is the key square for black, we can find the really nice move here, pawn up to d5. What is the point of the sacrifice? Well, one here, we are attacking black's pawn, so they must do something, that being probably captures. But now that d5 is blocked out, you can easily push and promote your pawn. Black cannot stop you. If they do play knight e8, do be careful to play bishop d6 first to prevent them from going to c7. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, if you want to promote your g-pawn here, you know that you're going to need to get rid of black's f-pawn because it is currently blocking the way forward, which means you're going to need to get your king up to f7, that way you can capture. Now right now you cannot really do that because black's king is blocking the way forward. However, what you can try to do here is use your b pawn as a sacrifice to essentially force them to get out of the way. What I mean here, you can try playing pawn up to b5 first, forcing black to play king over to c5 to capture you. That way you cannot just push and promote, which gives you time to now play king to e3 and now run up and capture all of black's pawns. Now this is a good idea, but the execution is a little sloppy because in this case black can play king over to c6 and just beeline their king straight to their pawn up to e8 here defending, and at this point you can never force their king away. They will always play a move like king to e7 defending, and as a result you can never make any progress. This is just a draw. So the idea here is good, we just need to do it in a slightly different way. What I mean, well, instead of pushing first, you can essentially delay for a move here by playing king over to e2. Now, why can you just delay like this? Well, here, if black tries to run their king over, play king c4 and get your pawn right now, this time, after king e3, they capture king e4. Because their king is one square lower than it was before, they were on b5 before, after king c5 and king captures e5, we have the opposition. We're essentially forcing them out and forcing them to play king up to c6 in this case, which just makes them too slow. You can now play king f6, capture their pawn, push, promote. In this case you would be winning. So what else can black try here? Their best move is probably just pawn to e4, trying pushing their own pawn forward here, and as a result you don't need to do anything. You can just keep delaying by playing king over to d2. At some point after black pushes their pawn and you go right back to e2, black will be forced to do something. After king to e4, in this case, because their king is now farther from your pawn, you can play b5 in this case. Now they're forced to run their king over and stop your pawn, but they are just too slow because at the end of the day here, their king is just way too far to defend their pawn. You can easily move your king up, capture, and then push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, let's just get some things out of the way. One, if you play any move here that is not a check, let's say you try rook down to b1, trying to get a checkmate on black's king, then simply black will be able to use their queen to just check your king forever and ever and ever, and you will never ever be able to make any progress. And as a result, this is just a drawn position. You may even fall into some fork and you would be losing. So this is certainly not what you want. What do you want then? Well, it must be a check, but you only have a couple options and none of them look very good. You can try playing rook to a6 check, but black can just capture and this leads to nothing. You can try playing rook to b7 check. Once again, black can capture. This leads to nothing. However, there is one more option, that being probably the stupidest looking one, rook into a8. Now, this just looks dumb. It's a weird sacrifice. However, let's take a closer look. One, black can capture this with their king, but if they do, then you have rook to a6, and this is an immediate checkmate, so black cannot do that. That means the only other thing they can do is to capture with their queen in the corner. However, now their king and their queen are very vulnerable on the a file, and you might be able to get a skewer here. However, you must be very careful which square you pick to drop back to. If you play, for example, rook down to b1, trying to get rook to a1 and get the skewer or a checkmate, then black has the very unfortunate queen all the way over to h8, and across the entire board, they're controlling a1, preventing you from playing a check, and because they can now start attacking your king forever, you are the one that is now completely losing. Same story, if you try rook down to b2, black has queen to g8, and they are once again controlling the key square. However, you have one more option here, that being rook down to b3, and this one is winning because queen to f8 does not work because black's own pawn is blocking the way. If they play this move, then rook to a3 would be an immediate checkmate. So instead here, black must play king to a6. That way, after you play this check, they can at least run their king to b5 and not be checkmated, but you can still capture their queen, at which point you just need to stop black's pawn. You are up a rook and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, white cannot simply push and promote immediately. The issue here, if you try to do this first, is that black has bishop to d4, getting on that central diagonal and controlling your promotion square. That way you will never be able to safely promote. But on the bright side, now that we know that black's only way of stopping us immediately is bishop d4, you can find the move king d5 to stop them from here. Now, they have two options, those being bishop a5 and bishop d8. I'll take a look at both. I'll look at bishop a5 first, though. Here, they're now trying to get into c3 to once again get on the diagonal. However, if you try controlling that with your king here, it is not going to work because they can backstep up to d8, now going for f6, and you are too slow to stop them. They'll get on that square, stop your pawn, and as a result, you will never be able to safely promote. So instead here, you need some way of stopping them from going back up to d8, which you can do with the very nice pawn up to b6. Here, you are threatening to capture black and promote, so they must do something. However, if they take their bishop, then d4 is controlled here, so you can easily push, promote, and you are completely winning. And if they instead take the pawn, well, now d8 is blocked out, meaning you can safely move your king down to control c3. However, you still need to be careful. If you play king c4 here, then black has pawn down to b5, a check, and now d8 is opened up again, meaning this is once again a draw. You are not winning. Instead, you got to play king down to d4 to still control c3, but now black does not have pawn down to b5, at which point they can't do too much. Their only trick they have is after bishop d2, you push. They can play bishop c1 here because if you simply promote, well, then they get bishop b2, skewering your king, your queen. You move, they capture. This is not what you want. Instead, you got to play king to c3 in, just stopping that promptly, at which point you can easily push, promote, and you are completely winning. So bishop to a5 does not work for black. They do have one other option, that being bishop over to d8, but a lot of these same ideas apply here. Black is trying to go to f6 to control your pawn, but the only way to stop them is to play b6 first, because after black captures, now they cannot retreat back to a5 and get on the other diagonal. Now you can go king e6, just stopping them from getting on that diagonal, at which point you can easily push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, let's just take stock of this position because there is a lot going on here. You are about to promote, but of course you cannot promote immediately because black's rook here would simply capture. At the same time, black's rook is also defending their pawn on e2 from our own rook, which is about to promote, and that is seemingly unstoppable. You also have a hanging knight on g6, and and a potential check with pawn up to f4. So what do we actually do here? What is the order of operations? Well, first, we must deal with black's pawn, because if we let them promote, that is just going to be a completely losing position. And here we only actually have one way of stopping them, that being capturing on e2 right away. Now, of course, this looks really stupid, because black just takes right back, and we're now down a rook, and even though we did get rid of their pawn, it doesn't look like we are now going to be promoting. However, because black's rook is now very far away from our pawn, we can think about the fact that we can sever their connection somewhere on this e-file. If we can block this, well then, black's rook will not see our pawn, which we can do with the very nice second sacrifice, knight into e5. Now, what is the point of this? Well, one, if black captures with their pawn, well then the rook is now blocked out, so we can easily promote. Queen versus rook is a winning endgame. If black does nothing, well then rook's vision is still blocked, so we will once again promote. And lastly, if black captures with the rook, well now their king and the rook are in the perfect position for us to play pawn up to f4 and get a very nice fork. And no matter what black does from here, we're going to be able to quickly promote. If they try to run to f7, then we can capture on f6, defend our pawns, and no matter what black does, we'll soon promote. We are up a queen, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, if you want to promote your pawn, you're first going to need to get rid of black's g-pawn, because it is currently covering the path forward, which you can actually immediately do here with the nice pawn up to f6. You are attacking them and threatening to push and promote your f-pawn, so here they essentially must capture, which now gives you a free runaway to push and promote. But black can try to stop you here using their knight, which they can do after you push, and they play knight takes on g3, you push again, knight to f5 here, attacking your pawn, you push again, and now black's only way of trying to stop you here is to play knight to d6 check. That way, after you move your king, then they put their knight on f7 and finally control the promotion square. And here, most people would absolutely play king to d5, seeing this plan, because after black goes to f7, you can now run your king to e6 and attack their knight again. However, this is actually not good for you, because black has to move knight to g5, now forking your king and your pawn. And here, even though you can take on f6, black can take on h7, sacrificing their knight just to get your pawn out of the way. And after you capture, at the very end of the day, black can now take on a5, and it is your king and your knight versus 3 pawns, of which you cannot stop them all, and as a result, you are actually losing here. So, king d5 is not the best move. The best move is actually to go the other way to b4. Now, what is the point of defending our a5 pawn? Well, here, after black puts their knight on f7 and stops our pawn, taking a look at black here, they only actually have one single escape square, that being b7. And we can take advantage of this by playing knight into e6, threatening knight to c5, which would be a checkmate. If black plays any random move here, knight c5, and the game is over. Instead, black's only way of stopping that checkmate is to run away to b7, but now black's knight and their king are in a forkable position, and you have the nice knight to d8 check, attacking their king and their knight. Here they essentially must capture, but now their knight no longer covers your pawn, so you can easily promote, and being a queen up makes this endgame completely winning. Where do you move this king? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you are currently in check, and you only have 5 options on where to go. Only one of these wins, the other 4 are going to give you a draw. So, which one is it? Well, let's start with some of the more obvious options. King to e5, probably the most natural move here, immediately attacking black's rook, and seemingly they can't really do anything to stop you from promoting on the very next turn, but they can because they have a crazy defense they will use in all these lines, that being rook up to d8. What is the idea behind this stupid looking move? Well, here, if you capture and promote, it actually doesn't matter,
because black will simply take right back, and at the end of the day, you only have one single knight, which is not enough to force a checkmate, meaning this is just a draw. What else can you do instead? Well, to be honest, not really anything. You can try to move your king in closer to help your pawn out, but it is not going to stop black from them playing rook over to e8, and when you finally get close, they will simply sacrifice a rook, you take back, and we are left with that same drawn position. So king to e5 here is not going to work. For the same reasons, if you play king down to f5, black goes rook up to d8, and this still does not work. Same for king to g5. Once again, rook up to d8. Your pawn is not going to be able to safely promote, which only leaves us with two options, those being king up to f7 and king to g7. King to f7 is probably the second most natural move because you were helping your pawn to push and promote, but still here, it doesn't matter because of rook to d8. If you capture, black takes back, this is a draw. If you push and promote, black will capture, you take back, this is a draw. And if you try anything else, let's say you try moving your knight over to e6, to try and attack the rook, well then black will always have some move to force a capture of your pawn here, and this is still a draw, so king to f7 does not work either. Then what is so special about the only move left, king over to g7? Well, here, after black goes rook up to d8, this time we play king to f7, and through this triangulation, we have the same position we had a second ago, but this time it is black's turn to move, and where can they actually go? They can't move the rook anywhere. To e8 we capture, to anywhere down here we'll simply promote, and moving their king, they can't go to b8 or b7, we'll take the rook safely, and lastly, if they move their king down to c7, their last move they can try, well then, knight to e6, and we get a very nice fork. They move their king, we capture and promote, at which point you are completely winning. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, we know here that if you do not play a check immediately, then black is going to start checking you and get their queen out of danger. So here, what are all the checks that you can start out with? Well, you only actually have one, that being rook up to b7 check, which looks stupid at first, but let's actually go through it. Black can either capture, they can go up, or they can go down. If they capture, then we have knight d6, forking their king, their queen, they move, you capture, you are winning in this endgame. If they go up to c8, then once again, knight d6 check, they move, you capture their queen, we have gotten another fork, once again, you are winning. And lastly, if they go into c6, then we don't have an immediate fork, but we will continue the checks with knight over to d8, attacking their king and defending your rook. Here, if they go down to c5, then you have rook c7 and you skewer them, they move, you capture, once again, this is winning. And if they instead run over to d5, then we just keep going with the checks, rook over to d7. Here, if they go back to c5, then you go over to c7 and get that skewer. If they go over to e4, then you have pawn up to d3 and we get this fork. They capture, you capture back. Once again, this is winning. And if they instead capture your pawn on e5, then we continue with another check, pawn up to f4. Now here, if black takes that with their king, then you have a very nice rook down to d4 check, forking them, they must capture, at which point we get knight takes on e6, another fork, they move, you capture, and this endgame at the very end of the day is completely winning, you are up 2 pawns. If black tries to run to f6, then you have rook to f7 check, which is actually checkmate, so that does not work, which leaves them with only one option, queen captures on f4, at which point you have a very nice move, rook down to d4, probably the killer blow here, because if black takes the king, then you have knight takes e6, another fork. If they take the queen, then you have knight c6, another fork. If they try running their queen over to g5, then you have knight f7, you get another fork. Queen h6, another fork. If they move their queen up to f6, then you have knight c6. This time it is checkmate, which leaves them once again with only one option, that being queen up to f8, at which point you have the final line, knight c6 check, black runs to f6, and now rook to f4, getting one final skewer. They move, you capture, and at the very end of the day, you are completely winning in this endgame. Can you win this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, right now, black is threatening to capture your pawn on h5 and then go to a square like up to h8, at which point they would just be completely safe and you can never capture them. So first order business, we need to make sure that our h5 pawn here is defended. Now, you only have two ways to do that. The first way, pawn to g4, is not really going to work because then black can capture your pawn on f3, and they have a bunch of different safe squares they can return to. However, you can also play knight to f4, which is quite a bit better. You attack the rook, you defend h5, black here will take your pawn on g3 with a check, but you can run your king over to f2 and force them over to g5. However, from here, it looks like you can't really do that much because d5 and h5 are both being defended by your knight, so you can't really move your knight anywhere. However, otherwise, you can't really do anything to any of your pawns or your king, so it seems like you are at a complete standstill. However, taking advantage of black's king on specifically the e8 square, you can find the very nice knight into e6. Now, what is the point of this knight move? Well, here you are attacking black's rook, and they only have 4 squares that they can go to. If they capture upon h5, well then, you have a knight takes g7, and you get a very nice fork. They must move, you capture the rook, at which point you are up a knight and completely winning in this endgame. If they go to f5, then you get knight takes g7. Once again, you get that fork, they move, you capture, you are winning. If they try capturing your pawn on d5, well then you go the other way to c7, but once again, you get a fork, and you are still completely winning in that endgame. Black's only safe square is to go to e5, at which point you are just going to continue attacking them. You can play pawn up to f4, forcing them to e4, at which point black's only safe escape score for the rook from here is over to c4, meaning we can immediately cut that out with pawn up to b3, and here they can't really do anything. They only have 2 moves they can play, those being king d7 or king f7. All their moves immediately lose, and both those immediately fall to once again another knight fork, meaning you are always completely winning in all of these variations. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, we know, just looking at this position, that we have a classic 2 versus 1 pawn setup, which means we know the winning path here is going to be pushing our c pawn until black is forced to capture, which then gives us a clear runway to push and promote our a pawn. So it's always a good idea to start off with the most obvious move. What happens if we just try pushing our c pawn? In this case, it is not going to work because black can simply run their king closer to us, and although we can get to c6 and force them to capture, we're not going to be able to promote our a pawn because black's king is just too fast. They will capture us, and of course, this is not going to be winning. That happens if we push our c pawn first. Pushing our a pawn first is not going to be much better. Black will still run closer and end up capturing us. This is not going to work out. So what else can we do? Well, we know that the key square here is currently e3 because that is where black can run their king to, and we can stop them from going to e3 by playing our king, not capturing the free pawn, but instead down to f4. Now black here, just trying to get closer to our pawns, will then play king over to e2, at which point, even though we have stopped them from going here, we still do not want to push our c pawn. Why? Well, in this case, black can now go to d3, and it's kind of the same situation, slightly different, but the same result is going to end up happening. We push our a pawn, but black will end up capturing us, and of course, this still does not work. So what else can we do? Well, in this case, now we want to push our a pawn. Why? Well, the key square in this case is d3, which you already have covered by our pawn. This forces black to play a slow move, king over d2. That way, when you push up to c4 and black now gets d3, we force them to essentially waste a move, whereas before they could have done that immediately. And because of that slight difference, when we push up to c5, now we are too fast, our a pawn is too advanced, meaning black cannot catch us, we promote, at which point you are completely winning.
Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, the very immediate problem here, of course, is that black is attacking our pawn. So how can we try to defend it? Well, the issue for you here is that you only actually have one single move to do that, that being rook up to d7, which defends the pawn and attacks black's knight. But here, black can then take your free knight, you capture their knight, and at the end of the day here, black can start pushing their pawns b5, a5, a4, and unfortunately, even though your pawn is defended, your king is way too far for it to ever help out and actually get it promoted, meaning this is just a drawn endgame. So, rook up to d7 is not going to work. What else can you try to do? Well, a check might be nice here, but you don't really have any good checks. Rook up to d5, black can take your knight again. If you try playing knight c6 check, well then black can take that with their rook. So what else can you do? Well, here, also thinking about the promotion square, there is one case where we can promote here, but we don't actually have to defend that promotion square. How? Well, if we can sever the connection of black's rook to our pawn here, well then we can safely push and promote. Now, of course, right now we cannot do that because black's rook is right next to our pawn, but what you can do is attract it onto one of these lower squares with the nice rook over to f2. Now, this is an insane sacrifice. You are attacking black's rook here. Of course, they are just going to capture it. And now, what is the idea? Well, now that black's rook no longer sees c6, we can play knight c6 check, forcing them over to b5. We can now play another check, knight d4 check. And this time, when they move, we can move our knight on to f3, and black's rook is entirely blocked out, meaning we are about to promote, and black cannot stop us. They can play some checks, but quickly we will outrun them, at which point you will promote, and queen versus rook is completely winning in this endgame. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, just looking at black's queen and their king, we can already think about the fact that if we can get our rook to the side of the board, then potentially we could skewer black to end up winning their queen. However, of course here, we need to move quicker than that. If we play a slow move, like rook over to h5, well then black can easily move their queen up to, let's say, c6 or any other square out of danger. Here, they're now completely safe and you are not going to end up winning it. So you need to play a check here. What are the checks that you can try to play? Well, one of them is a bishop down to e2, which looks quite good because if black runs over to c2, then you have rook to c5, a different skewer, but still here, black moves and you end up capturing their queen and you are completely winning. And if they instead walk over to e1, well, now you have a discovered check. But the issue here is because there are so few pieces on the board and black's queen is on a dark square, this discovered check here is basically useless. No matter where you move your bishop, black can just move away and they're still completely safe. You will not end up capturing their queen. So bishop e2 check does not work, which only leaves you with one option, that being rook over to d5. Once again here, if black goes to c2, then you have rook c5, you'll end up winning their queen, and you are just completely winning. But if they instead step over to e1, then here we have a bit of a harder move to find. You don't really want to play another check here, like rook down to e5, because then black runs over to f2, and they are effectively too far from their queen. You can't make any more progress. Instead here, what you can take advantage of is the fact that black does not have a direct check they can play on you. What do I mean? Both c3 and a3 are protected by our knight, which means we can afford to play one slower move here that is not a check if it comes with another threat. And we can find that move with the subtle rook over to f5. What is the point of rook to f5? Well, we're heading down for f1 here, but black cannot move their queen away to c6 or any other square, because if they do, then rook down is actually straight up checkmate. So this absolutely does not work for black here. Instead, their only move they can really try to even survive is king over d1, which stops checkmate, but still here, you'll end up getting the skewer. They move, you capture, they recapture, and at the end of the day, you have a bishop and a knight versus a king, and I'm sure you know how to do this checkmate, so you are completely winning here. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you of course here cannot push immediately because black's rook could easily just capture that, so that is not going to work. Instead here, you can't push your pawn, maybe you can move your rook, but you don't really want to do that either, because capturing h2, black just recapture, and if you go anywhere to the side, well then black can play rook down to g1, and this is just going to lead to all sorts of promotion problems that you do not have to deal with. Instead here, the only move you can really play is king up to f6, simply defending g7, that way you can push. Black can now run their king closer to your rook as well. Here, you can now push g7, follow through with the plan, but after king to e3 here, we now reach an important moment. It seems very natural to now play king up to f7, now supporting the pawn promotion, and this seems completely unstoppable. However, black here has a very unfortunate sequence after rook to f2 check. Here, if you go anywhere to the left, well then black just goes straight back to g2 and you have made no progress, so this is not going to work. If you try running up to g8, well then black goes back to g2 once again. You cannot push your pawn, of course, and although you can now run to the side onto h7, unfortunately black has king down to f2. That way, when you promote here, black can just capture your pawn. If you take back, well then, black has king over to g2, and they're attacking your rook and defending their pawn. No matter what you do, black will quickly be able to promote their own pawn, forcing you to recapture, and at the end of the day, this is just a dead draw. Otherwise, you cannot really do anything. From here, you might try, instead of capturing, to play rook takes h2 first, but unfortunately, black can drop the rook back down to g2, and this is of course still just a complete draw. So, king to g8 here is not going to work either. Same with king to g6, because once again, rook g2, this time's check, and after king h7, this is the same position we had a moment ago. So, the very natural king to f7 here does not work. What else can you play? Well, you have one very nice move, that being rook captures on h2 in this situation. Now, why here? Well, one, if black does any move that is not capturing, then you easily play rook up to h8, and you'll quickly promote here. This is, of course, completely winning. And if they do capture, well, now the rook no longer sees your pawn, so you can easily promote, and queen versus rook is a winning endgame. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, immediately here, there is a bishop you can capture on c2, and simultaneously check black's king, so why don't you just play this immediately? Well, the problem with this move here is that black can take that with their knight in the corner, and although you can recapture and that still comes with a check, you allow black to run into f7. And here, if you ever allow them to get to f7, it is just not going to work, because no matter what checks you play from there, they'll be able to run backwards and eventually just keep blocking your checks and running, and you'll eventually get a situation where you simply cannot make any more forward progress. And even though here you did capture that piece, you are still down material, so you are the one that is losing. So instead of playing bishop captures immediately, what else can you do here? Well, you do have one good looking check, that being queen over to g4, but this check here is actually really nice. Why? Well, black now cannot run to f7, because while your bishop is still on b3, you have that square covered. That means black is forced to drop back to h7, although at this point, now it's unclear how you can continue with the attack, because another check here, queen to f5, does not work, because black's bishop covers that square. That's why now you want to go for that same trade, because after black recaptures, here, still, don't take the free piece on c2, you want to play queen to f5 check. That way, black blocks, and you can now go into f7, and they can't do much else. They only have one move here to block their bishop, at which point all of your pieces aligned, and queen takes g7 is checkmate. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, you already have your rook aligned against their queen. It seems all you need to do here is to move your bishop away, which you can also do immediately with the nice bishop to b5 check. However, the issue with playing this check, black moves their king over, and then you capture black's queen, is at the end of the day here, black can also capture your queen with their bishop, and although you do win a bishop, we unfortunately have an endgame where we are 2 pawns down, so we are certainly not going to be winning here. What else can we do then? Well, it seems if you can first get rid of black's bishop, then that whole combo may end up working out, but if you play knight takes g5 check here, although this does come with a discovered check, unfortunately, black can once again just slide their king over to f8, which means they step out of that bishop b5 check, so you don't really have that combo anymore. The best thing for you to do here is just back your knight up to f3, get to safety, but here black now gets their own queen to safety, and once again we are in a 2 pawn down endgame, which we just do not want. So once again here, what else can we try to do? Well, you do have 2 double checks you can play, those being knight to d6 check and knight to f6 check. Taking a look at these, looking at knight to d6 double check here, the issue is once again black can go over to f8, and although this time you can infiltrate into e8 with a nice check, it just doesn't really matter because black gets to g7, you capture f7 check, and they go all the way into h8, at which point you just cannot make any more progress. Black will soon get their queen out to d4 to safety, and this is still not going very well. This leaves us with one last option, that being knight to f6 double check. Now, what is the difference here? Well, after black goes over to f8, if they go to e8, by the way, then we have queen e8 is checkmate. Instead, f8, you play queen e8, and this time, when black runs to g7 here, they attack your knight, but you are also doubly attacking black's knight, and here you can sacrifice, because after captures and black takes your knight, black's king and their queen are now aligned on the long diagonal, meaning you have queen to h8 check, they must move, you capture, and at this point you are completely winning. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, not even looking at black's queen yet, you do have 2 entirely free knights you can capture, so why don't you just take one of those? Firstly, if you try taking the knight on c6, then the issue here is black can move their other knight into g4 and threaten a checkmate on h2, which is very annoying to deal with. Here, you would have to back your rook all the way down to c2, at which point you just don't really have much else you can do in this position, and you are still down material, so you are losing here. If you instead try to capture on h6, well then, after takes and takes, you give black an opportunity to simply move their knight away to safety, at which point you are still down materially here, and once again, you don't really have much you can do from this position. So, instead of taking one of the 3 knights, why don't you try to attack black's king, because right now it is pretty vulnerable on the side of the board. Here, you only really have one good check, that being queen over to c4, at which point black can only go down to a5 or over to b7. If they go down, then queen b5 here is an immediate checkmate, so they must instead go up to b7, at which point now capturing on c6 with your queen with the check looks like a no-brainer. However, this is still not a good move. Why? Well, here, after black goes up to b8, somehow you just don't have any good continuation or any good check you can play from here. The best thing for you to do is now to simply capture on h6, at which point, after takes and takes, you are in a pawn up endgame, which is good. You are slightly better here, but you are not completely winning or anything close, and you of course have not won black's queen. So what else can you do here? Well, you do have another nice check, that being rook up to d7. Why is this check better? Well, here, if they go to c8, then you immediately have queen takes c6 check, they move over, and queen b7 is checkmate. Same if they go over to a8. Once again, queen takes with the check. They move, and you get another nice checkmate. But here, if they instead go up to b8, then we have another very important moment here. If you take on c6, in this case, this is still not going to work because you allow black to play queen to f1 check, and they're simply going to attack your king over and over and over, and you are never going to escape the checks. You are completely lost here. Instead, you can both threaten checkmate and keep f1 covered by playing the very nice queen over to a6, at which point black's only way of stopping queen to b7 checkmate is to play queen to f1 check, at which point you can easily capture that. You are up a queen, and you are completely winning here. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, taking a look at all of black's escape squares here, we already have the a6 and b5 squares very nicely controlled by our knight. So those squares we are never going to have to worry about. However, what we do have to worry about is black capturing our completely free pawn on a4, which we really cannot defend, and then running down to, let's say, a3 or b2, at which point they would just be completely safe and we would have no checkmate. And the issue here is if you play any random move, like let's say rook down to e5 check, well then that exact situation is going to happen. They're going to capture, go down, get to safety, and we don't really have anything that we can do. So this is a good opportunity to practice visualization. Imagine for a second a position one move ahead of now where black has already captured our pawn on a4. Imagine that situation, and now try to imagine how could you get an immediate checkmate with their king on that square. If you really think, you'll find that if you have your rook on the a file, well then black will be completely trapped, and that would just be checkmate. So how can we try and make that situation a reality? Well, here you have the nice and subtle rook up to e8. If black captures a pawn, then rook to a8 check here is that immediate checkmate. Black has nowhere they can run with their king. And if they play almost any other move too, well then, once again, we'll have rook to a8 check, and black is still completely trapped here, and this is still checkmate. They do have one last thing they can try to get to safety, that being pawn down to b5, because here, if you play that same check, then black can safely run away over to b6, at which point their king is too out in the open. You cannot trap them, and unfortunately here, you are not going to be winning. Instead, now that we see they can run over to b6, we have then another very nice rook move, simply rook now down to e6, going for a6 checkmate, and all the same ideas apply. No matter what black does here, black is still completely trapped, and rook over is going to be checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, because of where our pawns are, our first check is not going to come from either of them, which means it must come from our knight. So how can we use our knight to try and check black's king? Well, we really only have two squares to do it. The first one being knight over to b7, which we currently cannot do because black's knight controls that square. The other one would be down to c4. Now, this square is also under control, this time by our own pawn, but here on the first move we can push up to c5 and free up that square, at which point black only has three options. They can either capture us, they can push down, or they can just try to ignore us. If they capture, well then we get our plan. We can now play knight to c4 check, forcing them over to b5, at which point we have pawn up to a4 checkmate. If black instead tries to ignore us, if they play like a random knight move, well then here, now b7 is uncontrolled, so we can play knight b7 check, force on b5, and once again pawn to a4 is going to be a checkmate here, which leaves them with only one good option, that being trying to push down to b5, and it looks a little unclear on exactly what we do. b7 is still controlled, c4 is also controlled, and here, because we really just don't want to do anything, we want to wait for black to move their knight away. That way we can move our own knight into b7. We can play the simple waiting move, pawn up to a3. Now, black cannot push either of these pawns. They can't move their king anywhere. If they push their b pawn down, then captures is checkmate. So instead here, they can only move their knight to 3 squares, but no matter where they move it, here you will easily play knight to b7, and that is checkmate. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, if you want to promote, you are first going to need to get rid of black's pawn. It is currently in the way. So here you have a simple pawn to g5, just going ahead and attacking them. Now here, they will capture you, at which point you can take right back. But now, after black moves their king over to b2, they have a clear path to push and promote their own pawn, and you cannot stop them. They can't stop you either, meaning we're simply going to get a pawn race, pushing and pushing and pushing until we have a queen versus queen endgame, which in this case is just completely equal. So what else can we do? Well, back here, instead of capturing, you do have another option, that being pushing up to h5. Now, why do we push here instead of capturing, giving black a second pawn? Well, the key here is black's king is on c3, and they're going to run over to b2. That way, when we push and promote to a queen, it would actually come with a check. And here, if they do play that, if they play king over to b2, well, we can easily push and push and push, and by the time black is about to promote, we promote first with the check, and soon we will just keep on checking them, win their pawn using our queen and our king, and you are just completely winning here. The only other thing they could try is instead another move, like let's say king to b3 instead, trying to sidestep out of the check, but it doesn't matter because after push and push anyways, when black goes to c2, you can play simple king over to d2 to cover their promotion square and force them to move their king down to b2. That way, when you check or when you promote, you get that same check and you are still completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, you do want to promote this pawn, but there is a much more immediate thing going on, that being your own b pawn you can promote, and black about to promote their g pawn. Now here, you don't have a way of immediately stopping them, so all you can do here is simply push your b pawn and try to promote. They will push as well. However, when you promote and they promote as well, here you want to be very careful. You have a lot of moves and a lot of checks you can play with your queen, but you want to do one very specific one, that being queen down to b7. Now, why specifically b7? Well, here you give black only two options, moving their king down to c5 or over to d6. If they go down to c5, well, then you have queen to b6 here, and you skewer their king and their queen, which means they move, you capture. Of course, you are now just completely winning. So instead, they must move over to d6. However, now you can actually play that same exact move, queen b6 check, because in this case, although after captures and captures, you only have your single pawn left, it doesn't matter because black's king is now completely blocked out. You've gotten the perfect opposition to easily push and promote. One last trick though, if they go up to d7, here do not start blindly pushing immediately because you allow them get to c8 and over to b8 here. Unfortunately, this is already a draw. Instead, you want to keep the opposition, just play up to b7 and stop them from infiltrating, at which point you can easily push, promote, and you are completely winning here. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, we immediately have some tension between the rooks on this side of the board, which we can right away get rid of by simply trading off. Black will capture back, and now it seems we have a very clear path to running our king in and going ahead, oops, not up there, running our king in and going ahead and capturing black's h-pawn. However, if you actually try this, the issue is when you actually get to h5 and you are ready to capture, black can start pushing their own pawns with pawn down to e5, and now they are the ones who are also going to try and push and promote. At this point, you would be too slow if you try to capture. The best thing is for you to simply push your g-pawn and promote that, but unfortunately, this will still end up in a draw. Queen is just a dead endgame. So, instead of running your king in, what you instead want to do here is to simply push your pawns anyways up to g5. That starts with g4, black moves their king closer, and then pawn up to g5 here. Now, black can capture, but you simply want to capture it back, and after they take again here, it seems most natural to simply take the free pawn. However, if you do this, black is unfortunately too close to your pawn. By the time you are about to promote, they will end up capturing you, and so this is of course not going to be winning for you. Instead here, you want to sneak through and sacrifice your pawn by simply going up to h5 here. That way, you do lose a pawn in the end. However, it doesn't matter because you are going to end up promoting, at which point you are completely winning. Can you win this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, the main leverage you have in this position is going to be your h-pawn, which you can push and threaten to promote. Now, your first move here is simply going to be pushing, which forces black's rook over to h6 to go ahead and stop your pawn here. Now, it seems you're at a bit of a standstill. You can't push your pawn, you can't move your king anywhere to attack black's rook, and if you move your own rook anywhere, well then black can easily capture your pawn on h7. So this is a good situation to just try something and see what would happen. Let's say you play rook all the way over to a8. What would happen if you do this move? Well, here you are threatening to push and promote, meaning black is essentially forced to capture on h7, but now that they are on h7, you actually can attack them by playing king over to g6. And really, they don't have many safe squares, they only have two, those being down to h5 and over to e7. And here, if they go down to h5, well, this move also isn't safe because you have a nice rook down to a4 check. Black would be forced to move over, at which point you can capture, and of course here you are just completely winning. This leaves them with only one option, that being rook over to e7, at which point they would have a ton of safe squares here. You would not be able to capture the rook, and as a result, this is just going to be a pawn down endgame. However, with these ideas in mind, back in this position, we can now find the move to cover e7, rook over to e8. That way, we have the same position. Essentially, black is forced again to capture h7. We are still threatening to promote. They capture, and now king to g6. This time, e7 is covered, meaning black is forced down to h5, and now we get the same sequence. Rook to e4 check. Black must move. You capture, at which point you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, if you want to promote this, you know you're going to need to get rid of black's h and g pawns because they're currently covering the way forward, which means you know you want to move your king up to g3 and over to h4 so you can make that a reality. However, if you try playing this immediately, there is a problem. That being, black can play king g5 and stop you from getting closer. Now, this may not seem like that large of an issue because on the other side of the board, you have two pawns here against one, which means you can play pawn up, force them to capture, and then easily push and promote your a-pawn. However, when we actually go through this line, you're going to see that something doesn't work. That being, black is going to actually start moving forward over here. You're forced to move your king back, they will keep advancing, and here, even though you can eventually get your plan, you can play pawn up to c6, force them to capture, and then push and promote your a-pawn. You are just too slow. They can play h2, force you to capture, and then play captures on f2. That way, they are going to promote as well. And eventually, we're going to get a position where we are simply a pawn down in this endgame, and as a result, you are not going to be winning here. So, what else can we do? We do still want to have that plan. We want to move our king up and go ahead and capture them, but we need to attract black's king over to our pawns first. Now, how can we do that? We simply want to push one of them. That way, it's a lot more immediate. Black is forced to go ahead and stop us. However, which pawn do we push? Taking a look at if we push our c pawn first, black will move their king over to try and capture both of our pawns. We're going to do basically the same exact thing on the other side of the board, at which point we will start pushing and they will start pushing as well. However, when we get to this position, even though we do promote first, it just doesn't matter because we don't have anything we can do, except maybe we can play queen to a8 check, forcing black onto the b file, and then queen b8, skewering them. In this case, it doesn't work because black barely gets to c2 and defends their queen, ensuring this is going to be a completely equal endgame. However, back to this position, all the way over here, If we instead started with pawn to a5, well then we're going to go through that exact same line again, but the difference here is when black captures our a pawn, they are one square higher than they were before. And the difference there is when we go through that exact same line, this time we can play queen a8 check, force them onto the b file, and get that same skewer, except this time they are too far from their king, so their queen, they must move, you capture, you are now completely winning. Can you win this rook? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, just thinking about this position, we see that we have two bishops versus one rook here, which means we can checkmate, but we must capture them without losing either of our bishops. For example, if you play a simple move here, bishop over to b5, just trying to attack them directly, then the issue is black has rook down to d6 check, and when you block this with your own bishop, here, unfortunately, they can just sacrifice. When you take back, now you only have one single bishop left, which is not enough to force a checkmate, meaning this is just a dead draw. Instead here, you might want to play a move like king down to c5 to try and not let them capture, but at this point, they can now move the rook all over the board. That is completely free. Their king also has a bunch of squares they can move to now, and this position is just not good for you. Instead here, we must move very quickly because we have a golden moment where both their king and the rook are in a bad situation. We can start with the check, bishop over to g3, where black can either go to the left or go to the right. If they go to the left, then the issue of this is you have bishop to g2 check, forcing them to block the rook because c8 is covered, and we capture. This is actually straight up checkmate. That does not work for them. Instead, they are going to go the other way to c8, at which point we have a very important moment. Although you can play bishop h3 here and pin the rook to their king, this is not good because once again, after they move here, you don't want to capture because we'll end up in that same one bishop situation. Instead, you might need to play a move like bishop h4 check, but now their king has gotten out, they're all the way over to e8, we can't check them again, the rook is going to be free, and this is just a bad situation. Instead, you want to play bishop the other way to a6 check, forcing them to d8, and now we play bishop to h4 check, and no matter what black does, they are lost. If they try going over to e8, well then you have a very nice bishop b5, and the point of this pin is they cannot move the rook, and their king is blocked out from getting closer, meaning they're forced to go the other way. You capture, at which point you have two bishops, and you can checkmate. You are completely winning there. If they instead try to block this check with a rook over to e7, well then we can do the same thing but the other way with another bishop b5. We have the rook pinned and black's king squares are completely blocked out, meaning they're forced to move over. You capture and you can now double bishop checkmate and you are completely winning. Can you stop these pawns? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you know that your king is going to be the main defender against black's pawns here, so it makes sense to start with the move king over to f2, just blocking one of the pawns and threatening to capture. Now here, black can play king over to g4, defending the pawn and threatening to now push their h-pawn, and all you can really do here in response is to go ahead and push and promote yourself. We'll now get a pawn race where we are both going to promote, but the unfortunate thing here is black promotes first, and what that means is after you promote, they can start attacking and pestering your king. You move over, they can check you again, and eventually they're going to get in a good position where they can now push their f-pawn, and pretty soon they are going to promote that, and you can start attacking them here. You can check them a lot, but they are going to get that pawn through, and as a result, you are going to be just completely losing here. King to f2 does not work. So what else can you do here? Well, really, you only have one thing you can do, that is to try and promote immediately. However, if you simply go ahead, try to push and promote your a-pawn again here, well, unfortunately, when we get another pawn race, you still lose it this time because black has pawn to h2 check, forcing you over to h1. That way, after f2, you promote. Even though you do promote first here, it doesn't matter because when black promotes, it comes with checkmate. That leaves us with only one option, that being to push and promote our b pawn. Now, what is different about our b pawn? Well, the thing is, in all these situations, black has been forced to go to g3. That way, they can safely push our h2 pawn with our king on g1. However, now, when we push and promote here, that is going to come with a check. So when we go through that exact same line, we're forced over to h1, black goes f2, they are threatening to promote, but doesn't matter, we promote with the check, meaning they're forced to move over. We can now move our queen in to go ahead and stop their pawns. We'll soon capture, and you are completely winning. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, we only have 5 pieces, so let's just go through each of them one by one, starting with your king here. The issue is, if you play any king move, you are always going to give black an escape square. That way, black's king is simply too far out and open. You're not going to get a checkmate. We actually have them in a pretty good situation on this side of the board, and we want to keep it like that. However, if we're too quick and we try playing a move here like pawn up to h3 to try and freeze everything, well, then we have a different issue because black can play pawn down to a5, and now they have no legal moves because all of their pawns are blocked and their king is stuck, which means the only way for us to avoid a stalemate is to play a move here like king down to f4, at which point black once again is going to be able to run away, and this is not going to be winning. So what else can we do? If you play pawn to g3 or pawn to g4, this also will not work because black can easily capture. You take back, and after pawn down to a5, we have another stalemate situation, and this is just not a good position, which only leaves us with 2 options, those being pawn to a3 and pawn up to a5 here. If you play a3 here, then the issue is black once again gets pawn down to a5, and we're dealing with a troublesome stalemate situation, which is just not good for us. Instead, you are the one that wants to play a5 here. Why? Well, now black only has one legal move, that being pawn down to h3, which is a free pawn you can take, but you don't really want to capture here because then black plays king down to h4, and they're simply going to take all of your pawns. Instead here, you want to take the opportunity to now play pawn to g4 check. You force black's king down to h4, and we have another critical situation. Here, if you play any random move like king down to f4, well, then black has the response pawn down to h5, at which point they're either going to capture us or we will capture them, but black just takes back and now their king is free to run away, and this is still not good. Instead, we must play a waiting move, that being either pawn to a4 or pawn to a3. Which one and why? Well, here, take your pick. The correct move is pawn up to a3. Why? Well, here, after black plays pawn down to h5, instead of capturing, you can actually play pawn up to g5 here. Force them to capture you, at which point we can play another waiting move, pawn up to a4, at which point black has no hope. After pawn down to g4, you play your king to f4, and now pawn g3. At the end of the day, their king is stuck, and pawn takes g3 here is checkmate. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, you also have your own pawn that you can promote as well. However, here, you are slightly too slow. By the time you promote, black has already promoted, and they can capture you, so of course, this is not going to work. So, what else can you do here? Well, really, you only have one option, that being to try and use your rook to stop black's pawn, which you can do by playing rook down to h4 check. That way, you're going to get over to the c4 square. Now here, black move their king over to b3 and cover that square, at which point it seems like you can't really do much. You can't get your rook to that square, and you still cannot promote your pawn fast enough. However, you do have the very nice move here, that being rook over to c4 anyways, at which point black can do two things. First of all, of course, they can just capture this immediately, and the point of playing rook c4 anyways is that now black's king is blocking the c file. That way, now you can push and promote, because when you promote, well, now this time you are getting a skewer, black is forced out of the way, you capture, and at this point you are just completely winning. So that would be good for you. However, black can be a lot trickier by playing first, before the capture rook, pawn down to f2. Now, this is just a free pawn you can capture, and of course you want to stop black from promoting, but now black plays king takes on c4, and it looks like pretty much the same situation. This doesn't look very impactful. However, here, if you simply push and promote in the same way, this time black can play king over to d4, and if you take their queen here, unfortunately, black's king has no legal moves, meaning they are in a stalemate, and stalemate is a draw. So that would not work here, and of course here, being up only one single knight is not enough to force a checkmate, meaning if you don't capture their queen, if you play something else, this is still a draw. The only way to get around this is back in this position, you still want to promote, but instead of to a queen, you want to make a rook. That way you get that same skewer, but this time when they go to d4 and you capture, they can still run it over to e3, meaning this is not a stalemate and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why do you not want to immediately capture the free pawn on b5? Here, the issue if you take the pawn is that now you are one square closer to black's king, which means when you try and push and promote, black can barely catch you with their king, and of course, this is not good for you. Instead, you want to not capture and just slide your pawn up into a5, that way black is too far to catch you. Now, what can they do to stop your pawn, because you are simply about to push and promote here? Well, they have a very strange looking move, that being bishop to h7. Now, what is the point of giving us a completely free bishop here? Well, of course, you do want to capture, but now black plays pawn up to g6, and what they're doing is they're essentially locking your bishop out before it was on e4 and covering black's pawn, meaning they have a new plan. They are now trying to promote this pawn and stop your pawn across the entire board. Here, if you do nothing about this and you simply try to push, well then, after black pushes and you push, they promote first, and unfortunately, they too cover that square. If you promote, they would capture. Of course, this is just losing. Now, your own king is too far to capture them, which means you need to get your bishop out of jail, that way you can use it to stop them. And here, that means you must play the move bishop g8, going for d5 to try and stop them, at which point black plays king over to e5, and once again, it looks like you cannot do anything. However, what we can do here is put our bishop on d5 anyways and attract them to that square. Why would we want to do that? Well, here we can push our pawn to a6, black plays h2, and now we play that move bishop d5 anyways. We cover that pawn. Of course, here black must capture, but now they are on that diagonal, meaning when we push, even though black promotes first, it doesn't matter because we promote with a skewer. They are forced out of the way. We capture, at which point you are just completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the first move here is pretty simple. It's just pushing your pawn up one square, that way you are two squares away from promoting, at which point we can already make some interesting observations about this position. One, black has two pawns here, but both of them are pretty useless. We can always easily stop them if black ever pushes them, so those are not a threat. Black also has their king here, but their king is always going to be one square too far to stop us, so it is not a threat either. That means the only real threat black has here to try and stop your pawn is to use their bishop by putting it on c3. Here, Black is now eyeing the h8 square, which would stop us from promoting, but you might be thinking how? Their pawn is in the way. Well, here, if you blindly push, well then black just plays e4. They don't care that they sacrifice their pawn here because, well, your own pawn is stopped, and because we have the opposite colored bishop endgame, this is still a draw even though you are up a pawn. So, what else can we do? Well, here, we need to stop black's bishop from seeing h8, which we can only do by stopping black from pushing their pawn down to e4. How can we make that a reality? Well, we only have one way to do it with the very nice pawn up to d4. Now, what in the world does this move accomplish? Well, black here can try three things. They can either capture with their pawn, they can capture their bishop, or they can push down to e4. Firstly, if they capture with their bishop, well now we can stop black from pushing down by putting our own bishop on e4, and black here simply cannot do anything. They have no way of stopping you from pushing and promoting. This is completely winning. If they instead take the pawn, well now we have the same situation, but instead of on e5, well their pawn's on d4, so we put our bishop on a d3. Once again, black is completely blocked out and will quickly push and promote. Lastly, if black instead doesn't capture and pushes down to e4, well at this point you still do not want to push because black can capture on d4 and still end up controlling the promotion square. Instead here you simply want to move your king up to e3, that way your own pawn is defended and still blocking black's bishop out. Once again, they cannot do anything, you'll push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves. And first off, if you want to promote, you know you're going to need to get rid of black's pawn because it is currently blocking the way forward. And because here, your knight is also being attacked by black's king, that might lead you to play a move like knight to d6, going ahead and trying to move to capture it. However, the issue with this knight move, and really any knight move, is that it is simply too slow. You give black the opportunity to start moving their king in, and very quickly they will attack your pawn here. If you fall through with your plan at this point, well, you will capture. They will capture too, though. At this point, you haven't achieved anything, and with black's rook in the corner, this position is just a draw. And if you try anything else here, like maybe instead of going to try and capture their pawn, you instead play knight to c8. That way, if they step closer, you can play knight to e7 to defend. That also will never work because black always has rook g1 or some combo with rook h1 to start attacking your pieces, attacking your pawn. This position is still not good for you. So, what else can you do then? Well, you know you need to play a much more forcing move, which means you want to play a check. And what checks do you have here? Well, you only actually have two. One of them is bishop f2, which after black takes your knight here, this of course has not been very helpful. However, you do have another much more interesting one, that being bishop to f6 check. Now, what is the point of this? Well, one here, if black takes your knight, then you take black's rook in the corner, and here, even if black plays king f5 and ends up getting your pawn, it doesn't matter because after captures and captures, you are up one full bishop here, meaning you will easily push and promote your d-pawn, and still you are just completely winning from this position. So that will not work, which means the only other thing black can try here is of course to capture your bishop. But now that pawn is out of the way, meaning you can push and promote. Although not quite yet, because if you push right now, then still black has rook g1 and they will quickly capture your pawn here. So instead, you need to play the very, very precise knight to g5. Why? Well, here, once again, black can do two things. One, they can capture your knight, but at this point, because the G file is now blocked, you can easily push. Black simply has no way to stop you from promoting, at which point you would be up a queen here to a rook and you are just completely winning. And if black instead tries something else, the only other thing they can try being rook g1 here, that way if you still push, then they can capture knight and stop you. Instead here, you just want to play knight to f3, end up forking them, that way you capture the rook, and still you'll push promote the same, and you are still completely winning here. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, it's pretty clear here that our main defense against black promoting is going to be pushing and promoting yourself. The first move here is simply going to be pushing your pawn up once, at which point black will push as well, and it seems here if you want to stop them from, just pushing and promoting immediately, you need to move your king down to g4, at which point black move their king down to e4, and once again, you will push. We can continue with this sequence. Black pushes, you go down, they go down as well, you push again, but eventually we'll reach this point where even though we do end up promoting, it doesn't matter because black is also going to promote and it comes with the check, at which point you'll be forced to move your king away and black can just keep checking you. Of course, you are not going to be winning from this position. So that does not work. What else can you do? Well, maybe in the original position back here, instead of even trying to stop them after they push their pawn down, you can just push and promote yourself. However, if we go through this line, well, we'll reach a similar situation. We do promote first, but it doesn't really matter because here we just can't do anything. We can attack black's king, but they will just move out the way and not much has happened. That means there is some point between pushing our pawn immediately and moving our king down that we want to strike a balance of. And that is, we want to move our king down one square to g4. Why? Well, here, after black plays king to e4, we now have them on the perfect square to where now we will easily push and promote. Why? Well, in this position, after you promote and black promotes as well, we have it. So now when we play queen to e8 check, black has only one square they can move their king to, that being d3. And now their king and their queen are on the exact same diagonal, meaning you have the very nice queen to b5 check, forcing them to move their king, you capture their queen, at which point you are just completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why do you not want to simply push it immediately? Well, the easiest option for black here is to simply play rook g4 to attack your pawn, although this doesn't look like any threat for you because you can easily play knight to f5 and go ahead and defend it. Well, the issue here is that you can never let black even get sight on your pawn because even when you defend it, they will simply capture anyways. Why? Well, after you take here, even though you have two knights versus black's king, unfortunately with two knights, there is no way to force a checkmate, meaning this is still a draw and you are not winning here. So what else can you do? Well, you know that you need to stop black from going to the pivotal g4 square, which you can only stop in two ways, by playing knight to h6 and knight to f6. So here, taking a look at knight to h6 first, black of course cannot play rook to g4, so what else can they try? If they take your knight on h4, well, this is no worry, you can easily push your pawn, at which point black has no way to stop it. They can capture, but you'll simply promote here, and queen versus rook is a completely winning endgame. However, unfortunately, they do have another option, that being rook down to f1, once again trying to get on the g-file, and you simply have no good way to stop them. If you push, well then simply rook g1 and they will pretty quickly capture. This is still a draw. The only other thing that you can maybe try here would be knight to f3 to cover g1, but of course, black can just take the knight and then go for g3, and it's the same situation. So, knight to h6 here does not work, which means we only have one option, that being knight to f6. Still, black cannot take the knight on h4 because you'll easily push, and black has no way of stopping your pawn here. And if black instead takes your knight on f6, once again, you can push, and still, they cannot stop your pawn, which means once again, they must back the rook up down to f1, trying to get on the g-file, and now we play that key move again, knight to f3. Before, it didn't work because black could simply capture. However, now this does not work for them because after push and rook to g3 here, well, you have a nice knight to e4 fork. They must move their king, you capture, at which point you will easily promote. They do have one other thing they can try, which would be instead of capturing your knight, going for f2 and then rook g2 to try and once again get on the g file, but now you have knight to e4 check immediately here. Once again, they will move, you can capture, at which point you can use your knights to help your pawn push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, we only have 4 pieces, so let's just go through each one by one and see if they can stop the pawn here, starting with our own king, which is of course just way too far. That is not going to work. Next, our knight is also just way too far to stop black's pawn, and that is not going to work either. Our bishop could potentially stop it if it had 2 moves. However, right now it of course does not have that, so it also cannot stop it, which only leaves us with our pawn, which we can delay for a second by playing pawn b3 check and then seeing where we end up. Here, black only has 3 squares to move their king, but if they go to a3 or to b4 here, well then we can play bishop to e7 check, black must move their king, and then we can move our bishop to c5, and we do end up stopping black's only threat. We stop their pawn. Same thing, if they go to b4, once again we get that check, they must move their king, and then bishop c5, and their pawn cannot promote. However, they do have another option, that being king up to a5, which does step right into the path of this discovered check. However, it would be a mistake to move our knight here for the simple fact that after we do move it, we just don't have any clear path to actually stop black's pawn. No matter where they go, we still cannot stop it. They will soon end up promoting, and this is still just losing. So that means we need to do something else from this position. And what is that? It is a really hidden and hard move to find, that move being bishop over to g5. Now, this seems completely random, but it will make sense in just a moment. Of course, black here will just end up promoting their pawn, at which point now we can play bishop to d2 check, and what we're doing is we're using our knight and our bishop here to force a fork between black's queen and their king. How does that actually happen? Well, after this check, we force them over to b6, at which point they are on the exact same diagonal, and we can play bishop e3, sacrificing our bishop, because after black captures here, now we have perfectly lured them into the fork with knight to d5 check. They must move their king, we'll capture, and it'll take a moment here, but with the extra knight, we'll capture black's pawn, promote our b pawn, and here you are completely winning. Can you promote this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, if you want to promote here, it makes sense to push right away, at which point you are already only 2 squares away from making a queen, and the only way that black could possibly stop you here is to use their bishop. Now, of course, this diagonal is blocked, that's not going to work. Going over to a3 and over to d6 will also not work. We are covering the d6 square, which means the only way black can try to stop you is to move their bishop down to c1 to get over to f4. So now the task for us is to stop black from getting their bishop onto that square. It might make sense here to play a simple move like king down to e5 to cover that square, but then black has the annoying g5, then defending it, at which point you simply have no way to stop them from moving their bishop over to f4, at which point no matter what you do, black is stopping your pawn, and as a result, you are going to be the one that is losing here. So you can't move your king to stop it. What else can you do? Well, really, you don't have many pieces. The only other thing that could even try to stop it would be your pawn on e2, either pushing to e3 or up to e4. Now, e3 does block their bishop for a moment, but black can easily capture, and this has not helped very much. However, the move pawn up to e4 is quite a bit better. Now, why is this better? Well, here, even though it doesn't immediately block diagonal, if black plays a bishop to f4 here, this completely fails because of e5. The pawn is defended, black's bishop is blocked out, and they have no recourse, so no matter what they do here, you will easily be able to push, promote, at which point you are completely winning. Just make sure black's pawn is stopped here. They do have one other thing they can do, which is en passant here. However, this also does not work because their bishop is now blocked out by their own pawn, so once again, you can easily push, promote, and you are completely winning. Can you win this bishop? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, the best way to go ahead and start attacking them is to move your king to f6, at which point black only has 3 safe squares they can try to move their bishop to. Starting with the weakest one, bishop over to g8 here, you immediately have a nice knight to e7, forking their king and their bishop, at which point they must move, you capture, and with the bishop and the knight, you are going to be winning here. So g8 does not work. Their next best move is moving over to e8, at which point you will get another fork, but you need to be a little more careful here. If you simply run your king in closer again to e7, the issue is now they can go all the way over to b5, where they are effectively safe. You have no way of continuing the attack. Instead here, you need to play the more subtle bishop to b7 check first. Why? Well, here black only has 1 square they can move to, that being over to c4, at which point they are now perfectly placed into the fork with the nice knight to d6 check here. Once again, they must move, you capture, and you are now winning. Lastly, black can play instead over to h5, which is their best option, but here, once again, you don't want to run your king closer because they can immediately run their bishop all the way away, at which point you simply have no way to continue the attack. Instead here, you need to play once again that subtle check, bishop over to b7. They're still forced over to c4, at which point now we can play king to g5, and at this point, black has 4 options for their bishop, but all of them are not going to work out. If they go to f7, then you have knight to d6 and you win with the fork. If they go over to e8, then once again you have that same fork. If they go down all the way to d1, then you have knight to e3, another fork. And lastly, if they go over to e2, this time you don't have a fork, but you do have a skewer with a nice bishop over to a6, at which point you'll be able to capture black's pawn, perform a knight and bishop checkmate, and you are completely winning. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, your rook here is being attacked immediately, so it makes sense you would want to move it away to safety. However, the issue is if you move it to any safe square, well then you give black the opportunity to play the move bishop over to h5 check. And here, because your king is so stranded out in the open, if you allow black to play even 1 check, it's basically already over for you, because 1 check means that black will be able to keep checking you and keep checking you and keep checking you until eventually they will get some sort of checkmate. They simply have too many pieces surrounding your king. So going back to the original position, that does cross out a lot of moves. For example here, you could also take black's rook on h7. However, because here black doesn't have to capture back, they can play bishop to h5 check. You already know this variation is very bad for you. So what if instead you try to check them first? You can play the move here, knight into g6 check, which does look more promising because black, after the capture, you can now retake their queen, and they have a lot of threats they now need to deal with. However, here they do have a different check. This time they have rook down to h2, and unfortunately, you're going to be dealing with all of the same problems. This position is still bad for you. However, you do have another very interesting move, that being playing queen into g6 immediately. Now, why in the world would you want to sacrifice your queen like this and let black capture? Well, here they do have to take you because otherwise you have too many threats. And after you take back their knight here, they are forced to move their king over to g8, where they're in a very dangerous spot. Now, if you try playing rook up to e8, this is not going to work because black unfortunately will always have some way to run their king away to safety. However, in this position right here, imagine if you had this exact position, but your bishop on e6 here was gone. It was just completely off the board. In that case, you could play bishop over to c4 check, and that would actually be almost checkmate. After black blocks the queen, you can recapture, their king would be completely and utterly stuck. So, is there a way that you can force this exact same position, but with your rook gone? Yes, there is, and that is by playing everything the same, but with the move rook up to e8 check first. Black must capture, and now you play queen into g6. All the same ideas apply. black captures, knight takes g6 check, they move over, but now you have bishop c4 check. It is not blocked by your rook. Black must block their queen. You capture, and this is a nice bishop and knight checkmate. Can you checkmate? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, we already have them in a pretty dangerous spot. However, if we act too slowly here, they are about to run back to g7 and then over to f8, at which point they would be completely safe. So we need to act quickly here, which means we probably want to play a check, and we only really have one good check here, that being queen over to d4. Now, black is forced to capture our pawn on f5, at which point they're in an even more dangerous position. However, they also have another avenue they can run away to, this time being g6, where here, once again, they might be able to get to safety. So, if you play a check here, like queen down to d3, well then, even though you do have g6 covered, now you relinquish control over f6. Unfortunately, they're going to weasel their way backwards until they can block you or simply run their king away, and at this point, you have no more attack. So, instead here, of moving your queen, maybe you can try playing a different check, maybe with your pawn up to g4. However, this is also not going to work because we never covered g6, and they can unfortunately run all the way back here, and still they are safe. Somehow, we need to get the g6 square covered while keeping our control over f6. And here, there is only one singular move to do that, that being the subtle queen into g7. Not a check, but here we have both these squares covered, black's king is completely trapped, and now pawn up to g4 is coming, and black simply has no way to stop you. If they try attacking your queen with the rook here, you can simply ignore them, g4, therefore sacrifice, and pawn takes is checkmate. Can you stop this pawn? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, why do you even need to stop this pawn at all when you have your own pawn that you can promote right now? Well, the issue here, if you promote right away, is that black will now promote as well. However, this also comes with a check across the entire board. And what that means here is after you move your king, black can now take the opportunity to capture your free knight on f3. Now, this might not look like an issue here because you can still take black's pawns on e7 and then quickly on d6, and at the end of the day you are up a bishop. However, being up one bishop is not enough to force a checkmate, so unfortunately this is still a draw, meaning you want to do something else. What else can you do here? Well, you know you must stop black from promoting, and because your pawn and your king are not going to be any help, you know it must come from your bishop and your knight here. Now, there is potentially some setup, like trying to play knight e1 here, where you can go for knight to c2 and potentially fork black's king and their queen. However, right now this is not going to work because when black promotes, it still comes with that check. Same goes if you try going the other way, over to d4, black can still promote here, and this time your knight is now pinned to your king, and this is still not winning. So, moving your knight first is also not going to work, which only leaves you with your bishop, and you only have one move here to stop black's pawn from promoting right now, that being bishop to f6. Now, of course, it looks stupid because black can just capture this right away, which they will. However, now something very interesting has happened. This line of sight is now blocked, meaning that is not going to be a check anymore when black promotes. So now you can play that key move, knight to d4 in this position. Why? Well, if black promotes, then you have knight down to c2, and you get that fork you wanted. They move, you capture, you can now easily promote, you are completely winning. And if black instead takes your knight now, while still here, this check is blocked, and now you can promote your queen, because after black promotes as well, you have a very nice queen takes f6, and you get the final skewer. They move, you capture, and you're now completely winning. Can you win this queen? White is winning here, but you must find the best moves, and first off, with our two rooks here, we clearly don't have a way of directly capturing black's queen, so it makes more sense to try and focus on black's king first. Now, we do have some potentially dangerous checks coming, however, right now, those wouldn't really matter, because if we actually played one, well, black could simply run their king away, and we will not have really gained anything. So first, we want to put more pressure on them, which we can do by moving our king closer to either c2 or to c1. Now we probably don't want to go to c2 because then we allow black to play their queen and get in closer with a bunch of checks, which we do not want to allow. So instead here, we want to play the subtle king over to c1 where black cannot check us. Now we are threatening both a rook to a7 checkmate, as well if black moves their queen to a bad spot, then rook to a3 would also be a checkmate. So the only way black can keep both of these prevented is to play queen over to a8 here, at which point we can make another threat with the nice rook to b7. One here, black cannot capture because then rook to a3 is a checkmate, and if they play any other slow move here, like a random queen move, well then we have the sequence, rook down to b1 check, black moves their king, rook to h2 check, they move their king again, and then we play rook to a1 and we skewer them, they move, we capture, at which point you would be just completely winning. The only way black can then prevent rook down to b1 check is to play queen to a2, at which point we have a really nice move here, that being the subtle rook to f3. What is the point of this seemingly random move? Well, the point here is we are blocking black's pawn and they are in zugzwang. They can't push their pawn, they can't move their king, their queen does not want to move anywhere to keep all of these threats contained, meaning the only move they can play here is to push their c pawn down, which after we capture, now we can double stack our rooks on the b file. So here, all they can do is push their f pawn, at which point we can play rook b3, they push again, and then rook to b1 check, forcing them to capture, you recapture, at which point you have won their queen, and you can easily capture their pawn, you are rook up, at which point you are completely winning. This will be the end of Season 1 of the Volclus Daily Puzzle, so I thank you all so much for watching, and have a great day.